time for cleanup. Very well run. And we're gonna...
Yes. Coming up on time for Magus.
If
this hits... No! Okay.
Come on.
Okay.
There we go. There we go.
There we go. That's time for Magus.
Oh my goodness. Man, this game is great.
What a ride.
Oh. At least it was a perfect representation of what this game entails.
Whenever you get three people running this game, you really get to see all of the variations of nonsense that can occur throughout this run. As we watch Tibble almost get wiped by a regular encounter. But there is at least a happy ending. Sort of, maybe. I don't even really get what the ending of this is. But we do get some great music.
And before we talk any more about Mystic Quest, I do want to see if we might want to get a quick intro from the folks coming up for Final Fantasy IV. If any of them want to just kind of say hi, hello, and how's it going?
Sure. Thank you. So this is FF4. In Team Tonberry, we have BlueHarvey. And in Team Chocobo, we have Shadoweh. And for commentators, also BenDesch is the one on Team Mog who will be joining shortly. And for commentators,
I'm a fellow co-commentator and along for the ride, ChrisTenarium. And let me tell you, I have never been so excited and have my heart in the mouth over things that I have almost zero idea of what's going on. This Mystic Quest run has really been something, hasn't it? They're shouting, numbers are flying everywhere. I don't know. Is it bad? Is it good? Who knows? It seems exciting.
Yeah, well. And we'll watch Benjamin sail off into the sea, but first, everyone's favorite character somehow is on the ship, and this is how Mystic Quest ends. There's FF4 has so much lore associated with it and everything else. This is just, okay, how are we going to end this? I don't know. Why doesn't he sail off into the ocean with Tristan? Sure.
Remember when there was the heart room where you find Tristan, and I said he met his soulmate? There it is. The dating simulator has come to an end.
Have you written fanfic about this? If I go on Google, am I going to find, like, Masu Porpheus writing about the Tristan Benjamin secret love?
You know, I was really
That wasn't a no. That was not a no.
There's a lot of fanfic out there, okay? I'm not going to make any promises one way or the other. I'm just going to say, that heart room, Tristan, the end, the soulmate, it all comes full circle. Everything in Mystic Quest, it has no story, and yet it comes full circle. It's great.
The story is that one friend you made along the way, as you get abandoned by everyone else.
Exactly.
And the funny thing is, it's the character all the speedrunners hate the most.
Yes. By far the least competent of all of the characters you get in the game.
Tibble finally getting through that Mystic Quest fight there. He was just getting absolutely Mystic Quested.
Getting quested all over the place. And it's never over. It's never over until it's actually over. As we saw, that final boss, all you have to do is cast Cure 3 times on him, and that can turn sideways. And that wasn't even the most sideways it can turn. I think it's El Magus's 100% world record where he loses 70 seconds or something to the final boss.
Yeah, it was like I don't know if it was his world record or the one before it, where I think it was like a 240 when it could have been like a 239, and then he got the 237 or whatever. I forget if that's exactly correct now. It's been a while, but there was definitely a run in there where it went sideways. I know in any percent there have been a number of runners, even some I saw their names in chat, I'm not going to bring up who they were, where the Dark King absolutely bodied them out of getting sub 2s. So it's one of those where Mystic Quest giveth and taketh away, and the best of runners can be bested by the game without, having any control over it. So.
Just to address the question, Melodia42, what happened to Mog? Just for people coming in just for the Final Fantasy IV runs, not familiar with Mystic Quest, Tybalt didn't do anything wrong. Mystic Quest is Mystic Quest, and there's just you can't do anything about the RNG in this game. Tybalt hasn't played poorly, hasn't really made any mistakes. Just the game itself has beaten him down, and there's nothing he could have done about it. He's recovered nicely, and he's just about done, but Mystic Quest is going to Mystic Quest.
Tybalt also came into this one 9-10 minutes behind, I want to say.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I think he was about 10. No, it was closer to like 13, wasn't it? Behind Tonberry, and I want to say like 2 or 3 minutes ahead of Chocobo. And so, I mean, Magus caught up as we expected, but, Tonberry, Quina and Tybalt both played very well for 2 relatively new runners to the any percent category. Like, huge props to both of them for putting up very good performances. We got some of that classic Mystic Quest and Mystic Quest along the way, but they both did really well. So, major props to them.
Yeah, and the Magus catching up is menuing and very, very specific knowledge, but mostly menuing. What happened to Tybalt at Gidra could have happened to anybody. There's no magusing your way through that. That's just quest can love, quest can hate.
It can love?
Well, it can not hate, I guess, is its strongest possible.
I've never experienced that before. Starting up Pazuzu 2 Electric Boogaloo here for Tybalt. Goes with the Thunder strats. No disaster so far.
As quickly as possible, and from here, we pray.
Ooh.
Yeah, gonna be okay as long as Phoebe doesn't get dumpstered. Famous last words.
Should be fine, is the Mystic Quest call.
That's a bummer.
Oh, and that is unfortunate because that was a cure-all, that was not an auto.
Psych Shield, though, that's great.
Very slow first phase, though, if you will, of the fight as far as DPS output. So hopefully that turns around. The auto left on for Phoebe. She decides, hey, I have arrow, I have light. You know what? Let me shoot a bow. And, well, oddly enough, this jerkbird is not weak to the bows and arrows. It's real strange. In the way that you would think it would be. Like, 800 damage is not a lot of this thing to the game.
And this is also, that was well done by Tybalt, and gets a crit out of it. If they had assumed that the bird wouldn't have outsped, or would have outsped, which it did not. Those are either empty turns, which are fantastic, or immediately kill the fight.
Yeah, kind of a strange dichotomy that it's such an extreme one way or the other. But pretty smooth recovery.
Yeah. On a good path. I'm just thinking of the difference between this and the FF4 run we're about to see, which is a little more scripted.
The nice thing about the FF4 run, though, is they actually don't fade Antlion. So...
Oh, that doesn't make any sense to me at
all. For those wondering, at least PK and myself very familiar with, not the FF4 run itself that's about to happen, but the randomizer, and that is a very inside joke. So, thank you to the FF4 folks coming up. That game also means a lot to at least 2 of us in this booth.
Yeah, and as we make our way up and begin to hopefully, see Tybalt get through this fight the first try, I just want to say thanks to all the runners, El Magus, Quina, and Tybalt, and both of you all in the booth, Possum and 10.
Yes, thank you very much. Pleasure. A lot of fun. A lot of fun watching all of the crazy stuff that can happen watching 3 people play this game.
Yeah, 3 times the opportunity for it to fail at every possible fail point, and even as we're doing this wrap up, this fight could not go perfectly for Tybalt, even if the expectation is all you got to do is 3 spells.
Yeah, we'll see what happens, but it's been a heck of a ride, guys, and thank you again to the runners, to everyone for having us. That is not the start that you want.
All right, that's good. That's
Phoebe
good.
getting bodied.
Okay.
We're fine. We're fine.
Okay, we're coming up on time. Not quite there. We need one more round of spells to go successfully, and then we are on to the next one.
Yeah, from one game from the early 90s to the next. And there it is.
Nicely done. Good recoveries.
Thank you so much, everyone, once again.
Yes.
Mystic Quest. Great job, everybody. And FF4. Take it away, friends. Good luck.
All right, so now we started. Desch just finished our very first fight, and I believe he's going to be doing the RNG manipulation. Yep, he got an alarm clock. So there's actually 3 different routes that each of the runners are doing. There is Desch in Team Mog, who is doing RNG manipulation plus QRSL, which I'll explain a little bit later. Team Tonberry, which are BlueHarvey's team, he will be doing RNG manipulation without QSRL, and then Shadoweh and Team Choco will be doing neither. So we'll get to see some differences amongst the 3 runners. With RNG manipulation, that's just done by opening the game at a specific second. It's a very common thing in a lot of RNG formulas where it just takes the number of seconds since January 1st, 1970 at midnight, and then it uses that to see the RNG. On top of that, there's also the QSRL trick, which we'll be seeing later on Desch's screen, where when you get into a random encounter, it takes somewhere around 10 seconds to escape on average, somewhere around there. If you, however, walk a certain amount of distance so that you are kind of past the average point of when you will get an encounter, you can actually just do a quick save and then close and then reload back in the save file, and it resets your chances of getting an encounter, which would save a little bit of time over the course of the run.
It's more consistent than it is high rolling.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it basically just cuts down on the RNG by making so that you won't be getting any encounters after a certain number of seconds in each dungeon.
Yeah, and that's actually what I do. I do quick save, quick load, just reset the enemy threat, go from there. And as a result, I'm excited to see all of the encounters and all of these enemies that I seldomly ever see since my last casual playthrough of FF4.
The person who was in bed in Kaipo, that was Rosa.
I guess, do you want to like maybe explain the story where everyone's at, why 2 of our runners are in a waterway?
It's been a while since I've seen the story, so hopefully I get the details correct.
Okay,
so
I believe in you.
Right, so basically, the King of Baron kind of had Cecil and his army go attack the town of Mist, or no, the town of Mysidia to steal the crystal. But because Cecil has morals and is starting to feel conflicted about that, he kind of banishes him away, tells him, yeah, go send this ring to this other town to prove your loyalty. And after that, apparently the ring was actually a bomb, so it kills off a bunch of people, and now he is stuck with Rydia, who he ended up killing her mom. Yeah, very much not good. And so they had to go all the way to the desert because that's the nearest inn. So that they can recover, and then now they're just together. She's just kind of along for the ride. While we're now trying to, Cecil's on the journey to save Rosa, who has desert fever, whatever it's called.
Yeah, I think that's right. Go on, we'll go with desert fever. It sounds
I
like
don't remember the names at all.
Even if it's not the right one, it sounds good enough, you know? I'm just imagining someone really ill, but also dancing. But I mean, that was a that's probably a much better summary of the story than I could provide. So.
Yeah, to answer the question in chat, the DS version is the hardest one, though the PC version definitely changes things a bit.
Yeah, by I believe by default the DS version is just set on hard difficulty, whereas on the PC version, this one you get to choose between normal and hard.
Yep, and difference is that the main difference is that you do 20% more damage on normal mode. I think you'll take less damage, but I can't remember. It might have been 20% less damage as well, but I'm not sure the exact amount. Now, Desch is in the very first boss fight, the Mist Dragon. Oh, looks like he got the good turn order. So for this fight, the Mist Dragon will take 2 turns to attack, and then on the 3rd turn, Mist Dragon will dissolve into mist. Normally, you would need to do like the second, go past the second phase, wait it out, and then kill the Mist Dragon afterwards. But because Desch got a good turn order, he might be able to get a quick kill in. Kane missing though isn't good. Yeah, he doesn't get it, unfortunately. Or I guess not necessarily unfortunately. So the strat for this fight is to just get Mist Dragon down as much as possible, and then to kill off Kane before you actually finish your fight. Because we do not want Kane to be soaking up the EXP here. We want Cecil to gain all the XP for the Antlion fight later, because he's our main damage dealer.
Yeah, absolutely. And have you explained why there is a purple shroud and mist around Cecil?
Oh, right. Yeah, so that is Cecil's Darkness skill. So it's different from the SNES version, where he consumes HP to use an attack. For this one, he gets this buff, Darkness, and every time he attacks, he consumes some HP, but it doubles the damage. And it lasts for a short amount of time.
So we basically use it whenever we can for the early game until something magically happens later on and we no longer have the Darkness ability.
Mm-hmm. Looks like Harvey on Team Tonberry is approaching the next boss, Octomammoth. He was grabbing a few chests along the way. I believe that was the Hermes Sandal and what was the other one? This is 2 important items.
It's armor is what it is, right?
Oh, right. Yeah, the 2 important items that we need here. Now, Harvey's going to be doing some menuing first, and then after that, he's going to close out of the game for an RNG manipulation.
So this is the stuff that I'm really excited to see, because I've done this run off and on for a bit. I think you could generously call me subpar at it. That's probably my standard for 4. But I haven't done Manip, so I fought Octomammoth in a quote-unquote normal way. So I'm really excited to see just how crazy a Manip setup can be.
Yeah, I've only done this in practice since I kind of started and quit like after before the Manip was found. So excited to see that here as well. Alright, so that sets up for the manipulated fight. So Tella has this skill called Recall. It lets him use a random skill from basically his skill set of when he was younger and not as forgetful, basically. And we're Arjun manipulating it so that he uses Thundaga. Yeah, here you see he's going to do 1,129 damage, which is a ridiculous amount of damage, especially if you remember the numbers from earlier.
Absolutely, especially when you look to the left and you see Shadoweh putting on like poison, and then we'll just have regular thunder casts and darkness attacks. There is a contrast.
Yeah, difference though is that on Team Tonberry's side, Harvey has to do a very specific set of actions to make sure that everything works properly, or else Tella would not be getting the Thundagas in. Meanwhile, on Shadow's side, he has more leeway. With the strat though, it's also a lot more RNG dependent. I think the other residents tend to like consider this the hardest fight in the run.
Absolutely, absolutely. It is. You know, one of those runs where you're learning it and you'll get to one of the early bosses, you're like, God, this is so hard. Imagine how bad it must be later on. This is really as bad as it gets. This is the most... It's the hardest and most punishing fight in the run, I think I'd say.
Yeah, there's a lot that can go wrong. So part of the strat here without the manip is that Tella will be casting Blink on Cecil there. Blink lets you dodge 2 physical attacks, so that provides a lot more of a safety net in this fight. And Tella will also be casting Thunder instead of Thundaga because he can't really do nearly as much damage, or he can't reliably get a Thundaga.
Yeah, wonderfully executed fight from Tonberry. Something I did also want to say, when I was learning this run, I actually died to Octomammoth for the first time because I was too busy jamming to the boss theme. It is so good. It has a heavy bet. Even now, I'm like jigging a bit in my chair, you know? It's so good.
It's something very catchy. Oh yeah, and also one other thing is that in the fight here with Octomammoth, we also want to kill off Tella and Rydia because, again, we don't want them to soak up any of the experience. It's also going to be our main attacker for a handful of the bosses. Meanwhile, on Team Tonberry's side, Harvey is going to the secret area of Dancing Castle to grab a bunch of items. I believe they'll pick up an elixir as well as an ether.
Hope I didn't miss anything too crazy there. My Discord briefly crashed. Anyway, how close is it for Shadoweh?
He beat it.
Okay. Whew. Okay. All right. I missed how we got to that stage. I didn't know how much HP Octomammoth had, but as it turns out, perfectly calculated. Cecil has 11 HP left, and he goes down. And for once, I don't even think I say perfectly calculated sarcastically. I think Shadoweh knew perfectly well that was going to kill.
Alright, you can see on Desch's screen he's constantly, or he'll every once in a while he'll quick save out of the game and then go back in. That is the quick save reload. So every dungeon has like a kind of a time that if you walk a certain amount of time, you'll very likely get an encounter. And two of us basically figured out, Desch did it through math, I did it through writing a quick script. That for every single dungeon, like there's a certain point where if you quit out the game, you're more likely to save time than you would lose doing the quick save reload. It's also different from dungeon to dungeon, so it's not like one simple timing. Desch actually did a lot of work trying to figure out what the timing is for like every single dungeon.
Oh my lord. That is a lot of work.
Desch put in a lot of work into this route. Like I kind of put in a lot of work myself before he came along, and after that he put in so much extra work on top of it that the routes just changed so much.
And a quick question, having just seen Tonberry and looking at what Mog is about to do. If you were like just, chilling as you do, and someone came up to you and called you a spoony bard, how destroyed would your morale be?
I would be very offended. Like, you think I'm gonna be using a bowl of cereal?
A spoony bard? Yes, I think that is definitely an interpretation.
He's just gonna pick me up and eat cereal out of me.
Yeah, I'm not even sure that would be an insult. Maybe? I don't know. I'll try not to think too hard about the metaphor. So, Tonberry has just driven to the Antlion's den. Why are we here, and what are we doing?
So, in order to cure Desert Fever for Rosa, we need a Sand Pearl from the Antlion, so we're just here to grab one. Harvey's also grabbing the Spider Silk to the left here. That is to use on the Antlion fights. It saves time with one of the strats, though there has been a new strat found that is faster without it. Granted, it is a little riskier, and so far, I think Desch and I are the only ones who actually learned it.
Okay, what is the strat, or is Desch going to do it this run?
Desch probably will, depending on how much experience he has, I feel. But the strat's basically just, you don't do the Spider Silk, you just attack 4 times, and then attack another 4 times, or 3 to 5 times for like the 2 phases. So you just let Antlion do her thing, and don't slow her. Oh. Yeah, apparently it's faster because we don't need to grab the Spider Silk, and timing-wise, it's tied with actually the fastest strat that Desch came up with that's also significantly harder.
Yeah, so just to give everyone in chat, anyone watching, some context, everyone in 4 has been worrying me a little bit because they have been saying for the last 2 days that they've been rooting, and some of those new route changes have made it into the run, which they're doing. You always get a little concerned when you hear things like that, but it's alright.
It's either going to be a perfect time for Team Mog to catch up, or Team Mog will be going much further back. So on Team Tonberry's side, Rydia died at the start, which is good for menuing. It makes it a lot easier to menu everything quickly. Now, Cecil used the Hermes Sandal, which gives haste and darkness to boost up his damage again, while Edward just threw the Spider Silk in order to slow down the boss. So one nice thing about this game is that even though debuffs don't usually work on bosses, the slow debuff works on almost every single boss in the game, so you can just deny them turns by making them go slower.
So what bosses doesn't it work on?
Just the Maggot Sisters, as far as I'm aware of.
Huh. Is there any reason for that you know of, or is it just because?
Just because, I guess. They're the only boss that's immune to slow for whatever reason. And it also sucks because they're really annoying.
Yeah.
Oh, right, the RNG manipulation fight. So yeah, that the Maiden's Kiss in the fight just now was not an accident. That is part of the RNG manipulation. So, because Desch and also Harvey on Team Tonberry, the two of them are doing RNG manipulation, and part of it involves doing all the naming way quests for safe travel later. And one of the requirements is the Rainbow Pudding, which is a 0.4% drop. So what Desch did was he tested out a bunch of different combinations and also a bunch of different RNG seeds, and he found a way to get the Rainbow Pudding consistently, which is done by having Rydia cast Blizzard on a specific fight. Cecil will throw a Maiden's Kiss to shift the RNG over, and then Tello will get the kill in. And that's a guaranteed Rainbow Pudding for the run.
And just to, I guess, talk a little bit about it as well. Safe travels, for anyone who's seen like FF10 or maybe like FF8 with Diablos, it just means you don't get any encounters. So you can run through all of these really dangerous dungeons without a care in the world.
It's really nice.
It is brilliant. Like,
it's unfortunate that we only get to use it for like the last 2 dungeons, basically, but it still saves time overall thanks to other stuff along the way.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially when, like, Kaz says the last two just the last two dungeons, but that is really doing a disservice to just how long they are. They are so long. It's not also, like the Ant Lion's Den, you know?
And also the encounter rate is very high there, so if you aren't doing the RNG manipulation, but you are doing the QSRL, you will need to reload like every 5 seconds instead of the usual 9 seconds for some dungeons. So it's a huge difference. Alright, and that is Antlion down on Team Tonberry and Team Choco.
Very nice. Desch for Choco has just taken down Octomammoth as well. The Manipped Octomammoth fights are very, very fast. That is something I should probably put into my armory. Yeah, just throw out 1,000 damage spell. It's probably something I'll add to my armory when I start doing more runs of this, I'm sure.
There's like one other trick later on that's also really nice for the Manipped fights. Or the Manipped route.
What one is that?
The doors.
Oh, okay, I didn't know about that one. I knew about Octomammoth. I didn't know about that one.
Yeah.
I guess we'll see it later on then.
I'm gonna keep it a secret for you because it is really cool. I love it so much.
Okay, okay, I'm intrigued now.
You're gonna love it. The old strat is so annoying. The new strat is so nice. Smooth as butter.
Okay, I believe. You've got me excited now. This better be Pog.
I mean, you hate the doors, right? You know how annoying those fights are.
Yeah. Absolute nightmare. It's great.
Yeah, you're gonna love this strat. Just gotta wait another 2 hours or so.
Alright, we'll get there, For Team Tonberry right now, we see Edward confronting a ghoul. He is quite weak. Would that be an understatement or an overstatement?
An understatement.
An understatement. Even when I was playing 4 casually, I think Edward died at some point. I was like, I'm probably just going to leave you on the floor.
It doesn't help that like the side characters never really get used in the endgame, unlike the PSP version. Kind of a disappointing thing about it.
Use the side characters in...
Yeah, you can switch your party members in the PSP version.
Oh, okay, yeah. That's...
Alright, and also before Harvey left the town, he also picked up an extra augment, the auto potion. So augments in this game are unique to the 3D version. Those are just unique skills that you can teach to each character. It's like more or less only one of each, with the only exception I believe being Twin Cast. So it's a very rare item, and the game also wants you to use them on your characters. Like, they actively punish you for not using them. So yeah, we needed that for later because we want to also get augment from the other party members. Because after temporary party members leave forever, they'll also... You have a way to get augments from them based on how many augments you've given to those characters, with like 3 different augments being the max, with the exception of the twins. Alright, looks like Desch is finally at the Antlion's cave. We'll be seeing if he's doing the new strat or not.
I think the organizer in me says no, but the watcher in me says yes.
He's playing it safe and grabbing the spider silk.
Okay.
Oh, actually, wait. I just remembered
Go.
Yeah, I remember that he also wants to use it for like another fight later on. So we aren't. I'm not really sure yet if he's doing the new or the old strat.
What fight would you use spider silk on later on?
Well, there's 2 fights we have later on. Well, wait, 1 fight later on. It's just that we don't need to grab the other spider silk that's inside the castle.
Oh, okay. You're not grabbing both and then using it on another boss. You're grabbing this one and then skipping another one. Okay.
Desch has been experimenting around a bit. He did find a new RNG strats by throwing Spider Silk on Luge in the Barnabas fights. Okay. Apparently, you can cut out dialogue on some of the times, depending on the ATB, because they're slowed. Yeah, we'll be finding out later on. I don't know what strat Desch is going to do since we have been experimenting around.
It's fine. I'm fine. I'm fine. This is fine. All right, we got introduced to Yang in the top right for Team Tonberry. What does Yang provide that's like unique in terms of a party member?
He has the kick skill, which lets him attack multiple enemies with a melee skill. Also, he is one of our better DPS characters in this section, since his fists don't really require weapons to do a lot of damage with. So in the Mom Bomb fights on Tonberry's side, Cecil started off with Darkness, and Yang's gonna do 2 attacks while Cecil does 2 to 3 attacks. That'll push Mom Bomb to the next phase. And now, while Cecil's doing more attacks, Yang's gonna start focusing in order to boost his damage for the last phase. There we go. 2 focuses, and now everyone's just gonna wait it out. Meanwhile, on Mog's side, that's the endline fight again. I don't think we ever explained it properly, but yeah, Cecil has haste, and it looks like Desch is definitely doing the new strat because Antline is not slowed.
Oh yeah, okay.
Yeah, so instead of having the boss be slow and then just killing her during this White Eye phase where she counters physical attacks, you're just gonna wait it out because it doesn't really take that long for the phases to change. Now Desch is gonna kill in 4 to 5 attacks depending on whether he got the first hit in or not.
Okay, I was expecting something far scarier than this. This is fine.
Yeah, it's not too risky, though. Yep, that should be it. Or maybe, yep.
Very nice, very nice. See that Tonberry got through the bomb as well.
Also, one small optimization in this fight is that I believe I saw Shadow do it just now, but I think he unequipped the rod from Rydia because she doesn't need it. She's not going to be casting any magic, but we can give it to someone else later.
Yeah, I think there's a tiny amount of that in this run, because you have a free turn, so...
And also, time doesn't really progress. Yeah, also with the way the ATB works, time doesn't progress during party actions, so just basically free time that you can do anything you want.
Is it me or who's... Does Yang not need to defend on this bomb fight?
Yang does, I believe, but you have some time because...
I got the defending in there anyway. It looked a lot closer than it was. Still okay, right?
Did Shadow get a third focus in? That might have been a mistake.
Oh?
That's scary, I think...
It's off.
Okay, good. Just barely got it in.
Yeah, I was pretty sure that you only needed 2 focus. At least that's what happened.
Yeah, I think it might have been a missed menu since they are right next to each other.
Okay. Yeah, so I will choose to believe that isn't a missed menu. That is another calculated moment. And I'm less believing of that than the Octave Mammoth one. But the important thing is that Shadoweh survives. I believe after this fight you don't get a free heal, right?
No, you don't, so everyone's dead, except for Yang.
Yeah, I hope Shadoweh realizes that and heals, because he has one Yang who is on 40 HP.
No, it's fine. We have the quick saves. It's actually going to be a strat later, but we just abuse the quick saves, because even if you die, you just go back to like the last place where the encounter was.
Okay, alright.
Yeah, so that's our no issue at all in this game. Just worst case, you die in a boss where there's cutscenes in front.
Yeah, I guess. It's just a little slower to go to the menu and go back in.
Yeah.
We'll see later on when it is necessary, though. And, just how glorious autosave is.
Alright, Harvey on Team Tonberry is now at Fabula Castle for the Fabula Siege. Wait, he restarted, which means that he made a mistake somewhere. Guessing he forgot to equip something. Oh, he didn't revive everyone. And unequip. Yeah, unequipping is very important because some of that stuff we'll be using later.
But like the characters we take it off, they're fine, right? They'll be with us for the rest of the run, right, Kaz?
Yeah. Sure.
Yeah, right? Yeah, okay, cool. All right. It's just some of my favorite characters are in there, and I always get a little worried when a speedrunner starts taking every bit of equipment off a character, like something imminent is about to happen to them.
Especially to Edward, because I'm sure everyone loves Edward.
Everyone loves it. He's everyone's favorite character.
He's everyone's favorite Spoony Bard.
Yeah. Every time they poll a favorite Final Fantasy character, forget Cloud, Tidus, all of these sorts. It's always Edward at the top. At least that's how it goes in my dream.
See, someone in chat mentioned that FF4 PR, they unequip everything for you, which is very convenient.
Yes.
If only to happen in this, we have to remember manually. Alright, so this is the Fabula Siege on Team Tonberry's screen. So there's a series of 7 fights, I believe. And we're basically relying on Yang kicking for most of them, though there are a few enemies that Yang won't be doing much damage to. Like in this one, he won't be doing much damage to the mermaid in the back there, so Cecil will have to take care of those. Otherwise, just kicks are usually enough.
It's a long siege, and I'm sure when the soldiers arrived here, they did not expect to die to a bald man with an odd ponytail kicking. But, I guess when you work for an evil Dark Lord, you have to expect some odd things.
To Mokura in chats, no, the PC version isn't nearly as difficult as the DS version because there is normal mode, which is just an easier version, where you do 20% more damage and I think you take 20% less damage. And also we have other benefits like the quick saves don't get deleted when you actually use them.
Yes.
And also we'll be seeing one other trick later on that makes it a lot easier than the DS version.
What? let's not overplay our hand. I was chatting to someone who did 4PR, and they said that this version, they saw something in it that tilted them because they wished they had that in Pixel Remaster, and I was just like, oh, just you wait until later on. It gets some of the strats get a little safer. I think it would be safe to say.
Yeah. It's a little bit safer.
Teensy tiny bit safer. Alright, Desch now approaching the King Bomb fight as well. Not like anything
Mom Bomb.
too crazy is happening in the sieges. Yeah, Mom Bomb, sorry.
Yeah, this is the 3D PC version.
Boop, boop, and oh no, Edward died. What a crying shame.
No, not everyone's favorite character, Edward.
Everyone's favorite character. Okay, so now the focuses are going to start coming in.
Unfortunately, the enemies got their attacks in, which isn't really an issue, just time loss. Alright, and then on Team Mog's side, we're back at Mom Bomb. So Yang has 2 stacks of focus on, just because he wasn't the one attacking earlier. This sets up for killing off all the enemies on the last phase, with just 1 kick. And everyone else is gonna die because we don't want them eating up the experience.
Yeah, absolutely. Anyone else getting experience at this point in the game is not worth it. We see now Tonberry. Cecil is about to fight Kane.
Yeah,
what
that traitor.
What do you reckon his chances of winning are? Oh, okay. Well, that was a short
rip. Well, game over. Team Tonberry loses.
We've already explained just how easy quick saves are to load, but yeah, sure. It's over. It's a 2-team race now.
I like how every time in these sorts of cutscenes, someone dies, but then someone casts Cure to bring them back. Because logic. Maybe use Phoenix Down on dead NPCs, but you can just cast Cure on the party members who die instead.
Exactly. Let me actually work that way. Yeah, that fight against Kane, you are supposed to lose, so Kane kind of jumps, boops us a little bit, and then goes on his merry way. Let's see, Tonberry pick up an ether and a spider silk there. I think that's the one that BenDesch will be skipping.
Either that, or he'll be picking it up and using it on Luge. We'll be seeing soon.
Okay.
I don't know what strat he's gonna do. There's a lot of possibilities because we have been doing a lot of rerouting these last few days, bouncing ideas back and forth. Oh yeah, also Harvey's talking to Living Way, who now becomes Recording Way. So the Naming Way quest, side quest takes a while to do, but it is actually worth it.
So what does the Naming Way quest line consist of?
You basically just go around, talk to Naming Way at these specific places, and then at a few points, he will actually ask for help with something. Like he wants a rainbow pudding on one of them, which is that rare 0.4% item drop that Harvey and Ben both RNG manipulated earlier. He wants you to talk to this girl for him because he's cheating on her, so he wants to distract her, I believe.
Oh god, that's not even a joke. That happens, isn't it? Yeah, I remember that. Okay. Yep.
And then you're gonna beat him up, which is the fun part.
Yeah. He does this all whilst changing his name, depending on what he's chosen his profession to be at the time.
Yep.
So starts off as Naming Way, goes to Living Way. I think at one point goes to, is it Cheating Way?
Yeah, Cheating Way after he starts cheating.
Yep. There's a little Easter egg in FF14 about that as well. You play Cheating Way at cards, and it's implied that he's just sat there cheating. Team Tonberry and BlueHarvey now on the boat. This is, I assume, going to be a very smooth ride.
Oh yeah, of course. I mean, they would obviously be checking the weather beforehand, right?
I mean, who wouldn't, right? This is a
good
just
plug your phone and check out the weather.
Yeah. And yeah, I can see. Look, it's looking calm.
Yeah, they're almost there too.
They're almost there. Okay, we move a lot slower than I remember moving here. Oh, yeah. There we go. There we go. Now it's popping off. But yeah, joke's on us. We couldn't have ever predicted this weather anyway, because it's not the weather that has made us wash ashore. It is Leviathan, my favourite summon in the series, fun fact. So, we now wash up, and we're on a shore, and we're going to immediately turn into a town. What do we find in this town?
We find, well, this is also the town that's also attacked at the very beginning. So we find a bunch of angry mages, black mages, white mages, and also the Elder. They're all mad at us. It's so funny because there's a few NPCs here. If you talk to them, they'll do things like poison you.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if there's anything else. I assume there are.
Yeah, it's one of my favourite conversations in this game. Just when the first time you walk up to this Elder, and you go, "Hey, I'm sorry for what's happened. Can you help?" And he just kind of goes, "What? Huh? No, you were attacking us not too long ago. What do you mean, can I help? No."
It's only been like 2 days since. It's been like 3. Actually, I think it's been like what 3-4 days since we attacked this village and killed a bunch of people, stole their crystal.
Yeah. But sorry, Mr. Elder, we're the main character, so you're gonna have to come around to our plan eventually and help us out. So now we have Palom and Porom
babysitting 2 kids.
Yeah. Why have they come along?
So, as of right now, they just. I don't remember what was the reason for them joining now. I know, like, later on they explained that they are keeping an eye on Cecil. I still remember, like, what they were pretending the reason was.
Was there any pretenses? I just thought that they were spying on us. Or, like, escorting us, I guess.
Yeah, oh, yeah, I think that was it. They're just escorting us. And then later on, we found out that they were spying on us. Or, well, making sure that Cecil's actually getting a change of heart and not just pretending.
Which, like, fair enough, right?
Yeah, I mean, look, they're already giving him more of a chance than I think he deserves, in all honesty. Like, he did just attack this town and kill a bunch of people. I don't think, like, anyone will reasonably give him a second chance at this point.
Yeah, put me in that situation. I'd be one of the NPCs. Like, okay, well, I've got, you know, a bit of magic powder.
You'd be the one who transforms Cecil into a pig.
Yeah.
I'm not entirely sure that there was one, but I think there might have been.
Yeah. So yeah, they're going on a little voyage. Cecil has kind of realized the error of his ways and wants to put it right. So he is gonna try and rid himself of the darkness.
Yeah, Jimokura and Chad's, the twin cast command does work differently depending on who has it, and we will be giving it to 2 people later on. We're making very heavy usage of twin cast.
Yeah, twin cast will ultimately, if used right, do a lot of damage for almost all of your MP, but we don't need it that much. As long as you kill the thing you're using and then have 0 MP, it's okay.
Mm-hmm.
Here they are. Team Tonberry have now shown up to Mount Ordeals? Is that... I think that's the right place.
I think this was Mount Ordeals? I can't remember anymore. Is it Mount Ordeals or Mount Hobbs? No, the other one's Mount Hobbs. Yeah, this is Ordeals.
Okay. We've come here to fight... I've been assured that you need to say it in a very Italian way. So, we're here to fight Scarmiglione.
Scarmiglione.
Yeah, basically like that. Does Scarmiglione have, like, any quirks to the fight? Because it's actually, like, for all I'm memeing and essentially just insinuating you say, hey, it's an undead boss lore. There is actually a fair bit of tech to the fight, if done well, right?
I'm not really sure if there's much to explain besides twin cast.
Well, there's very strict timing.
Yeah.
If you don't want the counters to go off, is what I'm...
Yeah, that's... Hopefully the runners are going to be fine. I think that should be because of the new strat, but going to see about Shadow and Harvey's side. It's a very strict timing.
I know some runners will actually pause buffer when they see the ATB go full, just so they don't like waste any frames idle. Just so they know exactly when it's going to prop and when they can start doing the inputs.
BlueHarvey got Tella back in the party. Hope you guys remember all the recall abuse earlier, because yeah, now he's back and he's gonna be contributing a lot just without recall.
Yeah, well, now he remembers all of his powerful spells. Most of them. Not all of them,
well,
but most.
Not quite yet.
Doesn't he?
He remembers it later on.
Oh, okay.
And old man still has... Old man's still missing his memories.
No, never mind.
Time for characters, right?
Yeah, I thought Tonberry was a lot closer than they were, but I think this is the screen, right? Yeah, anyway, magically take us through the Scarmiglion fight, and I'm sure they'll do a brilliant job.
Alright, so before the fight actually starts, just a little bit of menuing that Harvey needs to do. So we got a few augments along the way, the item lore, counter, and auto potion augments. All three are given to the twins in order to make sure we actually get their augments later. Because they have some really good augments that we can get after they leave. And on top of that, Harvey also shifted around the party members a little bit to help out. Now for the actual fight itself, gotta wait for the cutscene to start. So there's a very, very strict timing at the very start. Hopefully Harvey gets it, no problems. So Cecil's ATB is not that great because he's going second, but he wants to attack the boss. There we go, that should hopefully be fine. And now the twins are going to use Twin Cast. So while that's charging up, Scarmiglion will be, well, he's going, Celsius going to be doing some damage to Scarmiglion. First, the attack was just to get a counter, which will cause Cecil's HP to get down a little bit. And then second, Cecil threw a high potion onto the boss to do 500 damage, or 600 damage because of normal mode. And then the twins will kill with Twin Cast, which causes comets to drop. So yeah, the Twin Cast augments, if anyone of you have played this game and remember the Twin Cast augment without actually looking up the mechanics or anything, you probably think that it's RNG, but it's not. It's actually a weird little algorithm that it uses to determine what skill you use. So the way it works is that it checks your the two party members, Twin Casters, HP percent differences and the MP percent differences. So if one party member has 60% HP and one has 50%, then it's a 10% difference there. And if one of them is within 20%, that's 50% sync, and the other one having it with the other one's another 50% sync. So depending on the sync amount, that determines what skill you use. And Scarmiglion 2, this fight's very quick because all you need to do is throw the elixir and he is down for the count. So Shadoweh is now in the Scarmiglion 1 fight right before, so he is very close behind Tonberry.
Yeah, this has been really close so far. I assume Team Tonberry got through the fight well?
Yeah, perfect fight. I don't think Scarmiglion even attacked. It was so fast that Harvey just got in the elixir before Scarmiglion got in action. Or no, I think he might have attacked someone and survived.
As I say, I think part 2 is an ambush.
Yeah, I forgot about that.
But besides that, they might not have. Who knows?
Oh, Shadow didn't get the timing, it seems. Or well, all the actually, he might have gotten timing, but yeah, that's not good.
I guess something was missing, and then Twin Cast went off, and it wasn't what it was supposed to be.
Oh, it might have been Power Blast. Yeah, so difference between Comet and Power Blast. If you have 100% sync, you get Comet with the twins. 50% is Power Blast, and 0% is nothing. And difference between those is that Comet is a much... I think it's a little bit stronger, but it's also unaffected by the AoE penalty. Whereas Power Blast does have an AoE penalty. You do less damage the more enemies there are.
Okay. But yeah, he Shadoweh manages to take it down for Team Mog eventually, just with the extra high potion. In the old route, you never used to buy extra Phoenix down, so if you got yourself in this situation, there wouldn't really be a whole lot you could do about it.
Also, very unfortunate that everyone else died, because Porm is the second least important person here. She does not need the extra levels, but Tella and Paladin both really want the experience.
Yeah, I guess at the end of the day, it's just a bit of time loss potentially through not being able to do enough damage later on, more than it is a giant concern.
Yeah, I might...
Ella dies on this fight, I might Phoenix down him then Elixir.
Oh no, you definitely need to Phoenix down on this fight. You do not want either... Well, you have like the time, so you don't really want either of them to die.
That's fine then.
Well, that's perfect. Yeah, you don't need to do anything else, just throw the Elixir with this RNG. That is Scarmiglione 2 down for Team Choco. Meanwhile, it looks like Desch also just arrived at Scarmiglione 1, so the teams are fairly close. Oh, wait, no. That's on the wrong screen, sorry. I'm blind. That looks like it was the right one. Oh, hey, it's Camping Way.
Oh, hey, it's a little Camping Way. I believe Camping Way here, his thing is he wants all of your tents, right?
I actually don't know what this one was. I kind of skipped through some of the dialogues.
I'm pretty sure here he just goes, hey, I would like all of your tents, so casually, if you've racked some up, you may as well, you know, maybe grind a bit and use a bit. Be wasteful with them.
Yeah, right now Desch actually arrived at Scarmiglione 1 fight. So again, we want augments on the twins because the augments are going to be... They're basically going to give us extra augments as a reward, and those rewards are really good. That's one thing I really didn't like about this game, though, the augment system, and also the fact that you have to actually give augments, like these rare items, to the party members that leave forever.
Yeah.
It looks clean on Desch's side.
It looks like Team Choco have now become a paladin. And yep, no counters for Mog either. So down Scarmiglione goes without any trouble.
Yep. Now Scarmiglione 2. Oh, but Cecil survived, which is a little unfortunate. Yeah, so part of the RNG manipulation at the start of the game that Desch did, it gave Cecil 212 HP, which is a low HP roll. That was to boost his he survived with 3 HP.
Yep.
Damn.
Yep.
Yeah, we want Cecil to die here for like to give the XP to everyone else, because Cecil actually gets set back to level 1 when he becomes a paladin.
If you take a look at Team Tonberry, we've just found Yang again, but he's a little more hostile to us this time. He's not too hot. He doesn't really like us at the minute. There is something that just happened, but I think we can ignore it until the next fiend and pretend it's not there. If you know what I mean.
Yeah.
It's underwhelming to mention it there. You have to... You got to mention it when it really matters.
are now to fight against Yang. So this fight just scripted. You need to attack him twice, once after each of his dialogues. There's like one small optimization you can do here. So remember from the Mom Bomb fights, I'm not sure if Harvey did it, but you can unequip Rydia to get a rod. And in this fight, if you want like a small optimization, because you need to wait out to turn things. Oh, that's unlucky. I'm not sure if that counts since Bora missed. But you can actually equip Palom with the rod and then equip the fire rod. The fire rod that was on Palom. So it looks like Harvey's not doing it. You're just swapping around equipment so that the fire rod, which has higher stats, will be given to Tella so that he can do more damage later. And then since Palom and Porum are going to be leaving, he doesn't really need that fire rod. You can give him the rod from Rydia earlier. That's just a small optimization you can do to boost your chances of getting good damage rolls.
Yeah, you do what you can to save time. Now that we've defeated Yang, he's snapped out of his coercion spell. What do you want to call it? And now he's back on our side. He's given us a key, and we will use that key to go somewhere else. To the joyous item shop.
Here, Harvey's gonna be buying a few things. Well, he's gonna sell off all the useless gear that he's accumulated, and then he's going to buy tents. And I think that's mostly the tents, and then I believe he ordered when shopping, so he doesn't need anything else, just the tents. Oh, and the blue fangs. Oh, yeah, tents and 2 blue fangs for later.
Yeah, blue fangs. I know what I was doing, bought headbands as well, and he does appear to be going to the armor shops. So...
Yeah, the headbands are important as well. So headbands boost your strength stats, so we're gonna getting 3 in order to boost our damage on a few different melee attackers. And hey, it's Camping Way again. This time he becomes Jamming Way, the musician.
Sometimes you just gotta jam, and you gotta do your best dino dance. That's how it's been. That's how you please jamming with it.
I'd rather be peanut buttering right now instead.
Cool. Alright, well, the year 2012, I think, just came crashing back into memory. Right, so, Team Tonberry now have gone underground. Where are they going to?
They're sneaking into Qazplm, because they're not allowed inside right now, but we need to go see the king. Shadow is now on the Yang fights. It looks like... Oh yeah, he is equipping the stuff.
Very nice.
Though, I think he's doing this lower menuing, but he is swapping around equipment here. Yeah, with 2 attacks, this fight just over. So I think I saw him equip the staff onto Tella just now. Not sure if I saw that correctly or not, but yeah, he might need to equip the fire rod.
Okay, I'll assume that's something he is aware of and knows perfectly well that he's just unequipped something and then we'll have to equip something in a second. Those are some nasty looking 2-headed snakes. I don't remember a lot of these enemies because of the joy of quick save, quick load.
Yeah, it's so convenient having that. I know Harvey hates this strap, but yeah. I like it. I like it because I'm the one who found it, so it's like, hooray, I can ruin the game for everyone else.
The face when you find something you're like, people will hate this, but, you know, time save!
Yeah.
Lucky!
I mean, it's like, between going to random encounters and, like, doing a quick save, I think I'd rather just do the quick save.
Yeah.
Shadow is now buying the tents and the blue fangs. And it looks like, oh, Desch is buying this up first before he goes encounter Yang, I believe. I'm not sure if that's faster. I think it might just be like a little, like, very small optimization there.
Tonberry now have arrived at Baron Castle, and you'll have noticed, the eagle eye amongst you, that they open a menu and cast Mini twice on the party, once to put it on, once to take it off, and then Toad to do the same thing. That's not important. Don't worry about it. It will do nothing. This is Baigan, Captain Baigan. Bacon? One of those.
Bagel.
Bagel. They're like, oh, hey, old friend. How's it going? And we kind of like awkwardly walk maybe 10 feet up.
With 6 party members?
With 6 party members. And then we realize, wait, hang on a minute. You're under a curse. You're gonna fight us, aren't you? Oh no. So Baigan can do a fair amount of damage, but would you care to explain now potentially why miniing could have been relevant beforehand, and that I wasn't serious when I said it was irrelevant?
Yes, so for those of you who play this game, if you remember the reverse status effect, or maybe you play like Final Fantasy XII and you know the reverse status effect, yeah, if you cast Mini on a character or the whole party outside of combat, you actually apply Mini onto them, or you apply reverse onto them, which reverses all damage and healing. So yeah, every time the boss attacks, you get healed instead, and every time you get healed, you get damage instead. But bosses aren't scripted to know that you have reverse, and therefore they'll just attack you.
Yep. So, like, that could potentially be a scary fight. Self-destructs at the end and everything if you from the arms, but the self-destruct heals us. When Baigan attacks us, we get healed. Is there a more potentially pressing or more important boss that we're about to use it on again?
Yeah, Cagnazzo! Everyone's favorite boss.
Cagnazzo is really, really fun. So, Cagnazzo can output a lot of damage, but as we've just established, that bit doesn't matter.
Yeah, the annoying part is the debuffs. There's a lot of debuffs in this fight.
Including, Cagnazzo can just open with slow on the entire party, and hit a lot of them. And if that happens, the fight is now just like a minute slower.
Yeah, and also he can start with sleep and get a bunch of people to fall asleep at the start.
Yep, that's also the case.
Fun. Oh, and Harvey's like, he started with the water surging, which is a nice one. Yeah, it's actually that's pretty lucky, because when Cagnazzo does this, he becomes immune. Oh, he absorbs ice damage, but if he takes any thunder damage, he just breaks out of it. If you wait too long though and you don't cancel this out with the thunder attack, he will use this really strong attack, that Tsunami, which does a lot of damage and has a decent chance of casting death as well, which is not what we want, but doesn't matter. Guess he just ignored it this time. It's not really that big of an issue, because since we're reversed and all that, but you normally want to make sure that you could break the barrier. And there's a slow.
There's the slow. I guess you'd prefer the slow now rather than later.
Yeah, it's actually not too bad.
Yeah. It's not great, but it's fine.
It's interesting. I'm not sure that's bad or not. I'm not sure if it's better to have Common or Power Blast here. I can't remember what the damage was.
I think Common is better here. Comment's what I always got. Maybe I was just doing it wrong this entire time. Also, we don't want the twins to get experience, but we can't just kill them off by attacking them, because if we attack Porum,
they just get healed.
They'll just get healed.
Yeah.
So
drawback of having reverse on the party.
Yeah, so we have to tell them to sip this lovely high potion of healing, and only then do they go down.
Yeah, basically replace all the high potions with bottles of poison.
Okay, so this is bad because Kagnazo has gone into the shell. Oh, no, but there we are, death. You can tell when a bot has died because they light up all of a sudden. Glad that happened then. It's not ideal. That definitely lost some time. But it's not as bad as it can be. That fight can go a lot worse than that.
Yeah, there's so much that goes wrong with that fight. And there's nothing you can really do about it. Just gotta pray that you don't get hit by something bad like sleep or flow.
So I think we've addressed it properly. They're all using the textbook color for their teams. So Shadoweh is using red, BenDesch is using blue, and Harvey's using green, supporting their teams. Shadoweh's Bygone fight looked like it went very well, so now we're going to waltz straight into Kagnazo, and he's mentioned in chat that he likes to call him Kagnazdi. Yeah, I can understand that, honestly.
Alright, I believe the twins are gone on Team Tonberry, unfortunately. No more using twin cast.
No, well, yep, no more using twin cast for the rest of the run. Oh, Choco opens with sleep. It hits. It hits Cecil and Yang. Alright.
Oh, Yang, yeah. Cecil doesn't really matter too much, but Yang, yeah, that's just bad.
Really don't want it to be on Yang. You want Yang to be focusing and then booping people over the head if possible.
So there's actually like a small thing on his screen, which is that he tried to escape. That's not a mistake. So that's actually a trick that I recently stole from the SNES run. I'm actually disappointed in myself that I didn't think of that sooner, because I actually tried looking SNES before I actually learned this game. But yeah, if you escape during a boss fight, you get that text that says "can't escape," and that pauses the ATB for a short amount of time, which gives you some time to do some extra menuing, with also having the boss fill up their ATB as well. So it makes the timings on some fights significantly easier as opposed to pause buffering, which does mostly the same thing, but not as good.
Yeah, I think it's called flea buffering. I think they also found out, rediscovered the technique last time for 4PR during the relay as well.
Oh, okay, so it's not just me. Okay, that makes me feel better. That's also the PR team also. I didn't realize that as well.
Okay, so now we see Kagnazo go into the shell again. We're missing a fair bit of damage. Kagnazo has about 10,500 health. Just over that. I think we've probably done about 7.
Meanwhile, on Team Tonberry's side, Harvey grabbed a few extra augments. So in order to get the augments from the twins, you need to go all the way back to Mysidia, talk to the Elder, and then he'll give you them. That's a very long detour, but it is 100% worth it. The augments are really good. You get dual cast, which lets one person just cast 2 spells in one turn. You get a cry, which is the one we'll be seeing the most. That one will be going on Cecil later. Becomes a big crybaby.
Yeah. Alright, Shadoweh now takes Kagnazo down. That's very good. That was a tragic opener. So, plaudits to Shadoweh for pulling through there. Team Mog have just started Kagnazo now. And an immediate water surging at feet opener. Which is what you want to see. A whole bunch of focusing. Now after this bit, it's the scary bit. And also, Desch plays on keyboard.
Yeah.
Well, I cannot get my head around that. for a second, and Teller is sleeping.
And Minnie.
Yeah.
Little baby Teller.
Fine. Comet comes down.
Strange, that was the Power Blast here, so like I'm like seeing everyone get comments like, wow, why have I been doing this wrong this whole time? Like, I was getting comments.
I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but like I'm fairly sure the strat is Comet. I could be wrong.
It doesn't really matter either way because they're both like very strong, and there's only one boss, so the AoE penalty doesn't apply to Power Blast. Also, along the way, Harvey on Team Tonberry, he actually talked to... I actually don't know what naming way he's going by this time, but he talked to the naming way again, and I believe that's the Rainbow Pudding one.
I thought that was later. I would be absolutely willing to defer to you as probably being right there. So
I only went through the route one time, so I do not remember what the order was. Just that at some point she has to give it to the Rainbow Pudding.
And if you say that's the Rainbow Pudding one, then I'll salute and go yes, sir.
And if it's not, then we'll pretend that it was, and the next one is actually the other one.
Yeah, we'll just pretend I was wrong and I had asserted it this entire time. It's fine. Right.
Ooh, this dungeon's fun.
What are we in? Oh, okay. Do you want to explain this dungeon?
Yeah, so this was actually a trick that I found, which is that... so, in this cave, if you have something magnetic equipped, you'll just go into battle with a magnetism debuff, which is just a permanent paralyze. You cannot get rid of it, and you can't do anything. So just if you have everyone in your party magnetized, then you just get a game over. And if you look closely, Harvey just gave everyone metallic gear, so they're all paralyzed for every single battle. That sounds really weird, but you'll see very shortly why that's actually a good thing in this version of the game. Oh no! The party has fallen. RIP. Team Tonberry loses time.
And back in the room. Yeah, just like
yeah, this trick is absurdly quick. I love it so much.
Yeah, it is very, at least amusing to me, the idea that in the cutscene you get told, oh, well, we better take off all of our metal armor because we don't want to be paralyzed in combat. And the first thing we do is put metal on Sid. Like,
exactly.
Okay, anyway.
It's like, screw your rules.
With me. We're all getting paralyzed whether you want to or not. It's glorious.
The encounter rate here is also very low, I believe. You see that Harvey went a very long distance there and didn't get an encounter. Also, because this animation is so quick, if you're doing quick save reloads, you can go a very long distance before you want to do the quick save reload.
I think in this dungeon specifically, it's probably never worth it. Like, quick save, quick loading? Surely.
It's still worth it if you go long enough. It's just a very high time, like, I think it's like 11, 12, maybe even 15 seconds. It just takes a long time before like it's actually worth it, because at some point you're guaranteed an encounter anyways. Alright, Team Tonberry is now approaching the next boss, Dark Elf. Okay, I misremembered these. You can tell how great my memory is of this game.
We're nearly there, we're nearly there.
Yeah, just one or two more screens.
I think this one goes to B5, but I've been wrong before, and this looks like a long bridge upwards, so it could also be this one.
This looks like the correct one, but I mean, I was just wrong, so I have zero confidence in my memory.
It is this one.
Yep, yeah, the torches are there. Okay, so now Harvey's actually going to be fighting Dark Elf. Or, well, he's going into the fight with magnetism on. So yeah, the Dark Elf here is the one who's causing the magnetism in this dungeon. And the very first fight is a scripted encounter, so yeah, we just kill off everyone with quadruple magnetism.
Mm-hmm. However, there is a fight after this. Would you like to go into the fight after this?
Yeah, sure. Well, for now, Edward's gonna be doing the one useful thing he can do, which is sing or play his harp. And that's going to actually cause the Dark Elf to get like a big headache or something. Make so that we can actually beat the boss this time. So now you can freely equip any magnetic gear and it'll be perfectly fine. So looks like Harvey already did all the setup beforehand, so he just goes directly into the fight. Now, even though we can have the reverse glitch on the entire party, it's actually better not to have it. So one issue is that not only is healing reversed, but MP healing is also reversed. And Tella needs to use a lot of MP in this fight, so instead of having the whole party reversed, we're just going to keep having it going normally, and Tella will, at 1 or 2 points, will be using Osmos to restore his MP by stealing Dark Elf's MP. Dark Elf's weak to fire, so Yang has 2 fire claws, and he's charging up for the second phase, while Tella is damaging down Dark Elf to skip this phase with Faraga and Fyra. The Fyra uses are just because of MP management, because Tella only has a 90 MP to work with. Didn't quite
get the inputs in time, and Dark Elf got off. I think it's the 4th. If Dark Elf gets a 4th turn, then Tella dies.
Ouch! Yeah, that is painful.
A little setback, but if you have the quick save there, it's not the end of the world because you can.
Yeah, quick saves are really nice for this run.
Yeah, all of this is just set up for part 2, and I believe Shadoweh will be doing something different, I think? I can't actually remember if he settled on doing a slow or not.
You mean silence or slow?
Slow. It's an old strat. You slow the part 2 of this boss.
Huh, interesting. Oh, the part 2 of the boss, okay.
Yeah. But I don't believe Harvey and Desch will be doing that.
Yeah, weird, because I've never actually done the slow strat myself since I kind of routed. I never really routed it in slow, so I'm wondering like where that came from.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, one other thing is that Cecil's using Cry against the boss. So the thing about Cry is that it cuts an enemy's defense in half, both defense and magic defense. So it boosts up damage by quite a bit. It's not double damage or anything. But the way the damage formula works, if it's correct, we have like a damage formula that came from, I believe, the Japanese guide, and it says that basically defenses are level plus for magic defense and spirits, or for melee attacks is level plus stamina plus defense. So it's 3 different numbers added together. So it's not a 50%. It's not a double damage, but you do like usually 10 plus extra % of damage.
Tonberry now takes down Dark Dragon. A very good second try. It's a boss that can be like tricky. You hesitate on one input and suddenly you're behind.
Now we're gonna see what Shadoweh is doing.
I think Shadoweh might be doing the normal stuff.
Oh yeah, one thing I forgot to mention is that have you noticed Tella has dual cast equipped, which may sound really weird because the ability to cast 2 spells, you would probably expect us to give that to someone like Rydia or Rosa, who is a permanent party member. But Tella is only going to be used for 2 more boss fights, and as of right now, it actually saves time to give it to him as opposed to Rosa or Rydia. It is really weird, but yeah, one of the best augments just given to a temporary party member.
It's a speed running. You don't have to care about the long term.
Yeah. Don't need to worry about like any second playthroughs or anything.
Comes through the Foam Raga and the Osmose, and everyone has turns. So that's part one set up properly for Team Choco.
That. Ooh, did he just attack with? Okay, good. Never mind. I was worried that Yang attacked first. Oh, he's focusing. That's. Well, better hurry then.
It's fine. As long as this doesn't miss. Yeah, there you go.
Okay, so he's wanted to wait to see someone die. Interesting. I actually haven't seen this version of the strat before.
A kill's a kill. So,
kill's a kill.
Okay, a kill's a kill when it comes to Dark Knight. On this, I gotta say, Dash is low-key having an absolute flyer right now.
Yeah, he is catching up.
I mean, not only that, but I mean, now that I'm acknowledging it out loud, I'm sure it won't be the case. But I think he might be ahead, if not very close to his PB. And for those that don't know, he has world record.
So it'll be a potential world record in a marathon. Time to jinx it.
There's a long time to go. Especially in a run like this. There is a lot to happen, but it's low-key having a bit of a flyer right now. His PB is a 122-ish Dark Elf? 123.09.
So pushing into the second phase here, you may notice that Tel is actually using Faraga plus Fyra as opposed to double Faraga. That is intentional because the cast time when you use dual cast is actually based on, it's based on like the two skills that you choose. So 2 Faraga takes too long. Dark Elf will get his attack in. So Faraga plus Fyra means that he can't get his attack in. So it's just a much better choice.
Sorry, Dash seems very. He's. I want to say about a minute ahead currently of world record.
So a minute isn't really much because of all the RNG we'll encounter, so we'll have to see.
Oh, absolutely! Like, especially in a JRPG run that is the way time can flip back and forth. It will go, but it's still a while. It is very fast. Like whisper it for now.
Yeah,
but it's very fast. Whilst I'm keeping an eye on that, you want to take us through where BlueHarvey for Team Tonberry is currently waltzing through a tower?
Yeah, so this is the Tower of Zod, which you... basically, I think it's like a floating ship or a floating castle somewhere, I'm not sure, but... yeah, we're trying to rescue Rosa, who's been kidnapped by Kane and Golbez, so... we gotta come in here and give them the crystal in exchange for Rosa. Coming up is going to be another really annoying boss fight. The Magus Sisters. I believe I mentioned earlier, but the Magus Sisters is the only boss fight that is immune to slow, so unfortunately they'll be getting all of their turns in.
Yeah. And the way the fight is currently routed as well, it's routed very, very tightly. I think, yeah, Hobby's for Tonberry is basically there. But it's routed very, very tightly, so you'll kill the turn before they start rezzing the first character you killed.
Yeah, I believe Desh mentioned that the only person who can revive is the middle one. The other ones don't revive. So you just gotta make sure that you kill her before she re-raises the party.
Yes, Cindy, the ladybug, is the one that rezzes.
any ladybugs in this one? No, that's Final Fantasy X, but I feel like there were animals in this.
Oh yeah, blatantly not the ladybug. The
rats.
The one in the middle. I don't know what animal that's supposed to be. I'll be honest with you.
I was thinking it's a rat, but I can't tell.
Rat? Maybe. The one with the scythe.
Yeah, that one.
So Cry goes off for defense immediately. Boop the left one. And then dual cast Firaga and Thundara.
Yeah, the two different spells just because it's faster menuing. So you can also silence the Magic Sisters. However, that is like an older strat we used to do, but it is RNG. I think it's like 60-70% chance to land. So if you don't get it on the in the first round, then yeah, have fun. It's gonna just take longer.
I also didn't mention it. There are a few things like that where there's like a very, very small chance to miss. On the Dark Dragon fight, once Yang has boosted 3 times and he's ready to go for the kill, there is a 3% chance he misses. But I've not mentioned that because I have been full of commentator curses this relay, and I would rather not invoke another one if possible. So everyone's past it and I can talk about it now. Cecil died.
That's fine.
Great.
Wait. Oh yeah, it isn't. I forgot. He needs the experience. Right, yeah, it's no longer Dark Knight Cecil, he's Paladin Cecil, the one who actually helps.
Yeah, I guess you can get all of the attacks off and then Yang at the end can potentially Phoenix down Cecil, or just leave him dead, one or the other. Alright, well...
So again, because Tella's also one of the main DPS, there's no reverse glitch on this fight, because we do want him to use Osmos to restore his MP.
And I'm just going to fanboy briefly and say that we are nearly 25 hours into this relay. All runners are in the same dungeon. In fact, 2 of them are about to be on the same boss. And Team Mog are just a tiny bit behind. We are very close. I suspect there will be
relay.
Yeah. That's all I want. Just a really close race. Yeah, there we go. So Tella's now queuing up the last spell. Yang is rezzing.
Hopefully Harvey can get everything done in time.
Should be able to. I think I've done this very strat. There we go. Dead. Everyone alive. Good fight.
Normally you'd want Yang to be dead to not soak up the experience, but it's not too big of a deal, I believe.
Yep. I think you would rather have Cecil be alive than Yang be dead. Choco now starting it.
The reflective annoying part of this fight is because you definitely can't just have the spell bounce back onto the party or else someone's gonna die.
We haven't spoken about the tent glitch that Harvey just employed. Do you want to do that?
Yeah, so this is something that BenDesch found a while ago, but if you have a tent next to like a usable item, if you click on a usable item and then very quickly, with a specific timing, move your cursor over to the tent, you can then use a tent as a healing item, which, even though it says you would like, heal the whole party, or, like however much HP and MP, it does that, but only to a single person, so it's kind of like a glorified potion that also restores MP. And you can actually do that with other items, though beyond tents and cottages, it's actually useless. Like, funny thing, I've just found out that if you use that glitch with alarm clocks, it actually casts sleep on that party member. So you just make them fall asleep with an alarm clock. Also, the same is with Cross. Cross is supposed to get rid of Curse, but you just apply Curse onto that character instead. So the effect is just backwards.
Now seeing both Mod and Choco on the same fight. Now obviously this is quite a long fight, so Choco is still ahead for now, but I suspect that BenDesch will slowly catch up, but it's not a detriment to Shadoweh at all. BenDesch for Team Mog is still on an absolute rampage right now. He is storming through. He's
You can use an alarm clock to put someone to sleep and you bludgeon them unconscious with it. Good idea. Poor Kella.
Okay, Shadoweh. Yep, Shadoweh into the fight. Yang is dead, that's still alive, the way around you want it. BenDesch for Team Mog is also very close to end it. And Team Tonberry now, as Kaz just alluded to, Teller has dropped down a little bit. He needs a bit of a nap. He'll be fine.
So is Kane. Everyone's tired. It really's been going on for a while. Everyone's tired.
Yeah, everyone's tired. Like, part of me wishes that the Kane was a bit worse than Sleepy, but you know, it's fine. He's got a betrayal or two left in him yet.
But before coming in here, Harvey also casted Minnie and Toad onto the party so that the party has the remaining party members, at least, or I guess specifically, I did. Oh yeah, actually, I just remembered. You can actually apply reverse onto dead party members as well, which is funny. So yeah, even Sid's reversed right now.
I think I missed it. Sandy's alive in for Team Monk.
Oh, she got the re-raise.
Okay, so I don't know what else there is for this other than focus and bop.
Confuse, ooh. Oh,
yeah, the confuse does nothing. Huh. That's fine.
I've never seen this before because I've only done practice, so I just reset so I get this.
Yeah.
I get to this. Alright, so
the one on the left has like 5,000 odd HP or something. I'm not sure a 3 focus attack is going to be enough.
It looks like he also threw the Bacchus Cider so that he can do more damage.
Oh,
Bacchus Cider boosts damage by 50%, but you lose control because Berserk. So we don't need it anywhere, so it's actually really good here, I guess, as backup.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so that'll be a little bit of time, but it should only be around the realm of like 45 seconds.
Yeah, on Tonberry's side is Barbarisha.
Yes, Barbarisha. Another one of the 4 fiends. The third one. Would you like to go into the fight a little bit?
Yeah, so right now, 3 of the party members are reversed, the 3 who were in here earlier. So they are perfectly fine, they don't need to worry about dying. And starting off, Asshole gets a Quiet to boost damage. Roosta casts Slow to make boss go slower, and hit for less actions. Kane is going to jump because the only way to get rid of the tornado is to use a jump on her. Tornado phase makes so that she dodges all physical attacks, so right now Yang can't attack, unfortunately. During this time, while we're waiting for Kane to jump back down, Cecil and Rosa are actually twin casting at the moment. I mentioned how the way twin cast works is it's based on the difference of your HP and MP for the 2 party members. So with 100% sync, the 2 of them cast Ultima, which is the strongest spell in the game. It has a potency of 999 spell power, which is the highest in the game by a long shot. So yeah, we'll be using that quite a bit. And unfortunately it costs 99 MP though, so now they can't really use it again in this fight.
It kind of tragically underworld though. There's a chance it'll just kill if it does 9999. If it doesn't, you can Yang attack, but if it does below 8999, then you have to focus, wait another round, potentially tank another attack and attack, which is what Tonberry just had to do.
And also, the boss, I believe, has a small chance of dodging as well, the melee attacks, so that's always fun.
Of course it does. Let's, I've already said, we're not talking about things like this. This is how we end up jinxing the teams, and they miss a 3%, and everyone points at ChrisTenarium and goes, haha, you jinxed it. Okay? It's happened too much already.
Okay, so I'll be the one mentioned, and they can blame you anyways.
Yeah,
I take no blame. It's all Chris's fault, even if I say it.
I was going to say, they're going to blame me anyway, but, you know, I'm glad to realize that you know that and are willing for me to do it anyway. I appreciate it.
Yeah, but Harvey was all about Missy on that fight, because before, the old Stratford Barbaria should just use that bucket side of him earlier on her. That's a fun time loss, because you need to rely on Yang not missing too many times. This new strat with Ultima is so nice.
Oh yeah, it's such a cool strat. Right, what have we got over here? So they're gonna start twin. Yeah, okay. So cry, slow. Kane jumps over the top. I'm hoping to see a slightly higher roll than we did last time. Preemptively getting the focus out.
That felt kind of slow though. Hopefully the Twin Castle be in time.
Oh, it's
probably should.
Oh no.
Oh.
Okay, no.
Ah, that is very unfortunate.
Someone either wasn't at max HP or max MP, so yeah, Choco's now missing about between 7,000 to 8,000 damage. Some of that will be made up by the second Pyroblast, but you're probably good to just jump and attack your way through this instead. Please don't miss Yang, be the hero. It's a 3 focus attack. Okay, 2, 9, 4, 3. So 5 plus jumps is okay, so we're just over halfway there. It's another twin cast. I don't truthfully know what it's going to do at this MP.
Ish.
Pyroblast again. Okay, so...
Worst case, nothing, but best case, probably Pyroblast. Yeah, that's not bad.
So we're between 7 to 8, now you have to jump again. Once Kane lands, and Yang lands another 3 focus, there is a chance she dies. But we'll see. You may need another attack. Okay, it's gonna need another attack. I don't even think I'd bother focusing at this point. Okay, yep, not focusing at all, just attacking. We still have reverse, so everything is still okay. There we go, 397 damage does it in the end. It barely had any HP left whatsoever.
So to answer Umpax's question in chat, Twin Cast is not random, so it's one of those things that you probably thought was because the game never explains it, but the way it works is that it checks the percentage of HP that both the Twin Casters have, finds the difference between that. So if one character has 50%, the other person has, say, 72%, that's a 12% difference. And then it does the same for MP. If the number is between 20%, is less than 20%, then that's 50% sync. If both are under 20%, it's 100% sync. And then it picks a spell based on how much sync you have, and also the 2 twin casters. So in the case of Cecil and Rosa, if they're at 100% sync, that is Ultima, which is the best spell in the game. If it's 50%, it's Pyroblast. And then at 0%, you do nothing. So definitely don't want that to happen. You get like a lot of unique combinations with the final 5 party members. Any other party members though, they all just have Comet as their 100% sync skill and Pyroblast as a 50%. because Ultima is so strong, we just gave Twin Cast to Silsong and Rosa, and we're just trying to use our MP efficiently. Hey, he was ready for dolls.
So my fiance hates this. It's creepy dolls. These are also a boss during 14, and every time we get this dungeon, she sits in chat and hopes that the dungeon ends sooner rather than later.
So if you remember back to maybe what was it, half an hour, an hour ago, all the runners bought blue fangs from one of the shops. So the way the fangs work, it's not the damage is based on the current HP of the party member who uses it. It's 50% on hard mode, and because of the extra 20% damage multiplier in normal mode, it's 60%. So yeah, it's that damage done to everyone. There's no penalty for AoE. So yeah, 2 blue fangs just gets rid of the dolls. Very simple strat. As long as you kill all of them before they merge, the fight just ends.
And now Tonberry's about to take on Golbez. Do you want to explain this fight? Because I think it's a really cool piece of tech.
I love this one. I'm really disappointed that the old strat I had doesn't work anymore. But for this one, because Golbez is scripted to just attack after a certain point, or after a certain point, he's scripted to just cast Cold Bind on everyone to paralyze them and force it to the next phase. You do not have enough time to twin cast, but unlike in the older versions where you could actually have Kain jump in the sky to avoid getting hit and die in the cutscene, this game they try to fix that by making it so that if Kain is in the air, then Golbez will just not do anything. He will not progress the story until he jumps back down. So we actually take advantage of that by having Kain jump up so that we have enough time to twin cast and get the ultimate in to drop Golbez's HP down quite a bit. And now in the cutscene, we're going to lose their other party members. One by one, they're all going to go down.
What could possibly save us from this peril? Oh, I've got it. Edward is going to save us, isn't he?
Oh yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Power of Spoony Bards.
The power of Spoony Bards. He's finally going to come true and help us out of this situation.
If he gets the Whisper Wheat earlier, he could just play another song for us. Yeah. And chant Golbez with his music.
Exactly. Alright, come on, Spoony Bard. Oh, it's not Spoony Bard. It's Rydia. Edward disappointing my standards that I made for him that are unrealistic and not grounded in reality. I can't believe this.
So thanks to Rydia attacking just now, Golbez is down to 1 HP. He can't die in the cutscene, but he is down to 1 HP, which means just a light tap will kill him. Unfortunately, though, the gimmick of this fight is that he has Barrier Shift, which just swaps around what element he is weak to, and everything else he absorbs. So because Cecil has an elemental sword, we do not want to use that. So instead, Rydia is just going to cast Choco to take out Golbez. I believe there is actually a chance that if Golbez uses Drain, there's a chance that Chocobo doesn't do enough damage, so you could also use Bio instead to do more damage and make sure that you don't get damage rolled.
Yeah, and I can say it here as well, because it's not jinxing. You can attack, but there is a chance that it misses, but nobody's going to attack here. It's not worth the time. It's like a second faster, if that, and the chance are have to go back and fight the dolls again.
Yeah, it's funny because the old strat was that I just attacked, and it was perfectly fine for a while. Because even if she misses, it's not always bad. But one time I actually had a run where I attacked, Rydia missed, and then Golbez drained, and then I attacked again. She finally got the hidden, but Golbez has too much HP, so it wasn't enough. So then I attacked again, and she misses. And then finally I was like, screw this, I'm using a Chocobo. From now on, only Chocobo. So that is why we now use Chocobo for this fight.
Bits like that are nice.
So yeah, I got all that RNG out of the way so that we now know that don't do that.
I'm seeing Team Choco be locked up. Maybe Edward will be the one to save them this time. Also, in Tonberry, we're getting a bunch of chests. We're going like really out of our way actually to get this chest. Do you know what these chests are? Why we're getting them?
In total, we need, I believe it's, gosh, I'm not entirely sure. Remember one of the Dwarven Axe, which we'll be throwing later. Because that's the best way to use an axe. And
the other ones you pick up, I think, are an elixir and a power armor.
Yeah, I think so. There's too much stuff to keep track of. I don't remember what all of it was, just that it's all important.
Goes to get the power armor and the elixir, and then goes back down. Casually navigating these towers is a bit of a nightmare.
Always get a bunch of free rewards.
You take a very specific. Wait, what? Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's the next meeting way quest.
Okay. I was like, this is definitely not the door I go through. No,
yeah. Now it's Moping Way. Now we're gonna beat up Moping Way because everyone hates him. What do you get for cheating?
There we go. We progressed Moping Way's quest. And now we'll go through the door that's covered that I think we're supposed to go through.
Yeah, to answer Groudon Lord's question, naming weight is important if you use RNG manipulation. The three runners are all each doing separate routes, so Desch and Harvey are both doing RNG manipulation, so they will be doing the entire naming weight quest in order to get safe travel, which will just cut out all random encounters for the last two dungeons. Shadoweh isn't going to be doing that though, so he'll be doing some different strats.
Most of the fights will be different. There's only a few major diversions, but for the most part, it's roughly the same. And now they're all done with Golbez.
So we're distributing some augments now on Tonberry's side. Draw attacks goes to Kane, and Bluff goes to Rydia. The Bluff is a skill that Qazplm had, which makes it so that if you use it, you double your intelligence for the next spell you cast. And then Draw attacks is a tank skill because or that one makes it so that you just draw all the attacks. So all the enemies will just target that character. In this case, we want on Kane, or potentially he could give you someone else, but so far we haven't experimented enough with like edge tank strats to know for certain if that will work out. But yeah, you either give it to Edge or to Kane, depending on what strats you're doing. And in the run, I believe everyone's just going to be doing Kane tank strats.
So now we're walking across the underworld overworld, say that 3 times fast, to a tower. Why are we going here?
So at the tower here, I think we're just looking for the next Archfiend. I'm not entirely sure what's happened to the story at this point.
There's something like that. We're definitely searching. We're on a quest from the Dwarf King, who's told us to go out and search something for him, and we almost permanently failed it. I feel bad for the guy. Like, we come back twice empty-handed, like, oh no, sorry, we didn't do what we were supposed to. Also, like, the enemy is now one step ahead of us and has a, you know, a magical MacGuffin. Sorry.
It's kind of like the whole story before.
Yeah.
A series of failures that culminated to us eventually winning.
Yeah. So it's a bit of a climb, but at the top there is, I think it would be safe to say, every speedrunner's favorite boss who does this game. Would that be correct?
I'm not so sure about that.
You're not so sure? What? Why would you not be sure about that?
Just, you know, the fact that the boss can screw you over quite a bit.
Yeah. Other than that, though.
Well, other than getting screwed over, like what a handful of bosses can do. You know, the boss isn't that bad. It's like Ignazo. It's not that bad if he doesn't screw you over.
Yeah. It is indeed Frankenstein the boss. It's first part's fine. It's the second part that isn't so cool. So Legay will open reversal gas, which will put reverse on our party. That's where we want it to stay. There is a chance that he sits around and casts a second reversal gas. And that suddenly means that damage does damage to us, as you would expect, but, you know, you've seen how this run goes, it's not always that way. If that happens, suddenly Legay can unleash some nasty attacks on your party, including Flamethrower, which is big AoE damage, and get unlucky enough, and you just die, and you lose 4 to 5 minutes, just like that, because you have to go through the entire first part again.
Yeah, it's definitely not fun losing your run there.
No, it is very, very slow. The only thing you can really do if double reversal gas happens is stall, try and heal, try and get through it, hope for a third reversal gas, and then just go back to what you were doing.
You also cast Rama with Rydia just to cut out one of the elixirs. So that's one small thing you can do, but yeah, you're still trying to survive there.
Yeah, you are still mostly sitting around and crossing your fingers and hoping for the best.
Cross your fingers, cross your toes, cross everything.
Yep.
Make sure.
Cross everything you possibly can.
Cross your eyes, cross your arms.
Cross my eyes.
Just turn into a giant pretzel.
Cross my... That'll be me after this shift. I am knackered. Anyway. So here's the first phase. The first phase isn't that scary. You just twin cast. And Ramu.
Plus Rama.
Yeah, and you just want to attack because there is a chance, a small one, that Barnabas, which is the big old mech monster on the right, survives. And if it survives, and you don't have like an attack queued to go and kill it, it will self-destruct. And if it self-destructs, you don't get the experience from it. We quite want the experience from it.
Also, the casts here are staggered, so instead of casting the summon right away, Harvey waited a little bit so that during the second cutscene here, Radio will cast a Raman now, or after this, so that the doctor doesn't just heal over the damage that she just does. A big heal, 1,800, so yeah, definitely don't want that happening.
Okay, and yeah, alright. No need for any queued attacks, just goes down. Now
so nice.
Now the scary bits happen. Alright, this is the...
This is the fight where you get reversal from.
Yep. this is the scary bit. So we're hoping to see one reversal gas and nothing else. Okay, so first one pops off. You wait. Restore. Perfect. Okay. So this is exactly what we want to happen. Now we want to hope that Team Choco and Team Mog also get the same RNG, because you lose so much.
Go Team Close Race.
Go Team Close Race. I want to check Team Mog's pace real quick. Okay. Alright. Still ahead, but nowhere near as much, because the Maga sisters...
Yeah, that was unfortunate.
We're really mean. They lost about as much time as I thought, 45-50 seconds. But BenDesch for Team Mog is still ahead of his PB, so we'll see how that goes.
Yeah, I believe the notes that he put down for his own PB said that he got screwed over on a handful of the boss fights, so there's still potential there.
Okay. 3:24:59 is the magical time that we're staring down the barrel for. But I'll reiterate it once, I'll reiterate it again. Many different things can happen.
Looks like BenDesch might be RNG manipulating this fight.
Maybe. His
yeah, the screen got messed up because of that.
We can contact him about that. Don't worry. Just fill the air for me real quick.
It's fine now. It's fine.
Oh, okay. Is it? Okay, alright, fantastic. Okay. Alright. No need to worry. No one saw a thing.
Yeah, everything's fine.
Everything is fine. I haven't got... What? No, it's not an oxygen mask. There's no copium anywhere. Please.
So yeah, this is a new strat that BenDesch created where he uses the spider silk in order to slow down the bosses, and this cuts out some of the cutscenes afterwards. So it saves quite a bit of time just from less cutscenes.
Oh, you mean like the in-battle dialogue doesn't play?
Yeah, he kills them fast enough because of... that's not so great. Did bad damage rolls there. Okay, that's good.
Yeah,
that's another use for the spider silk. But the only issue is that this isn't consistent. BenDesch found a way to deal with RNG manipulation, so he reset his game just now. So it's just an RNG time save normally. He guaranteed it by reloading.
Okay, cool.
I'm assuming that since he RNG manipulated it, he's probably going to just have this fight go well. It's probably also RNG manipulated.
You would hope so, right? Imagine using RNG manipulation. This is still a nightmare. So yeah, we see the reversal gas.
He saved the elixir, so I think he definitely knows it. Knows what he's doing.
Oh no! Shadoweh got double reversal gassed. Okay, well this is where you hope nothing goes wrong. Oh, but then there's immediately a triple reversal. Gas immediately. And okay, that went from nightmare to very good. The counter goes off, but then there's a fourth reversal gas. Oh god, okay, you need to quickly summon that. The character that the elixir was queued up with was sent to sleep. The flamethrower goes off. Who's still alive? Rydia with 12 HP gets the second dragon off. Is it enough? It's enough! Oh boy! Oh, that was rather close.
Oh, that was so close.
Oh my goodness!
Unfortunately, though, BenDesch's side, he died there.
Oh no! What happened? I was too busy getting excited over living with 12 HP. What happened with BenDesch?
He casted Rama at the start when the boss was reversed, and then it just slowly went downhill, and it eventually died.
Oh, that's a disaster. Okay, well, I think we can. Okay, well, I'll close the tab with Desch's world record in it because I think that may not be a thing anymore. But it's still a very, very fast run. Let's hope this time round, Desch still just gets reversal gas and then restored. That's the dream.
He's unifying normally this time around, not doing the RNG manipulation. I'm assuming because he doesn't want to wait a full minute for the RNG manip to roll back around.
That means Shadow gets through. They're all still relatively close with one another. Okay, enough of this foolishness. Time to stare at Team Mog again. Hope that no shenanigans happen. First reversal gas. Oh no! Okay, second reversal gas. So throw out Ramu. Hope that you don't get flamethrowed. Okay, beam is single target. It could be worse.
Yeah. Also because of draw attacks, he always attacks Kane.
Okay, alright. The counter sleeping. Okay, Kane's dead. That's fine.
For now. Now it's getting a little scary.
For now. Yeah, now it's getting a little scary. Non-stop attacks.
I should have never seen him do this before.
Okay, there's the third reversal gas. Now
thank God.
No shenanigans happen. Oh. Okay, alright. He paused briefly and I thought something might be up, but no, we're good. The gate goes down. And everyone has got past it completely incident-free. Right?
Yup, completely incident-free.
Completely incident-free. Alright, I'm glad we all agree.
Yeah, it just... It's probably like more or less the same cap as like beginning the run, you know. Mog had a late start.
Exactly. So now Team Tonberry is going to the Eblan Cave. To get into this place, you need the little hovercraft from earlier, so you need to go fetch that from the other side of the map and then fly all across. You literally only need it for that, like, 10 meters that he went, and suddenly we're there. What are we going to find in the Cave of Eblan?
We're going to find the Eblins.
The Eblins, okay.
The Eblanese.
Yeah.
I don't know, what would they call the people of Eblan?
You know, we'll go with the Eblanese. Why not? Is there anything else we're going to be finding here?
We also find shurikens. Or more specifically, we're going to go to a shop to buy shurikens.
BlueHarvey buys 12? Okay, well, this is very different strats from what I used. Because I buy a fair few more than that. That might go into the different door strat that you were talking about earlier.
Yeah, that's definitely part of it.
Okay. Why are we buying shurikens?
Because they're cool. I mean, who doesn't like ninja tools? They're playing Naruto.
Not a wrong answer, I guess. Not the answer I was fishing for, but I guess it works. So we're gonna run around. Here we go. Put the battle speed to fast real quick and waltz up. And here we see an edgy character, Prince Edge of Eblan.
Edward of Eblan.
That's the one. And there is a rather large lad in a red cloak. His name, Rubicante. You see Edge here? Edge is the character we bought the shurikens for.
Right, Ninja, why does he need them?
Yeah.
He should have his own shurikens. What kind of ninja doesn't have his own shurikens?
He's a ninja and he's bought kind of like a boomerang and a dagger. Oh, brilliant. Maybe next
Close
time.
enough.
Yeah.
Take a trip to Australia and pot a boomerang instead.
Exactly. So we bought him his own shurikens. I also believe in this. Ooh, maybe not actually. Harvey only bought shurikens and that was it, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Shadoweh for Team Choco will be purchasing a power staff as well. With that, you can pop it on Rosa and berserk other characters. I still don't know what Harvey and Desh's strat is, so I'm kind of interested to see what.
Man, don't worry, they've got it covered.
Yeah. So we're gonna keep moving on.
So we'll finally have our final party here.
Yes.
So Edge can just teleport through walls somehow, and we never see this happen ever again. Sucks how he never does it ever again, because there probably would have been some convenient places for that.
Yeah, indeed. Okay, right, that's what Shadoweh. Yeah, okay, so Shadoweh is also going across to pick up the hovercraft that is on the other side of the map in the middle of nowhere. And upcoming for Tonberry, we're getting close, but it's one of my favourite fights alongside the Golbez jump strat. We're gonna walk our merry way to Rubicante again.
This fight's gonna be very different from what you've probably seen, but it's a really cool strat.
Okay, well I was about to explain what I thought was gonna happen, but I think I should probably just leave it to that then.
Yeah, this is another fight that changes because of the RNG manipulation route.
Okay. Once we get there, you can fill me in on all of the details, right?
Yeah.
Okay, brilliant. Something I guess we haven't touched on either in random encounters, because Cecil has cover, anyone in crit HP. If they get booped, Cecil will block their attack for them. I think it's only on physical attacks, it can't happen on spells. But,
yeah, I believe that's correct.
But it's a nice thing to have for if you're not doing quick save, quick load. Shadoweh's also now here at Qazplm. I'm gonna keep a side eye on that, just 100% make sure that I'm not gonna get bamboozled. He is gonna be buying a powered staff and some more shurikens.
I think Dash is approaching the Cave of Eblon soon as well.
Yeah. All runners are still so close within one another. It's probably...
One thing that Shadoweh is doing that the other runners aren't is he's grabbing the 2 elixirs inside of the Eblon Cave. That's needed for one of the boss fights later. But Harvey and Desch will be doing a slightly different route, so they're grabbing a different elixir instead.
Oh, okay, alright. They are still getting elixirs, they're not making up that damage in another shenanigan-y way.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Makes me slightly happy. Oh boy.
Full party bio sounds... Oh, I guess it's not an issue because next fight's scripted anyways.
You want to go into?
Realize, but I'm not sure if it matters if like the whole party dies or not in this fight. Well, he's reviving, so it's fine.
Yeah. You have the resources nowadays to res everyone. So.
Harvey unequipped some stuff from Edge because he has some gear that gives strength, but throw doesn't scale off of strength at all, and Edge is only ever going to throw, so he will be giving that gear to Kane instead, who will actually be attacking.
Yeah, alright, so you can explain this to Paul real quick.
So this fight's scripted. Edge's parents were transformed into these monsters by Dr. Luge. So yeah, now I'll do fight Edge's parents. Or, well, you're technically not fighting them because it's just waiting it out for them to come back to their senses. Yeah, a very sad scene. Edge has to fight his parents, and then they're going to disappear for good. Meanwhile, on Team Og, Edge is fighting Rubicante. And he gets Flame on Rubicante, even though he's Fire Elemental. So good job, Edge. World's best ninja. Yeah, this is just one really long sequence. We're just waiting out for them to come back to your senses. Yes, Edge casted Flame on Rubicante. It's like kill it with fire, exactly. Kill it with fire. What else could you possibly do against an Archfiend of Fire? Certainly not use water or ice, right? There we go. Finally, Edge's parents came back to their senses. They're disappearing for good now. Poor Edge has to see his parents die and then turn into monsters and then die again.
It's a little tragic, isn't it? It's
He's made it back in time for Rubicante.
Have indeed. I can't miss this spicy strat, alright? Like, I genuinely don't know what it is. I only know the nominative one.
It's fairly similar, just the ending is going to be a little different.
Okay.
Man, this took a lot longer than I remembered.
Yeah, this bit's really, really long. You can set up everyone to defend and then just walk off for 3 minutes. It's low-key a pretty nice break.
I can play Full Metal Alchemist on the side.
Oh, good.
Have you know what scene playing on the side?
Yeah.
Alright, so at the very start here, Edge needs to wait for everyone's ATB to fill up, and then he's going to steal from Rubicante, and then Auto Battle is going to do the rest for their first actions. So that is just for a more consistent menuing. But the steal actually causes Rubicante to open and close his cape. If he has his cape open, he's going to do one big spell Inferno, which we don't want to happen. So Edge steals to close up his cape, which causes the AI to be different. Rydia bluffed up in order to boost her damage for when he opens up his cape again. Rosa casts a shell on Rydia just to keep her safe, and then Rosa and Cecil will be using Twin Cast. While Rydia uses Shiva, a bluffed up Shiva. So because of using a summon, Rubicante will cast Blizzard on himself, which because his cape is open, he is weak to ice, so he takes extra damage to himself. Rita's gonna get another bluff in to boost her damage, but she's not attacking yet, she's gonna defend, and Inferno's gonna hit the entire party and kill everyone except for Rydia. Now Rydia's gonna take out Rubicante with one more Shiva.
Right, okay, I have seen this strat before then. You can do a safer one, and instead of tanking the Inferno, you steal and then close Rubicante again, and then just open him up literally on the next turn, so that countdown restarts. I don't do that, because it's really scary. You have 15 FPS menus, and you need to do all of those inputs relatively fast. If you're even a tiny bit slow, Rydia's probably not going to have any time to defend, and everyone is going to tank an Inferno, and everyone is going to die, and you have to watch the parents fight, and then ensuing cutscene again. It's fun. It's a
honestly, I think
time.
Honestly, I don't think the timing's that bad, especially now that we have the escape trick. I feel like that's probably going to make it a lot simpler. Alright, I'll have to wait out the cutscene again with Edge's parents on Team Choco's side. Only gonna sped this up just like maybe twice the speed or something would be great.
Yeah,
the speed.
Maybe take out a few of the lines. Maybe make it happen a bit quicker. It definitely outstays its welcome a little bit. It's not.
Yeah. Meanwhile, on Harvey's side, the only person alive is Rydia, and that's actually very important for the upcoming strats. Rydia needs the experience, and also, well, the rest you'll have to see.
So, Team Choco, very, very, very nearly at the end. One of these lines of dialogue and one of them's going to disappear. Oh, God. Any one of them. There we go. Okay.
So to Groudon Vard in chats, no, you cannot kill the king and queen. I believe they just have infinite HP or something.
Oh, I thought they could go below 1 HP.
Yeah, one or the other. I just remember the guide said they have question mark HP, so I assume it's infinite HP. Either way, you just can't kill them.
Yeah, what we're saying is blatantly semantics.
Yeah. Alright, time for the safer Rubicante strats on Team Choco's side.
So, steal to the close, that's the same. And it, as Kaz alluded to, it will be very similar until the end. So, instead of tanking that Inferno, we'll be stealing to close Rubicante and open him back up again when we're ready to do the lethal damage.
He also has Slow and Cry on him, so that he takes extra damage, and also he gets less turns in. So it's very safe.
And you'll need to get Cecil to full HP.
Oh, this one uses Cecil Tank. Right, yeah, the King Tank is a different strat.
Oh, but Cecil isn't at full HP.
No, it's fine.
It's okay, it's okay.
Yeah, he needs to be within 20% of... Yeah, he needs to have at least 80% HP in order to cast Ultima.
So, Rubicante is now opened. We'll get Shiva off, and as you can see, Shadoweh is hovering over steel. That goes through immediately, so we don't see any of the really, really scary attacks. And now we'll bluff. Now instead of this being a defend, chill. Steel to open back up again. And Shiva has been huge.
Meanwhile, on Team Mog's side, Desch is just doing the same exact strategy as Harvey. He's stealing at the very beginning to close up Rubicante's cape, and then everyone else. He's doing it manually this time, I believe, instead of using auto battle. So with the escape trick, where you just escape in the battle to pause combat for a short period, it becomes a lot more manageable to get all the inputs in.
And the last steal for Shadoweh now, it opens and dies. There we go. So that's Rubicante down for Team Choco.
Team Mog's side, Rydia has Shell on to keep her safe from the Inferno coming up soon. And she's also going to be bluffed up so that on the next round, Trishiva will be doing a lot more damage. Not quite double damage because of the damage formula, but pretty close, I think. Inferno's going to kill off everyone except for Rydia, and then she's going to cast Shiva to get rid of Rubicante. And also, if you get damage roll, Rubicante will cast Blazar on himself, so there's, at the very least, I don't think there's a chance of getting such bad luck that Rubicante doesn't kill, get the kill there. So on Team Tonberry's side, Harvey is actually taking a detour to this, what was it called? The place where the summons are. The VIII March. That's what it was. So VIII March is an optional dungeon, in which, thanks to the RNG manipulation route, it actually saves time to come all the way here. You need to come here in order to talk to Naming Way for the next part of the Naming Way quest. But you also get some nice goodies in this dungeon as well. No, doing a dungeon with a character at 1 HP isn't dangerous because we have quick saves in this game. Every time you get into an encounter, the game just saves for you. And so even if you die, you just you'll just reload to a quick save and then you'll be back where you were. So it is very, very safe. There is the only way to actually lose a run outside of like getting, being so far behind that you can't PB is to forget to bring something important with you, like unequipping someone's gear or not grabbing an item that you really need.
So, as someone who doesn't go here, what goodies do you pick up?
So in this room, Harvey picked up the Poison Axe, which is a very powerful axe that he's gonna be using for Kane to do a lot of damage on the last few bosses, or a handful of the bosses. It's better than the other axe that you pick that you grab at Tonra, or the one you buy at Tonra.
Okay, so it's better than the Dwarven axe.
Yeah, it's more damage, and actually, yeah, just more damage. I was gonna say it's probably higher accuracy, but I'm pretty sure it's not. I think it's like 1 less accuracy.
Yeah, everything has, you know, like Persona syndrome in this game, where like nothing's just 100%. You can't whack something and have it be 100%. There needs to be a small chance that you miss.
Here to VIII March, Harvey's gonna go to the item shop to buy a few things. So this shop has a lot of goodies here, including Bacchus's Ciders, which casts Berserk, which is why he didn't buy the Power Staff earlier. Light Curtains, which casts Reflect, and Hermes Sandal, which casts Haste. Now he's gonna go over to Naming Way to do the next part. So this is where you get the question mark's love ability. This one's just useless in the run, but you need to do this part for Naming Way. Unfortunately, your love is only 5 characters, so it's now Ton-based love.
No,
Bay.
Okay.
He's also gonna go grab. I think he went the wrong way.
Yeah.
Yeah, he needs to go grab 2 chests, but it's in the other place that he warped from.
Yeah, I think he just remembered that.
Well, he needs to warp back, like to where the warp that he came from. I think he might not remember where, like, how to go back. Should we warn him?
Yeah, I'm real quick, but like unironically. I think I'd be
he
fine.
found it. He found it.
Oh, okay, there we go.
Yeah. But that's the chest he needs to pick up. It's in total 2 chests that give 11,000 gil combined. And warping to this other area, there's a chest that contains an elixir, which is why Desch and Harvey skipped the 2 elixirs in the cave.
Yeah. Okay. I also think that Mog is... Oh. They're neck and neck.
Yeah, damn, that is close.
Neck and neck. Oh my goodness. They are on the same screen.
So a while ago, everyone gave 2 augments to Sid earlier. 2 useless ones from Tella. The Last Stand augment, I believe, and Recall. And in exchange, we get the Adrenaline augment, which doubles melee damage when you're in critical HP. So that's going to be the crux of the physical strats, which we'll be doing with Kane later. Scores are coming up soon, get ready. The strat is so cool, I love it.
Okay. I'm preparing for something very different because what Shadoweh is going to do on these doors is going to run up, he's going to cry on it to lower its defense, and then throw shurikens and attack and like power staff for berserk.
So earlier at the Fey March, Harvey bought some light curtains which casts Reflect, so he's going to use one on Rydia, and then you'll see what happens from here.
Right.
9th Dimension gets reflected back for death on the door, and is a guaranteed hit.
Oh,
that saves so much time. Yeah, it's such a good strat.
Good. That's very good. I like that. I like that a lot. I was not disappointed.
It saves like a minute or so just because he hit you 3 doors. It's so nice. I love it.
So you will quickly see now that Shadoweh is there that it's a little slower doing it the conventional way. There's no real way around it, seemingly, unless you're visiting this optional place. Oh, that is very good. I did wonder what Light Curtain was. In my game, FF10, my primary game anyway, Light Curtain gives Protect.
Oh yeah, that's very different.
Yeah. I was just like, this seems like trolling. I don't understand what's happening. You're like, it gives Reflect. I'm like, oh, okay.
So Shadow is using a more convoluted strat because since he's not doing RNG manipulation, it's not worth it to go all the way to the Fey March. The detour only is useful if you're doing the RNG manipulation in order to get the safe travel augments at the very end. So instead...
Go on.
Well, you should explain it, because I don't remember the strats.
Oh no, I was just going to say something different about how Team Choco has suddenly pulled ahead from Team Mog, because they've not gone to Fey March, but they will lose a lot of time as a result later on when they don't have quick travels and still have to tank the encounters.
Mm-hmm. So Desch also picked up the Kiku Ichimonji, which is just a weapon that's on par with the Shuriken for throwing. I'm not sure if he bought Shurikens or not. It's actually something we've been toying around with, but you could just throw other stuff and not buy the Shurikens at all, which saves a little bit of time, but I'm assuming that Desch would have bought the Shurikens just for safety, though I wasn't paying attention during that section.
Yeah, I honestly couldn't tell you. I was too busy staring at a door. Shadoweh's definitely bought some. I think he had 31.
Yeah, I definitely need a lot for the older strats.
Yeah, I think at one point I bought 31 and I was still running out. It can be tragic. Team Marga now speaking. What are they going to rename? MO capital G. Alright, very nice.
Unfortunately, don't get the Team Choco's love.
Yeah, F. How different are the big...
Oh, she likes to pay respects.
Yeah. How different are the big wall strats then in the minute break?
Very different.
Oh boy.
It's still melee mostly, but I'm not sure if Harvey knows like of the slight adjustment I made, but there is like a slight change to the Demon Wall that makes it very consistent, I guess. Like, consistent enough.
So I assume Team Mongo are also going to be doing reflect strats. So now I just want to see the big wall. I guess I'll talk about a little bit about the big lad at the end, unless you wanted to.
The Demon Wall?
Yeah.
Yeah. Should I talk about it now or like after the fight starts? Because there's still like a small segment there.
Oh, I thought we were.
So gotta go grab the crystal, come out, and then once you leave, yeah.
It's once we're on the screen. Okay, yeah, sure. Well, once it starts, you can give it a cheeky explain. I do quite like the boss. I say that about a lot of FF4 bosses. I quite like a lot of FF4. I think that's what I'm really saying. A lot of FF4's mechanics are very enjoyable to me.
Right, that is the last door. So it's also very important that only Rydia is alive here because with the strats that Desha and Harvey are doing, Rydia's gonna get to level 40 here, which is enough to get a haste smart once he learns the Bard Song skill. Bard Song's going on Rydia just because her magic isn't really as useful on some fights, mainly the ones where we're using Kane melee strats. Oh, did he wait. Okay, good. You remember. Yeah, Bard Song is an optional thing to grab in this story, so I was worried for a second that he might have forgotten.
No, it's that. Okay. Sorry. It triggers something within me every time someone goes, wait, did they? And then just pause. I'm like, wait, what?
So, actually, yeah, you don't really do anything else, just revive, like, the important characters, which are Cecil, Rosa, and Kane. You can leave Edge dead, just because he doesn't contribute anything. You can, but I guess Harvey's doing older strats.
Okay, so we're gonna see 3 very different fights then.
More like 2 very different, and then 1, like, ever so slight adjustments. Yeah, Kane now has Adrenaline and also the Poison Axe equipped. Rydia has a Haste March, specifically, and not like all of Bard Song equipped. most up-to-date strats is going to be what Desch is likely doing, which is just basically the same thing as Harvey's doing, but he'll be ATB weight tricking, which I haven't actually talked about yet.
I just didn't talk about one too, though.
Yeah, I'll talk about it when Desch gets here, since he's definitely going to be doing that. Right, so the strat for the wall is that Rose is going to be casting slow to slow down the boss. Radia is going to cast Haste March in order to speed up the party. Kain used a Hermes Sandal on himself to cast Haste. Now, Haste and Haste March do stack together, so you get a ridiculous speed boost by having both together. Celso's going to cry so that Kain does more damage, and then Kain's just going to go to town with Berserk once he uses the Buckets of Cider. Edge is going to keep throwing shurikens. He might just throw a few, but he just needs to throw shurikens. So with everything stacked up, Kain's doing a ridiculous amount of damage, and he's also very fast. He can get up to 5 actions in between Demon Wall's turns thanks to everything stacked together. Haste, March, Haste, and also slow on the boss. Yeah, with Shadow strats, he's only going to be able to get 2 attacks in. With Haste and Slow, that's not enough. The Haste March makes a huge difference on this fight.
You just gotta hope you don't miss too much, but I guess you're doing so much damage that even if you miss quite frequently, it will never really be close.
Yeah, the only issue is that Harvey is ATB weight tricking, so that's good. So, just to explain ATB weight tricking, it's basically very similar to ATB weight tricking and all the other Final Fantasies, just with some differences. So when your party members attack or do any actions, time is paused, so you don't really need to worry about it. That's perfect time for doing additional menuing. When enemies take their turns, though, their animations actually still progress time. And in some cases, it doesn't matter because, I mean, if it's one boss and they're just doing an attack, they need to wait until their attack's over before their ATB resets anyway, so it doesn't matter too much. But in this situation here, Radia's Haste March has a strict time limit on it, so if you don't ATB weight trick here, you do not have enough time to kill the boss before the Haste March runs out, unless you throw with Edge. So you want to be careful of that. But with ATB weight tricking, it's a very small thing. When the boss is doing an animation, you just open up a menu, and then that's going to pause time. Buffs also progress with the flow of time as well. So during the animations where Demon Wall is getting closer and closer, your buffs are still counting down if you do not open a menu, even though like nothing's really happening. You can't really like do anything during that time.
And like as you can see with that fight compared to what Team Choco are doing right now, it's obviously faster. Shadoweh has a Dwarven Axe on a Dwarven Axe and an Ogre Killer, I think, on Kain and Cecil respectively. Rydia will be bluffing and then using Dragon. Rosa will be power staffing both Kain and Cecil to berserk them, and Edge will be throwing shurikens. So you just throw all of the DPS that you have on your characters.
Mm-hmm. You can also mini the party to get a reverse glitch on for some additional safety, but with this strat, it's probably a good idea to do that.
It's probably a really good idea, honestly. I've definitely had some things with this strat where the wall makes it all the way to you and starts like killing some of your characters if you miss enough.
Yeah, the new strat is much safer. Just like as long as you're ATB weight tricking, it's very safe. I don't think you need like the world's most abysmal luck to not really get it before Haste March runs out.
The boss is also just like an absolute like wall in terms of how much damage you have to do. Until now, we've been staring at maybe 10, maybe 15,000, potentially 20,000. Demon Wall has 99,999 HP.
Yeah, it's a lot of HP.
it's a lot. The trade-off is that, like, you don't have to start mitigating or healing until the wall's right there. So what you're doing is just flinging your DPS at it over and over again. And
it's not really even like having to mitigate damage either. Like once he approaches, he uses an insta-kill skill basically that does 9,999 damage.
Oh, okay. Well, never mind then.
Yeah. So that's why having Mini on the Mini reverse glitch helps because he just does 9,909 healing instead. Yeah, with the other strat, it's perfectly safe. You don't need to waste the time to cast it.
The haste march strat seems very, very fast. Also, another quirk about this dungeon, you can't just teleport to the beginning, you have to walk all the way back. Just so Kane can definitely not betray you at the end of it.
And also, hopefully all the runners remember to unequip Kane because you need his gear for later. If you don't unequip, he's gonna leave with all the gear and come back with worse gear than he currently has.
Yep. And we see the unequips on Choco. Choco take the wall down. Mog encroaching, I would say, once more. Again, Choco will lose a bunch of time in the end game that it's saved until now because of no minute. It won't be a crazy amount of time. It will be to the tune of maybe like, some minutes, but.
So Desch is definitely doing riskier strats by not having not buying the shurikens. He only has one shuriken, which means he just grabbed the one that's in the cave.
Oh,
yeah. We've both worked on routing a lot, so we know that you only need like 3 items to throw, and that's basically fine. Or plus the 2 Fuma shurikens. It's very little stuff you need to throw in the run if you do all the strats correctly.
Where'd you use the single shuriken?
On the 4 Archfiends. Yeah, we can throw 3 items on the Archfiends.
Okay, right. So just standard stuff pretty much now that you don't have to throw it at other things. Does that mean CPU's different as well?
I'm not sure.
I definitely know the strat that I use as a shuriken thrown it somewhere.
Yeah. Oh yeah. We use 1 Fuma on the Archfiends and 2 regular throws, and then 1 of the throws is on CPU.
Right.
Maybe 2, because there is some other stuff he can throw. He's pretty much stretching himself then there, but the spellcasters do also do a lot of damage.
So, Team Tonberry finally got to the end of the dungeon, where it was me, Dio, this entire time. Kane betrays them, to the surprise of no one at this point. It's very much a recurring theme for Kane, unfortunately.
Kane is just so easy to brainwash.
Yeah. I'm starting to think he doesn't have a brain, it's just a blank slate. That's the only explanation. Right, so where are we going now? Oh, right, okay, so Team Tonberry are going to go have a chat with the king. Something I mentioned earlier, and we're going to be like, oh, so about that quest you gave us, Lamau we failed.
Again.
And Lamau, the enemy, has the crystal. Again, Lamau. It's all doomed. Oh, but don't worry. There are some lads up on the moon who can save us, so go fetch them.
Not on the moon. The naming ways.
Yeah. Yeah, the naming ways are the ones who save us. Oh right, Minip is gonna go to the rabbits, right?
Yep.
Oh boy, okay. And then that will be the last time.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Second last. They'll be going to the rabbits twice on the moon.
and then they get to experience the joy of running around with no encounters.
And Shadoweh is unfortunately going to be getting all the encounters.
All of the encounters. But it's fine, because he's quick saving, quick loading, so... Maybe not as many encounters.
Your encounter rate is ridiculous in the moon, though.
Yeah, it's quite freaky. You eventually get a feel for it, like when you should be quick saving and quick loading. But, man, it feels bad on the moon.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm gonna finally leave the underworld. So you go fetch the lunar well. And that is on the surface world. I believe in Mysidia? Yeah, because you fly directly right once you're out. So we're gonna pop and go say hello. Team Choco have now got to the end of the dungeon as well. So we get another reminder that Kane betrays us, just in case you somehow will manage to forget. Don't know how you would have. It's seemingly his one character trait. I do kind of wish that the cutscenes that Tonberry is seeing right now, I kind of wish they were skippable. Because they're very short. I guess that's maybe why they're not. It's 30 seconds, you can live with it and watch it, right? And here we are. The somewhat auspicious lunar whale. But Tonberry goes back inside. Oh, and another Kane betrayal. Oh, right. And then, yeah, Team Mog are also being betrayed by Kane, so there you go.
I forgot about this one, actually, Lovingway. Yeah, so Lovingway finally found someone that she's in love with, and he's not cheating on. So now they're getting married on the moon.
Okay. We'll go see them on the moon shortly. Alright, the Lunar Whale. It's quite a cool ship. Uses a crystal to go all the way up to space.
Very natural goal, but you might steal it.
So we fly. And here we are, the moon. Rumoured to be made of cheese. Unfortunately, those rumours were lies. We're going...
It's not? Wow, my whole life has been a lie.
You could try tucking into what we've just landed on, but I wouldn't recommend it. It doesn't look great.
I don't know. I think I sink my teeth into that.
I'll let you do that then, buddy. Here we are.
Harvey's making a backup save here because if you mess up on this RNG manipulation coming up, you're gonna have to restart without the save.
Oh.
We picked up one item, one augment in the corner. That's just to make sure that it's not scrambling the RNG, because particle effects will progress the RNG like every frame, and it's really, really volatile. So by picking that up, he just makes it so that the RNG is stable, so he can actually RNG manipulate this.
Okay.
For the next parts, Namingway is gonna go to like a random location. There's like a list of different places he can go to. We want him to go to like this one place on the moon, so that we don't need to like travel all the way back to the blue planets. But if he does this correctly, he can just he can go all the way to the right, to the northeast, I think.
Okay, so we're going to Bahamut Lair then.
Yeah. If the RNG manipulation is done correctly, then Namingway will be here for the final parts.
It might be a very, very brief time here where Team Choco takes the lead again. What with all of this side touring and whatnot. How many screens is Bahamut Lair? Is it 3?
Just with this one. enemy waits right here.
Oh,
the secret passage.
Green. Okay. All right. I thought you meant you had to go like deeper in.
No, just he's hidden somewhere here.
Okay, there he is. Humming away. And that was it, right?
Yep, that is the safe travel augments. That's now gonna get slapped onto Cecil, I believe. It doesn't really matter too much. Someone's getting it, and then that just cuts out all encounters for the rest of the game.
But very briefly here, Team Choco has taken the lead again. They're not gonna be ahead for that long, but they will be ahead for a little bit. There's like 4 screens you need to go pick up Moonman Fusoya.
Interesting. So Harvey gave level loss to Rosa. I've never seen that like in the notes anywhere, so that's new to me.
I don't even know what level loss does off the top of my head. Is it just more experience or?
Yeah, just I think it's a 50% boost to experience.
Okay.
Probably doesn't make a huge difference. I don't think the extra levels will really do much. Just extra safety in case you lose XP on Rosa, because you with the route they do need to make sure Rosa learns haste.
No, Team Choco doesn't have the crown. It's a disaster. I just kind of want Team Choco to have the crown for all of like a minute. I think they're now on the same screen.
Yeah, just one side will have no encounters. The other just banking on luck.
Team Tonberry goes ahead again. So.
Ooh, Desch. I don't know if Desch even made a safety save. I think just going in. But Desch is buying an extra elixir. Harvey's probably just doing the trick, just going to fill out a map later to get the other elixir. Hopefully it's the case that he didn't just forget. I should probably ping him just in case.
I'll choose to believe that it's fine. Well, we'll see in a minute. It is still very, very, very close between our 3 teams. Let's see if Desch's manip worked. Probably about 30 seconds away. If that. I guess a quick save, quick word. Survey says right there. Okay, very good. Successful manip. Then they get their no encounter armor. It's not what it's called in this game, but it's what I want it to be called.
Encounter augment.
Yeah, no encounter augment. Now, you'll walk all the way back. And as you can see on Team Tonberry's screen, they're firing a bubble. We're going to go inside that. And,
kind of all the people who died along the way, quote unquote died, are alive!
Quote unquote died. It's fine. 4 would never do that. So there's a very brief dungeon to walk through before what I'd like to think is quite a memorable fight, right? The 4 Archfiends.
Yeah, that one. That's actually a lot of fun to optimize.
Yeah.
They should have it bouncing back and forth a lot of strats for that.
How long do you reckon you spent, like, just bouncing off ideas, looking at the Archfiends?
An embarrassing amount of time, probably like 10 hours plus on just that one fight. And this is like only after I came back. I also spent a lot like when I was originally routing this. Or rerouting it.
Apparently Shadoweh had a game crash. That's unfortunately him. Yeah, it doesn't like lose a huge amount of time, but it's quite annoying. This game seems to crash every time he tries to go into battle. Don't know why.
Amazing ports.
Yep, but it's a problem like very specific to Shadoweh. We never really figured out why.
Oh, I got it all the time as well. All my PBs just does a quick just does a Alt F4 before like certain points.
Nah, never mind.
Yeah. But yeah, it's like it's so weird because like there was very specific places where like I always get crashes, so I just know like before this boss, like before Scarmillion, I always do one Alt F4. Before the giant, I always do an Alt F4. It's like just 3 or 4 specific places. I just know if I Alt F4, then I don't get a crash. If I don't, I get a crash.
Well, I guess I was very lucky enough not to.
Yeah, it's really weird because it's like a PC to PC thing. Harvey like didn't have any issues for like the longest time. Then one day he just gets a crash every time, like before the giants.
Oh no. Well, as far as crashes go, it could be a lot worse. You know, it loses like a minute. And if you're familiar with HD ports, they can sometimes crash a little more. Was Harvey rubbing the edges there because he wants the map completion?
Yeah, the map completion gives an extra elixir, so he's getting 2 elixirs in this room. The one from the chest and the one from completing the map.
Right, so I suspect that the fight coming up is going to be different, so how I know it. So
probably, but I don't really know what strat Harvey's doing just because of all the rerouting I've been doing with Dash. I don't really remember exactly how the fight works, but I have a general idea.
Okay, alright, well, so we can react in real time then and hope for the best.
Right, so for this first phase, Scarmillion isn't too bad, so Harvey's just going to cover Edge to make sure he doesn't get blinded, because we do not want that, and then we're going to use the rest of the time to just set up for the next fight. Cagnazzo is the most annoying Archfiend in here, so the goal is to kill him before he gets a single action in. So this phase with Scarmillion is just pure setup. We haste on Rydia because she's a major damage dealer in this team. We also need yeah, and then everyone else is gonna set up for skills. So 2 Elixirs gonna get thrown to get Scarmillion low enough that he dies with 1 more elixir. Cecil and Rosa will be setting up the twin cast. Soya is setting up for a meteor. Rydia's luffed up and she's casting Shiva now. Now timing here is very tight, but before Rydia can get her cast off, Edge needs to throw. Okay, that's not good, but it's not necessarily going to be the end of the world. That was a very slow throw, so Cagnazzo's definitely getting an action in.
Okay, so I guess at this point then you need to just wait out the
Okay,
surge.
that is lucky. That is very lucky. It's just the water phase.
Okay, there we go.
Yeah, if it was slow or sleep or anything bad like that, then we have some issues, but that's perfectly fine. Right, Rosa's casting slow to slow down Barbarisha. Edge is going to throw the Fuma Shuriken from earlier. And then Fusuya is casting 1 Holy while Radia's doing one bluff dragon, I believe, and then one regular dragon. Timing here is fairly tight, so Harvey was actually pausing the game, which you can't see on the screen. For some reason, OBS doesn't capture that pause screen that you see on BenDesch's screen every once in a while. There you go. So physical attacks no longer work, which includes throw. So the Fuma Shuriken was just for some extra damage. Barbarisha is weak to Holy while she's in Tornado form in this fight specifically. So Dragon plus Holy are the two best skills I can use here. Ooh, that was lucky. Okay, Stone Touch is really bad if it hits like certain people. Alright, so that was the end of the phase. So now Cecil Cries, Rose is gonna use Slow. And then we're gonna be seeing Blizzaga and Shiva cast here from Fusoya and Rydia. And then Edge is gonna throw Shurikens after. I'm not sure if that was a good idea. Okay, it looks like it's fine. I forget if Ruby Conte has a counter while his cape is open, but at the very least, if his cape is closed, he will sometimes, he has a 40% chance of countering melee attacks, including throws with Faraga on the entire party, which is a waste time. Inferno is perfectly fine because of reverse.
Forerunners at the same time on the 4 archeries.
Ooh, the timing on that was bad for Harvey. So yeah, Ruby Conte healed up like almost 6,000 HP.
I mean, that's fine. It's not the end of the world, it's just a bit of time loss.
Yeah, okay, Dash's side, he's doing the newer strat. So instead of Meteor, he actually casted Blizzaga with Fusoya on Cagnazzo. So he's splitting the damage a little differently. He wants to save the Meteor cast for a different phase instead. Probably Barbarisha. And also threw a Fuma Shuriken to make sure that Cagnazzo dies there. Because it's a damage roll with a regular Shuriken.
As Tonberry goes down. We did briefly have all 3 runners on the same fight. It is very execution heavy play.
So this fight's the strat's also fairly similar. Desch threw a regular item this time instead of the Fuma Shuriken on Barbarisha. So it was like either a Shuriken or one of the weapons he had stocked up. Now he's gonna take out Barbarisha with I think one Holy and and 2 Dragon casts. Ooh, 1 Dragon cast, nice.
Oh, what went wrong?
And now he's favored the Meteor for Ruby Conte's.
That looks like a reset to me. I'm guessing something went wrong for Choco.
I'm assuming it was because of Cagnazzo. I was paying attention to Team Mog just now.
Okay. To be fair, it is it is a rough fight, and one like minor hesitation and suddenly everything's behind. It's a rough one. Harvey is now on CPU as well. Do you want to take us through that?
Yeah, so I'm not entirely sure what strats he's going with. So it looks like it's just prying and then twin casting later, and plus Rama. So one of the CPU nodes, the defense node, is actually that one absorbs a lot of elements. So he wants to get in Rydia's cast at the very beginning so that it just heals him for nothing, essentially. And then he's going to balance around damage. He's going to do Ultima and a Meteor in order to do a massive amount of damage to all the CPUs. Meanwhile, Edge is just throwing Shurikens to get the boss low. Now that So the Twin Cast and the Meteor are both full. Ria's gonna cast another Rama to get rid of the CPU.
Another food moving you through. Very nice. Okay, Shadoweh is now through to Cagnazo. I think this looks good.
The timing was off. Hopefully it's... Hopefully he doesn't troll.
Counter, miss.
This sounds kind of doesn't matter because Cagnazo, I'm pretty sure he... Oh, good. The throw is in.
There we go.
Alright, that's safe now. So as long as you get past Cagnazo, it's like whatever. Even if you mess up, you can just cast more spells with Rydia and then it's all fine. That's just doing more or less the same strat as Harvey for CPU, but with probably less thrown items.
Yeah, I think the normal strat is something very similar as well. You just lob shurikens, meteor twin cast, and run.
Yeah, I've been playing with some other strats, but this seems to be the fastest currently. It's also kind of annoying how this is so RNG heavy because it's really hard to tell like whether strat's faster or not, just because every time like Desch and I try to come up with something, it's like maybe it's faster, but the bad RNG kind of makes it hard to tell.
Yeah. And it's very difficult to test for best case scenario because it's just resetting a whole bunch. Okay. Well done, Mark. Clearing out CPU, and they're also now going to get into the what I like to refer to as the cutscene block of the run. Gearing up for the end of the run, and let's go to the Lunar Subterra Nay, or whatever its official name is. But you have to go through a bunch of cutscenes to get there first. Shadoweh, very, very close.
What's your scenario? He gets an Inferno here, but that's not really an issue.
Yeah, it's nowhere near a problem like it is on the previous one. And stands back up. And there we go. Okay, very good. Team Choco, everyone's through 4 Archfiends. Just like that. So, Shadoweh will now have to go through CPU before we dive through the final dungeon. Oh man, Cagnazo out of battle looks like a little cute blue turtle. It doesn't look menacing at all.
And then you and that will he just cast all the most annoying debuffs.
Yeah. Okay. Mini and Toad for Team Choco. And we'll stray into CPU. The final dungeon is quite a long trek. So Choco will probably fall behind a little bit over the course of the final dungeon, but that's the joy of not having safe travels augment.
How many times have you jinxed a runner this relay?
How many times have I jinxed a runner during the relay? Oh, I like not to think about it. I think that's that's my way of coping.
We'll need an official count at the end of the relay.
Oh, I'm not sure current data space holds a video that long, unfortunately. But we'll see. Okay. Choco right now doing the strat that I know. Just lob shurikens and set everything up. Twin Cost has been cured. Meteor's been Queued, sorry. He's been queued.
So just more or less the same strats. Yeah, keep lobbing shurikens as well.
Yeah, just have a few more shurikens to play with at the end. The baby raging is wonderful. It'll stop soon, I promise. Object 199. Okay, very nice. So this should be it. There it is. Okay, very nice. Shuriken. Close it off. It's when Cecil learned to cry. Oh, it must be. And the
crybaby since the day he was born.
Who knew that once that would be such a powerful weapon in battle? Very nice. Shadoweh will now also approach the cutscene block. Team Tonberry will start making their way down. I'm gonna go back to the moon, to the room where we found Moon Man, and then through the back, so we can start our final descent. I suspect it will be much, much faster with safe travels than I am used to.
Much faster.
Yeah. So notice that Harvey has gone for the preemptive mini-ing. So Cecil is a tiny lad already. Okay, completely ignore that augment. Don't need it at this point.
Yeah, I don't think we've actually mentioned it specifically, but the mini reversing only lasts for one battle. So you kind of have to set up every time. But because right now Harvey has safe travel, he doesn't need to worry about getting into encounters anymore, so he just set up everything for the final battle.
Oh, this is glorious. This is so fast. There are a million encounters everywhere. Oh my goodness.
This is the worst dungeon for encounters too. Like, oh my god, the encounter rate is so bad.
There are so many. They do like a whole bunch of like really slow animations sometimes if they get their turns off as well. Oh. But alas.
Could be worse though. Could be like the SNES version where the music just resets every time you escape.
Yeah.
Bam, 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 bam. 2 seconds of it. Bam, 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 bam. It's over and over for the entire dungeon.
Flying through. I can't remember how many screens you have to get through in this trek through the moon, but I want to say it's like nearing 20.
11. There's 11 floors.
Yeah, but like individual screens that you have to go in and out.
Oh, right, yeah, there's a lot more.
Yeah, there's a lot of moving. Mog is really not that far behind Tonberry now. They've come a long way. I'm going to assume at this point that world record isn't a thing. But it's still going to be a very, very fast time. Honestly, for every runner, I think I would say that every runner has done very, very well this run. So, good job everyone for that. Oh, okay. Apparently I barely remember where to go in this dungeon. I thought Harvey took a wrong way.
Yeah, I don't have this place memorized either. It's so convoluted.
I know where I'm going on most screens, but apparently not on that specific one. Oh, I thought they were picking up that chest. They're not. They're just going all the way around. I think get some chests later on. I think.
Yeah, I think Desch is probably only going to grab 1 or 2 Fuma Shurikens. Harvey might grab 3.
Okay. So this is just extra damage for the final boss to lob out, right? So it's a free.
Yeah. It's just safety. The animation's slower than Kane attacking, so just to make sure that he pushes to the final phase for better actions.
Okay, so now we're deep into the moon. As you can see with this, I don't actually know what this flooring is, like marble or glass or something? Crystal? Oh, it's probably crystal, isn't it? It's a Final Fantasy game.
So I think Desch, I can't really tell. I'm comparing his PB2 to his current run, and I can't really tell like if he's on PB pace or not. But Harvey seems to be on PB pace.
Very nice. There are some pretty decent runs they're going against as well. So I would assume with Desch's second trailer game that a PB for him is off the cards, but a very, very good fast run is still on the cards because there have been a lot of things besides Legay that have gone very well, that he's played very well and executed well.
Yeah, it's very, very close for Harvey to PB right now. His PB is also outdated because he doesn't have safe travel or any of like the new stuff, so we'll just have to see.
I can pick up Team Mog getting deep into this crystal flooring as well. Choco nearing the start, so really not that far behind at all.
Just one final check to make sure that Harvey has everything he needs. Alright, so for this first scripted section here, Golbus and Fasoya are going to try to take out Zemus, and they manage to take him down.
Very nice.
Wow, I forgot how long the sequence of actions was from them. They could have just gone straight to the Twin Meteor and called it a day.
No, this whole section takes quite a while. That's why I kind of knew that World Record was off the charts. Would be pretty close, but not quite yet. Nearly there. And there's still a little bit to go, even on Tonberry's side. Very briefly in the same fight.
Zemus is down. Game over.
Yep, here we are.
Final boss is down, hooray! Now he comes back.
Turns into an embodiment that is almost 95% hair. This is one large afro enemy. They're slowly realizing now that they can't kill it. so they're trying other things.
And unfortunately, the power of the crystal doesn't work because Golbez is tainted by darkness. Also doesn't really make sense why Cecil can use it because he was also tainted by darkness and only just became a paladin, but doesn't really absolve him of all the darkness from before.
I think you'll forget. I think you'll find if you half-heartedly say sorry, then you're safe forever. Alright, final fight now for Team Tonberry and Harvey. Would you like to take us through what happens?
Alright, well, first off, we're going to see all of the party members who are still alive, and also the dead ones as well. They're going to bring us back to life and fully heal the party. And of course, the party does also have the reverse glitch on, so this is just a very safe fight overall. It just has potential for a lot of time loss if Zeromus does some bad actions. But yeah, Zeromus is actually a completely scripted fight. He will always do the same exact actions in the same exact order for each individual phase, and he has 3 phases total. So the way the fight's routed, we're just going to try and push him into the second phase before he can get a second action in. Or before he gets his first action in, actually. In this phase before, though, we're going to be doing some setups, so... Man, this cutscene is really long.
It is really, really long, yes. We'll get there.
We'll do the entire explanation for this fight before they finish.
But we're about to start any second now. The fight will start roaring.
And so for this pre-battle setup here, in total, Harvey needs to get Kaine to critical HP by throwing X potions. Also, he needs to cast haste on Kaine, probably through a Hermes Sandal. So 2 X potions plus a Hermes Sandal that Kaine's gonna throw. We're just gonna cast, oh wait, no, it was haste, and then Kaine's going to toss boxes of cider for Berserk. And Rudy's gonna haste march. So with all the setup, just like with the Demon Wall fights, Kaine is extremely fast. Zeromus will also have slow on him in the next phase. Cecil's gonna cry to drop Zeromus's defenses, and then Kaine is just gonna go ham on him. Oh, the timing was off there. Hopefully it's fine. Okay, yeah, it's fine.
Here we go.
Right, so Zeromus also has a chance to counter Rosa's slow. Hopefully he doesn't get the counter though.
Looks fine.
Okay, good. Yeah, because if he had gotten the counter, he was supposed to wait on edge and not do anything so that he can ATB wait trick. If Zeromus gets the counter, counters also will progress ATB, which means that Zeromus will play this very long animation where he just and during that time he'll completely fill up his ATB gauge. So Kaine would only get 2 attacks in before he does Black Hole, which would erase everyone's buffs, including Berserk and Haste March. So very lucky on Harvey's part that that didn't happen. But now Kaine can get 10 actions in between each of Zeromus' turns. And that is enough for him to push to the next phase, which you can tell he got because Zeromus casted Osmos instead. So now it's just zone free, just waiting on Kaine to finish off this fight.
So to be clear, both Team Tonberry and Team Mog are very close to the end. I'll try and be clear once we are done. But it's quite close. Meteor is a counter after a certain amount of HP has been depleted, right?
Yeah. That's the very first skill of the final phase, so he is really close to beating the boss now. Okay. It's within the last 30,000. There we go.
Okay, there we go. Time. Team Tonberry. Go. 3:35.
Dash also got the fight.
Very,
the Osmos there means that he's home free. He just needs to get rid of the last chunk of Romus' HP.
We're nearly there for Team Mod. Oh, it's such a fast run, though. It's genuinely crazy. And there's the meteor coming down. Few more hits you'd like to think.
So unfortunately, neither Desch or Harvey PB, but they were both ridiculously close. They're both within like 20 seconds of the PB.
That is the final hit. That is a 3:25 for Desch. By the way,
5. I'm like a minute.
And yeah, it's dragged in the runners real quick. But oh my goodness, that
was ridiculous because both Harvey and Desch were like within 20 seconds of their PBs. That was so close.
I was like within a minute of my PB as well, even though I had a couple of really bad mistakes happening. So I was extremely surprised how close I was to my PB. But well, that was pretty good. That was better than I thought on my part.
Speaking of like pretty big mistakes, I had a complete meltdown.
I have what's called Schadenfreude right now. So, if you guys didn't know, BenDesch secretly was working on strats while I was working. So yeah, couldn't really implement them.
We cooked up some new strats this last week. At least I got to show them off. That's why I got so close to my PB despite all the hiccups.
Yeah. But man, that was amazing. I'm so glad this we were finally able to show this amazing run. So,
yeah, those genuinely a brilliant run from both of them. Even Shadoweh is doing very well now for Team Choco. Everyone's flying along. From most of the run, I had like my eye just on Desch's PB, that is world record. Just eyeing it for the quarter mile, like, oh, it's pretty fast. And then I think the Legay thing killed any proper chances, but it was so close in the end. It probably like 20-30 seconds off.
Yeah, my beginning was actually insane. Like, I've never been that fast. The best is what this is.
Yeah. You could say disgustingly fast.
Yeah, actually, I got like one encounter in ancient waterway or something. That was crazy. And I got a new Qazplm.
He worked on that like yesterday. So yeah, I could not have done that even if I wanted to because it's so new I couldn't even have tried. But yeah, you got to see 3 different routes. Yeah.
It was a lot of fun not knowing the Manip route for the most part.
Yeah.
And then seeing things like 9th Dimension being bounced off Rydia. And then, like casting Death and Gore. That was very, very cool.
From my part, I want to say a big shout-outs and thank you to Desch and Localman, I mean ChrisTenarium, for doing an absolutely excellent job on commentary. I have the stream open on my phone whilst running. So yeah, big shout-outs to you guys and big thank yous that you came in clutch with the commentary. Thank you so much.
I mean, huge shout-out to Kaz. You were very knowledgeable man about this game, and very much appreciated having you here.
The 3 of us, yeah, the 3 of us just really worked a lot on this game. So yeah, shoutouts to Desch, he came up with all the manips. Shoutouts to Quaz, who was the first one who really challenged me back then with FF4 runs, or should I say this version. So without the 3 of us, the game wouldn't be like an hour faster because world record at the time when I started was like an hour slower. Yeah, it was. We did a lot. We did a lot. Yeah, shoutouts to everyone in the call, even the 13 runners. Who did not do anything on FF4, but shoutouts to them anyway because 13 is hard as hell.
Hey, you don't have an FF13 runner here. You have an FF13 historian and an FF12 runner, okay?
So on that note, whilst we wait for Shadoweh to get to Zeromus, do the 13 guys want to give themselves a brief intro, say hello?
Yeah, sure. So you're starting FF13. We've got 3 commentators here and 3 runners. So I'm Roosta. You guys want to introduce yourselves?
Hello, I'm MrZwanzig.
I am Bradley, or people usually just call me just one. I pretend to run FF13.
And our 3 runners are, we've got on Team Tonberry in first place, we've got Kayarune. On Team Mog in second place, we have MMM. And finally, we have, starting soon, Team Choco 01337. And yeah, so this is FF13. You'll immediately notice it's very different from the other games you've been seeing so far, and have a lot of fun commentating it.
Yeah, this game's very non-stop. You don't really ever get a big sort of time to just relax and.
Well, so the sort of big thing that you'll notice immediately about this game compared to other FFs is the overworld setup is very different. Instead of random encounters that just spawn without any control, you can already see right now, Kaya is just dodging enemies. So these are your random encounters, and this really sets up the apart.
Say, he got the legendary dodge just now.
Yeah, right.
I did wonder that. It looked like he did. Wow.
Yeah, that dodge in particular is so unlikely that you usually just fight the encounter. But if you, by some stance, happen to dodge it, then it saves like 25 seconds.
Yeah, doing the fight is quite a bit of time thrown into it, like anywhere from like 25 to 30.
Yeah, generally it takes about 10 seconds to retry a fight, but then when you retry a fight, it puts you back where you entered the fight zone. And so anytime you spend in the zone, you lose. And then if you get hit, like MMM just did, this is the normal thing. If it's a fight like this, you can just fight it. But later on, you cannot.
Yeah. Yeah, this is chapter 1. Chapter 1 sort of serves as a tutorial. You got a few basic enemies here, 2 different soldier types, plus these dogs. You're seeing Kaya at the moment fighting one of the, I guess, mini-bosses of this chapter, which is a behemoth. But overall it just serves as a basic showcasing of the battle system.
You also are only in control of one member of the party leader. In this case, we see that both of the streamers right now are on Snow. So we're in a fight with Snow, and we're also running in the overworld with Snow. That was a crazy dodge that MMM
yeah. The dodges have actually been pretty good so far.
One thing that we missed was MMM got trolled on the dodge, the first dodge with the dog. He went into the stair area, but still got put back at the beginning of the zone, and then he got all the way through the fight, and then got caught outside the zone by the dog. So that was unfortunate. But yeah, so we're currently in chapter 1. These fights are pretty much just like introduction to the fight techniques. You're pretty much just attacking everything. So on MMM's screen, he's actually starting the fight with a potion. This is sort of the very first instance of something that's really central to the FF13, which is just manipulating your party AI. In this fight, this guy attacks all 3 members at the same time, and when anyone goes into yellow HP, LeBro will throw a potion, and her throwing a potion is much slower than Snow doing it, so we have Snow throw a potion so she doesn't. And we also just actually dodge one of his swipes to do the same thing. And so she's just going to attack the whole fight. And yeah, that's sort of the introduction to what speedrunning this game is like, is just trying to optimize your inputs, to optimize your party inputs, and then dodge stuff in between.
And also, just for the respect of the FF4 guys, if you ever want to just jump in and for anything that's going on with Shadows runs, feel free to.
Oh, he's now just watching like 3 or 4 minutes of cutscenes.
I appreciate it, but it's 2 old guys dying to another old evil dude. So we'll jump in once Zeramus comes back in. Yeah, but you guys can keep going for a bit.
So right now, Kaya is fighting the sort of last dodge of the chapter. This and the legendary dodge, you really can't reliably dodge them, so you just fight them if you run into them, or if you're going for PB, you might just retry if you get caught here. But it's a relay, so we're going. It's not a huge time loss, and later on there are some fights you can take that have the possibility of benefits, but all these chapter 1 fights don't really have any benefits besides maybe a Phoenix down for 500 kill.
Yeah. Like, if you ever have to take these fights, then that's probably that's what you can hope for. Just get a couple of Phoenix down drops, helps you get out, and it also takes away a couple of chests that you may have to pick up just in case.
Yeah, like even before this run, Kaya was talking about the number of potions, each of which is worth 50 gil that he was going to buy. So it's really, really down to the wire in some places for the gil route.
Yeah.
But yeah, chapter 1 is sort of just like an introduction. It's only about 10, 11 minutes in a good run. So yeah, Kaya's already almost through, and MMM's coming up to the end also.
Standing there ain't gonna stop us.
Yeah, it's just a couple of really hard dodges in there. There are a few more that are slightly awkward, but outside of that, it's not a lot really going on. Just basic principles of attacking at the right time or throwing potions when needed.
You also see sort of the first iterations of these enemies. Like, these dogs are called Pantherons, and they're sort of like a class of dogs. Like, there's Pantherons, Thexerons, Myrmidons, or sorry, Nagamers. I got my names mixed up there. But they all sort of have different AI, but kind of also sort of similar. But as you go through the game, they sort of get harder and harder to dodge, or faster and faster. Luckily, there aren't too many of these flying guys, because they're almost impossible to dodge unless you have something like a camera trick or reverse camera trick, which we'll talk about later. But yeah, that's what makes this last dodge that MMM just fought so hard. It's just like there's some flying guys and you really can't dodge them.
And what is this? Kaya doing slow decept farming.
Yes. So Kaya's in the start of chapter 2 here, and chapter 2 introduces a different type of item. So we have potions and Phoenix Downs, which are items that we can use in battle. There are actually a limited selection of items that we can actually use outside of battle. And the 2 that you can pick up here are known as the Decept the Soul and the For the Soul. And these will be referred to as shrouds. The Decept the Soul will allow you to basically shroud your party from enemy vision, which allows us to dodge enemies easier, get preemptive strikes, which start battles off with enemies near their stagger point. But it also allows us to do something throughout the entire game that is actually really, really handy. And then we have the For the Soul, which is an item that will bestow the offensive buffs, of which are Haste, Bravery, and Faith.
Yeah, and so they're going to try to get a few of those here in this chapter, but I think for now, I think Shadow's about to start Zeramus, so let's take it back over to the 4 guys for the last hurrah.
Indeed, so we're just doing the setup. We're getting Kane back down to crit. Slow, haste, cry, all that good stuff, and lob the crystal.
So there will be some slight variations to this over what Harvey and BenDesch did, only because, unfortunately, Shadow has a weaker weapon on Kane compared to the poison axe that Harvey and BenDesch had. He'll have to rely.
Yeah, it will be the same, but with the change that Edge will use a couple of his shurikens, which we didn't need because we just did so much more damage that the 2 Fuma shurikens were enough damage.
Yeah, Shadoweh will be lobbing a few more of them.
Oh, the timing on that is going to be a little sketchy.
Yeah, the cry is very late. The cry is very late. In worst case scenario, he's going to get the Black Hold, meaning he has to reapply Haste and Berserk. which is both not very ideal.
At least he didn't get a counter. Wait, did he get a flare counter?
He did get a flare counter, but not on... Oh, he did get blackballed.
Yeah.
Yep.
This also
This is like a tiny bit of time loss in the in the grand scheme of things. It just means you have to re-up all of the buffs and it'll be okay again.
Yeah, so this is kind of what happens if you don't get all the actions in like right at the very start, unfortunately. Thankfully, like, the backups aren't like too difficult, but yeah, you need to have slow, haste, berserk, everything stacked on immediately so that King can get 10 hits in.
This might look like he's gonna get meteored, which, in the grand scheme of things, it's not bad. However, because of how much damage meteor does, it's gonna heal Kane completely, meaning he has to re-damage down him. However, this time we don't have the double X potion, we only have one X potion, and he somehow has to find a different way of doing it. Possibly with high potions. So we're hoping that the next thing we see from Soromus isn't a meteor or Big Bang, which sadly just happened. The thing we would want to see most is Osmos, but Big Bang is going to heal everyone to full, including Kane.
Easy, do you?
Okay, so edge dying is a bit of a pain because
no,
I'm pretty sure you can't res him now.
No, yeah, you can, but something that's even worse, Kane is sapped. And sap with reverse is reversed.
Yeah, it's not too big of an issue,
He's gonna lose several minutes.
Decrease your HP slowly, but yeah, raise
this essentially means
damage,
that
unfortunately
she cannot raise. She cannot raise. As you just saw, it did damage. That's a thing of reversal because when you die, reversal does not go away.
At this point, it's just basically waiting on Kane to kill without adrenaline, which it's gonna be like quite a bit of time loss, but it's not like the end of the world.
Yeah.
At least you don't need to restart the fights.
Yeah, it's finishable. It will happen. It's just going to take a little bit longer than it took for Harvey and Dash.
He's trying to rest so hard. Poor Shadoweh. Did you never tell him?
Wrapped up and ready.
It's fine. He's still in crit. Just don't want to... Potentially, you don't want to cure in case it does too much damage.
Nice miss.
As you can see, once characters are dead, they're dead. So Kane is going to do 3,000 for the rest of this, I would imagine. I think that might kill Kane. Oh, it didn't. Okay, no, we're fine, we're fine. I think I've done something similar in the past and it may have killed Kane. I must admit, I don't know how far we are away from final hit, so when I call out time it will be sudden and I'm sorry for that.
Yeah, it's
I don't think it's on Meteor yet, which that's the indication for the final phase, so it just should be over 30,000 HP. So quite a while.
We've got to be fairly close though at this point. Even with like 4,000 to 5,000, the damage is stacking.
It needs some HP bars.
Yeah. not everything's as lucky as you FF13 run. It's okay.
Shoutouts to 12 and 13 for having health bars.
Yeah, you guys have it easy, unlike us guys.
You actually have to calculate.
Let's all the calculators and do some math.
Oh, there's
okay,
Meteor.
So we saw the Meteor. So we got about 50k left.
It should be under 30k, I believe.
Oh, under 30k? Okay, so we're
it's not even split. Yeah,
okay, there we go. Time. Team Choco, go.
GG, Team Choco, let's go. GG, Shadoweh. Let's go, Zero. Good luck to you.
BGF of 4 people.
Thank you, Roosta.
Yeah. Okay, we'll leave you in the very capable hands of the Final Fantasy XIII crew. Take it away.
Thank you very much, local man.
It is for that.
Alright, you guys no longer have the local man, but you have the entire community here, so...
Oh, yeah. Yeah, whilst the Shara was doing that fight, we've seen quite a bit of progress here from both Kaya and M during Chapter 2. Kaya actually near the end. Zero right at the start of Chapter 1 now. Should allow us to sort of catch up on things we might not have been able to explain.
Yeah, Kaya's actually extended his lead slightly, partially because he got a bonus drop, which meant that he had to do slightly less farming.
Yeah, that's definitely very helpful. In fact, Kaya is now out of Chapter 2. So like, the first 2 chapters go by really, really quickly.
Yeah, and the battle mechanics sort of evolve a lot at the start of Chapter 3, and so it's sort of just like an introduction. One thing I also want to bring attention to really quick is MrZwanzig mentioned that we were farming shrouds on slow speed. It's just like a funny mechanic of this game where your drops depend on what your battle rating is, which is sort of not well developed in this game. It sort of becomes better in 13.2, but here it's just like a time based on your stats, and it's usually pretty easy to 5 stars, but if you get lower stars, you get quote-unquote worse drops, but in Chapter 2, those worse drops are better for us, or the shrouds. And so it's sort of a methodology, philosophy thing right now, but you can get higher probability of shrouds by spending more time doing slowest battle speed, which is what we did here because it's a relay. But in general, there's like a new thing you can do where you can just, or it's not a new thing, but it's a thing people are doing more for different reasons, to shroud quickly and then reset if you don't get the lucky drops.
Yeah. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say, back in my day, Boomer Hour, we used to just try to fast Decepticol farms anyway, and then just like do slow farms afterwards if we didn't get them.
There's basically an equation which is just like, yeah, there's like an equation which is the probability of getting the shroud versus the amount of time saved for the different probabilities, and that equation keeps on changing because we discover new ways of farming the shrouds and also new places to use the shrouds, unlocking new time saves. And so like just before this we were practicing like a new Chapter 12 fight which doesn't use a Decept, and so you don't need that Decept, so it changes the equation. So people are doing the fast thing more now because you can afford to not have the shrouds. So it's not a new thing, it's just the way it's done is new.
Yeah, a long time ago we would take some of the sort of slower shroud fights, or slower shroud farms, purely because we picked up a chest in Chapter 2, but we don't do that anymore. I haven't done that for years.
So MMM and Kai are both now in Chapter 3. The mechanics of the game are really evolving now because we've unlocked our Lassie powers. The last boss of Chapter 2 turned the party into sort of magic users, you can think of them as. And now instead of just attacks, we're able to cast spells. So we now have, instead of just our normal roles, we can be commandos, ravagers, medics, and more will be introduced as time goes on. But commandos are basically your damage dealers, and ravagers are your chain producers, and chain is what you need to stagger. And so we'll be seeing a lot more staggering going forward.
Yeah, the paradigm system has fully opened up. How the paradigm system works is you have 6 different slots to fit in your desired paradigms. Paradigms are made up of 3 roles for all 3 characters in the party, and up to 3 roles for 3 characters in your party, and we'll be managing these to get as much effectiveness out of each of them, and also making sure that we're set up what we desire for every single fight. And that's going to be the major part of the battle system, is managing our paradigms and making sure we're in the right one at the right time.
Yeah, and there's a lot of subtle things going on, like even just now, when you stagger an enemy, the game slows down for a moment as like a cinematic thing, but if you're on a different target, or if you're changing paradigms, that staggers, we call it the stagger slowdown skip, skips that little animation, and so you like save a second. And so we've already seen multiple of those, but it's really hard to draw attention to it when it's happening so quickly.
Yeah, there's a lot of details that we'll try to keep up with and basically in formula, but can't catch everything, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's a lot, and it evolves very quickly. Even in the dodges, every single dodge has, the AI, which you can sort of use at a high level, but every single dodge, different runners have little techniques that go into it, so we don't even know everything that these runners are doing, because they have their personal stuff too. But sort of, the first, you can almost think of this as the first real boss. The first place you could really realistically die to is Menace Van Warmech 2 on Kaya's stream. And this boss is really interesting because it's supposed to teach you the idea of using a Sentinel. He has a really big attack, which would kill your party if you didn't upgrade at all. But we can perfectly time a stagger, which you're about to see. And he's using a potion here, partially to heal, but also because the potion stops you from targeting him. So we got the stagger slowed on skip, staggered him to skip the animation, and now we have a really, really subtle shift between different paradigms. Shift to Solidarity to draw his attention to Snow, who has more HP, and then a bunch of shifts here to just optimize our combination of damage and chain to kill him as quickly as possible.
And you can't tell it as easily with the current setup because he no longer uses two of the same paradigm in this version of the strat anymore, but a lot of the shifting that ends up going on in the run is not just to change our setup, but also to make use of something called ATB refreshing. Every 12 seconds, your next paradigm shift will give the entire party a full ATB, and that lets you get a lot more moves in a lot quicker, and is essentially what all battle strategies are kind of built around.
Yeah, the strat for that fight, which was the first split, by the way. I don't know if you missed that one. That strat has evolved so many times.
Yeah, I kind of have like a thing I say about that, which is like we've gone through 10 different iterations to save 5 seconds on the fight.
Pretty much.
But a lot of it's because, like MrZwanzig mentioned, the paradigm setup's different, and we use a faster paradigm set, but almost the same time, it's still going to be faster overall, so. And just like stuff like the stagger slowdown skip, it doesn't change the battle time as seen from the game, but it changes the battle speed in real time, so it's something you gotta be prepared for.
Getting trolled a little bit by these dodges. He just chose to fight that one because it's a really fast fight. That's going to become less and less of a thing as the run goes on. Like, this is pretty much the last chapter where you might fight something that you would normally dodge. Later on, that's not going to be too viable because we're just not going to be set up to deal with the encounters, because like even random encounters can be seriously dangerous in this game.
Yeah, honestly, some of the random encounters in this game are actually more difficult than the bosses.
And you would know.
Yeah, I would know.
Yeah, we do a category called Dodgeless, where you just have to fight every enemy that you encounter, and so you learn about how dangerous some of these enemies we dodge are.
Yeah. Also, that was a great dodge there from Kaya. That's probably one of the more tricky ones in Chapter 3. We call that the Brog Fridge, otherwise known as the Frog Bridge. And there are 10 different frogs on that one that you have to dodge. Now, normally what we would use is actually a descent to solve that one, but nowadays we see it more often done without one, and we just sort of dance around them.
Yeah, they move really in strange ways, and even when you're in a decept you can fail it just because they can jump around and just hit you.
Yeah.
Looks like these 4 Pantherons are being friendly on both of the leading teams right now.
Yeah.
No bonus drops though, unfortunately.
Yeah, funny thing is that Shrouds that we were talking about earlier can drop from nearly every fight in the run. So you can get lots of bonuses that let you do certain things faster at certain points, and sometimes you just get get a shroud from that fight when you aren't intending to fight it, but then it actually saves time overall. But that's, you know, an 8% drop, so
yeah.
It's not really worth fighting it for that.
And the percentage goes down chapter to chapter, right?
Yeah,
yeah, pretty much.
Put it into perspective, the percentage chance for shrouds is right from the get-go already very low. It starts off at 12%. As mentioned, the star rating does change the drop rates, both for rare drops, common drops, and shroud drops. And by slowing the battles down to getting 0 stars, the base rate that is in Chapter 2, 12%, we can raise that all the way up to 96. We did do something a bit different. We didn't raise it completely down to 0 for the first few fights that we did get a shroud from, but that's purely because they have boosted rates. They have like 50%, 60%.
Yeah, it's a little bit above 60% we recently discovered, right?
Yeah.
There's a couple that are 50 and a couple that are 60 around there.
Yeah, it's a weird mix and match.
But yeah, even that little probability shift changes that equation I mentioned, so it makes it a little bit more favorable to try to do it fast. So here on MMM stream we see the first, or not the first, another iteration of the behemoth. We had the beta behemoth in chapter 1, now we're fighting the alpha behemoth. A big thing is that they are weak to water. Or, sorry, this one is weak to water, but later on, these enemies get more and more dangerous until we get to one that actually stands up. And anyone who's played the game knows that when they stand up, they get much more dangerous, so we'll be up to killing them quickly and avoiding that. But here it's just a lot of HP we have to eat through.
Yeah, it's definitely it's a good fight to see the ATB refreshing coming into play. And we also, more recently than not, had a bit of menuing just before that fight where we actually picked up Vanille's water purely for that fight. Or, well, not purely for that fight, but in time for that fight. And because of the water weakness that Alpha Behemoth does, Vanille is able to do more damage.
Yeah, she doesn't have the ability to do a commando now, she's just a Ravager, but the Ravagers early on do actually do a non-trivial amount of damage, so we take advantage of that there. Yeah. Also, on Mog's stream, on Team Choco stream on 0, he's currently doing one of those slow fights. So you can see he's just sitting there waiting, but this guarantees the Shroud Drop, which will save significant time later.
Yeah.
And another really useful trick for dodging that you're about to see on M's stream for Mog is Deceptisol cancelling. So Deceptisol is an item that makes you completely invisible to enemies, but you don't want to use up one just to dodge one set of enemies. So there's a really handy trick where he's going to activate a Deceptisol in a moment and then run past these enemies. Then once he's past the groups that are troublesome, he runs back in, immediately retries the fight, and then continues on his merry way. What that does is, whenever you retry a fight, the game puts you back to where you last entered the battle zone. In this case, because he's going to have run past them already, he will be reset to being past the enemies. And since you didn't actually use the Shroud in the fight itself, the game gives it back to you, because it would be the same thing as if you died to the fight, then it doesn't use up your item. And so we can use a Deceptisol infinitely many times to help us dodge enemies at the cost of about 10 seconds for retrying the fight every time you do it.
Yeah, this was, I believe, originally considered, I don't know if it's an exploit or whatever, but the Japanese community didn't allow it, so...
Yeah, in very early speedruns, back in the Nico days, the Japanese community actually banned that technique.
Yeah, they referred to it as sneak smoke exploit, didn't they?
It's something like, I mean, it's like Google Translate, but I think it was translating it as something like infinite sneak smoke proliferation or something. It was very funny.
That's about right. So here on Kaya's stream we have Garuda. This is an interesting fight. We do a Libra on him just because this is something we're going to be doing over and over again, is if just by casting Libra on an enemy, it gives you information and tells your teammates what to do or allows them to make better moves. So for us, we know what to do always, but it's really helpful to have the allies doing the right thing. This is a two-part fight. The first part is much quicker. You pretty much just want to eat through his HP and get that Libra. And the second part, he puts up a barrier, and it makes it significantly longer to stagger and gives him more HP.
Yeah, shoutouts to M, by the way, for managing the impossible and not one-staggering the first phase of that in his PB.
Wait, really? What?
Yeah, I know. Go watch it. It's great.
The new version of the strat, you don't attack him as many times, right?
Wait,
I don't actually know. I forget exactly what happened there, but yeah.
The new version of the strat doesn't do any sort of like chain maintenance at the beginning of the fight. Chain maintenance referring to how long you're going to keep chain as well as keep stagger. But basically, we start the fight off now in Try Disaster, which is triple Ravager, and which means it's all the chaining, but we don't keep the chain for as long.
It should be long enough, unless something goes wrong, which I suppose it must have.
Yeah.
MMMs.
Yeah, from the looks of it, it does. I think it depends on when they cast the Libra, from the looks of it.
Yeah, so there's a lot of subtle things like I mentioned. So in this particular fight, for example, he did a shift there to get the stagger slide on skip, and the stagger's running out much more quickly now, but should be able to kill him before this. But also there's a thing going on with positioning where if you try and wait for him to attack you first, it'll, you don't want him to hit you, but if he stops right in front of you, your characters won't have to move as far to get to him, and so that saves a little bit of time. So it's really, really fine details, but everything's important here.
And now, on Kaya's screen, we have got one of the more special fights in the run. These are the Eidolon fights. Now, Eidolon fights function very differently to how normal fights work. In this one, you're not trying to defeat the enemy, you're actually trying to raise a Gestalt bar. So there's actually a bar that replaces the HP bar in these. And once that has filled up, we will be able to activate what is Gestalt, which is it's essentially just a transformation for these Eidolons, which will function as each character's different summon. And in order to raise the Gestalt bar, we have to fulfill certain conditions alongside doing just basic battle mechanics as well, like raising chain. In the case of this one, it's raising chain as well as defending against strong attacks. So we were switching in between Commando to firstly build up some chain duration, Ravager to build chain, and then we used the defensive paradigm Sentinel to tank through the more powerful attacks, which significantly raised that Gestalt bar. But now that Snow has his Eidolon Shiva, he has gained 1 ATB gauge segment.
Which will be really useful in the chapters to come, I'm sure.
Aha!
Yeah.
The joke being that he's not going to be in the party for the next 3 chapters.
Shout out to Kai getting a bonus for it there.
I thought I noticed an extra one there. That's cool. Yeah, so it's kind of a funny juxtaposition. Garuda just being super subtle and really small changes to save time, and then Shiva. You can build the chain with your Commando and Ravager, but really the biggest chain, or the biggest Gestalt you can get is from being in Sentinel when she does her big attack, which requires an ATB charge, so we kind of just end up waiting for ATB charge a lot of the time, which MMM just got, so the fight should end shortly.
That's a great dodge by Zero, by the way. For Choco, the way he did that gas dodge.
Actually, on Choco's stream right now, we got these 2 gas. This can really be a troll dodge, so let's see how Zero does here. Generally, enemies, when you leave the battle zone, will back up, and Zero's taking advantage of that now, and so he's through. But these guys in particular kind of just like to lurch around and be mean, so actually Kaya got a little trolled by them. So that put Tonberry back a little bit. MMM actually had a beautiful dodge for that one. The left one just walked forward, he just went right between them like it was nothing.
And speaking of, he clearly got inspired by Kaya because he just got that same bonus for us all.
Same seed? Question mark? So now we have unlocked a few more few more roles for our characters. So instead of just the 3 that I mentioned before, we also have Saboteur and Synergist, which are the debuff and buff classes, respectively. And they're going to be really important because debuffs and buffs are really good in this game. So immediately in this fight, we're going to be taking advantage of both. So Kaya, we see, we're just waiting for a little manipulation here, but we've got Vanille using D-Shell, which will significantly increase the magic damage, and then we're going to be doing Faith on both members. Or actually, we're not doing Faith here, but we'll be casting Faith and Bravery quite a bit later on. These fights are a little bit annoying though, because Saz and Vanille don't have Commando, which means you can't build your chain duration besides using Saboteur, but you don't control your Saboteur, and Saboteur AI will not recast things if the effects are already cast, so it can be hard to maintain your stagger duration, as Bradley knows well from the dodgeless category.
Yeah, this little section here, which we call Iron Gutter, I definitely prefer dodging these encounters rather than fighting them, especially especially the last 2 encounters here, because those encounters are extremely annoying.
I prefer dodging them, which is saying something, because these are some of the more annoying dodges.
And classic Kaya getting caught by the first dodge in this section. Every time.
Yeah, these dodges are sort of sequential in terms of their annoyingness and difficulty generally, but the first one, they can all troll, as we just saw.
Oh, but look at that second one though.
Yeah, oh, okay, we're good.
Yeah, the trouble with this section is that there's no way to manipulate the enemies from their AI, because they just completely ignore you and just kind of jump all around and block your way.
There you go, perfect example. Yeah, oh, he's just found the gap in the middle.
Yeah, so it's just all about seeing your opportunity and going for it.
So, coming up on Kaya's stream, we're about to fight one of the few optional encounters that we actually farm. This Pulsework Soldier, he guards the Ninurta chest. It's not a huge amount of gil, it's just really useful in letting us change Hope's Air Wing off, which we can sell, and just get us a lot more gil early on, and it just really helps out with the routing of the gil throughout the early game. And it's only a 20-second fight or so it's not a huge investment. The Ninurta skip is something we talk about, but unfortunately, it's faster to pick it up as of right now.
Yeah, there was a lot of intricacies about the Ninurta skip, wasn't there? Because it's just, especially the early game gil.
Yeah, the early game gil, and you also just are a little bit behind on CP, which can be, it can add a menu for your water in chapter 5, and Iron Gutter's being Iron Gutter for MMM looks like.
Yeah, the second dodge was absolutely perfect for him, and then this next one's just proving a bit more awkward. There we go, he's found the cap on the right.
Chapter 4 isn't super difficult, it just has a lot of high variance RNG segments. So Iron Gutter is one, and then right now we have Kaya going through these bird dodges. These birds are notoriously unpredictable and annoying to dodge, and so we kind of have like a meme in the community where we refer to the section of the game that we think has the worst RNG as literally FF9, and so this is literally FF9 for a few runners.
Thank you, ZwanzIg.
Yeah, that's my thing. Hi.
Speaking of, we got another bird dodge here. So there's 2 types of birds. There's the ones that do the buffs and debuffs, and there's the ones that just attack. The ones that do the debuffs are the sort of dancing ones. They are the ones that are really troublesome. And we just got through them no problem, but they can just charge at you super fast and be impossible to dodge.
Yeah. It's another section I do prefer to dodge rather than fight, though.
Yeah, definitely. I wouldn't say those fights are as painful as the Iron Gutter ones, just because you at least have lightning as a commando.
Yeah, this section, yeah, now you have lightning. So you got the Commander, which makes the fights way more bearable.
By the way, did anyone get the Gandalf despawn? I just saw Zero did not.
No, nobody did.
Yeah, so Gandalf is just like a ghast that blocks the way, so you know, you shall not pass. Classic reference. But there's sort of a new tech that we discovered a few years ago.
A new old tech.
Yeah, a new old tech with new and old applications, but basically there's a way to despawn enemies. We'll talk about it more later, but by doubling back at a certain point, it's possible to skip that dodge, or just make those enemies not appear, but we'll manipulate some disappearances later, go into more detail then. And true to form, the birds are being really mean to MMM.
Yeah.
The thing is, those non-dancing, the blue ones, are typically easier to dodge unless they come at you from an angle. And it's really annoying because if you do get caught, you kind of want to use a decept, but then it's like you get caught again just because you have to redo the decept. So every fail is basically worth 2. And it's just very high variance.
Yeah, this chapter can definitely leave a really bad taste in your mouth for every run that you do, because it's the one chapter you want to go well.
Not only did we had some failed dodges on the left, we also had a bird dodge lightning, so just the birds just all over the place in this chapter.
Yeah.
The one thing that's nice about those dancing birds is that they kind of have to face you to charge at you, and so if you're at a good angle, they'll just kind of sit there and turn slowly, which is something you can take advantage of, but if they start moving, they move fast. So you see Kaya right now, he's waiting for them to be at a better angle, and just go around behind him so he turns, and that's all there is to it.
Yeah, because whilst there are a lot of different species of enemies that will move fast on the overworld map, a lot of those species that move fast are actually quite clumsy and they will just overshoot you all the time without the birds.
One more.
Go ahead.
I was say one more thing I wanted to mention for Menace and Warmech before we don't see him again for a long time. It's just you're trying to find the balance between chain and damage, and this is like a consistent theme. Typically you want to chain as much as possible and then damage, but we have different paradigms here just because of that, and so it's like a crazy combination of the different paradigms in action here.
So now we've got Kaya in the Dreadnought fight. Now this game's got a reputation for being kind of a hard game to learn, and I think this fight is where most new runners kind of start to really feel that, because this is a fight where you can, if you mess up any kind of timing, you can just kind of die. This first part isn't too bad. Again, a lot of fights are going to come down to a basic pattern of stagger, buff, debuff in some order, and then murder the enemy. But there's a lot of subtleties to it in each individual case, obviously. Case in point, the second part of this fight is going to have an attack called Wrecking Ball. Very similarly to what they did on Menace and Warmech earlier, they're going to try to stagger him just as he readies his really big move. Because that move can almost kill you from full HP, and even completely kill you because there's a weird glitch where it can hit you twice sometimes, which I never really figured out why that happens, but ideally you just never get hit by it in the first place because you stagger cancel it.
Yeah, ironically, when you're learning the game, the second phase is the worst one, because you really have to be precise on this Wrecking Ball skip, which we're just about to see. So using a potion, just basically waiting. Vanille lands both debuffs, and then right when he does Wrecking Ball, stagger it. But once you get better, that becomes very consistent, and then the hard part of the fight becomes the first part, because it's the part that's random. So you kind of just got to respond to what he's doing.
The first part has a bit more randomness to it, that's true. And the second part should be more or less the same every time.
So we've got quite a close race here. Got MMM on the same fight as Kaya.
Yeah, this is one of the longer fights during the whole run. I think it's might be the third longest fight.
If you count both halves together, definitely. But the second
part, the game counts them together, so.
Yeah. Oh, true. Yeah. This fight also unlocks a new shot, right?
Yeah, it unlocks one of the more important shots.
Upgrading.
And yeah.
Nice. Yeah, that's important. We're about to do that after a few more fights.
Yeah, we've got a whole other section, and we'll go into the first bit of upgrading.
So the thing about this first part of the fight that MMM's currently doing is that he has attacks that can sort of push back characters, and this big attack that interrupts the whole party, or anyone who hits, and you kind of just want to play around what he's doing. Respond to who he's interrupting, when you land debuffs, when you stagger, and so on. And then yeah, it's just going to be mechanical for the rest of the fight. Meanwhile, on Kaya's stream, we've got the first of a section of soldier dodges. Or, sorry, not dodges, fights. These fights are generally not too difficult, but they are notoriously dangerous. And you kind of just want to blitz and then hit as many of them as you can, and then attack when you can't. But they can focus down characters and interrupt before you can heal. So one other thing I'll mention is that most of our healing at this point in the game is going to be through potions. Potions are sort of, and items in general are different from normal abilities in that they don't cost ATB. So generally, it's faster to just potion. You also don't have to have a paradigm where you have a medic, so you can just potion and continue your string. And potions also heal for, 150 for everyone, so it's even good compared to the medic. And eventually we'll get Doctor's Codes with double that.
Yeah, he actually already has the Doctor's Code. Lightning doesn't have it equipped right now, I think.
She'll get that equipped
at Odin. Yeah.
Or Odin, yeah. And that fight is actually a really good example of something that's quite common in this speedrun, of anything that wants to kill you can kill you. A lot of the fights are consistent, but there are certain patterns that can happen in these fights which will just cause you to die, and there's not really a lot of choice you get behind that. So we're seeing a bit of awkwardness here in the Dreadnought fight from M.
Yeah, I didn't really quite see what happened there, but...
We actually got to see Wrecking Ball.
Well, we might be seeing another Wrecking Ball, so there might be a bit of hope here to not get double.
Yeah, this is rough. When you don't kill a boss in one stagger when you're really supposed to, it can kind of snowball out of control potentially.
Facing like that, that's fine.
Did not hit multiple times, super good.
Yeah. It hit lightly anyway, so worst it would have been is just a Phoenix down.
Yeah, that's a peculiarity of this game, is that if the party leader dies, you get a game over. They changed that for 13.2, but in this game you have to be very careful with your party leader's HP in particular.
Yeah. Any of your party can die, just not the leader.
You can even die on this fight on the right, MrZwanzig?
Yeah, so one time I managed to die to that 2-soldier fight. I still don't know how that happened. And here's a little mini-game that Kaya's doing. It's pretty short. All you need to do is just get through, though. For the run, we want to make sure that we kill at least 25 of these enemies as we're going through, because that affects the reward chest just after the minigame. And the specific reward we want is 20 thickened hides, which will help with upgrading, which we're about to do in a little bit.
Yeah, there are 2 chests here that give variable rewards based on what you do in this minigame. The first reward for the left chest is 10 sturdy bones, then the reward we get, which is 20 thickened hides, and then it gives you a spark ring, which doesn't really help us as much as 20 thickened hides.
Yeah, though I think you basically have to kill all the enemies to get that one, so that's never really a concern.
You have to kill at least 35 of them. Right. And then the chest on the right is just gil. The first reward is 100 gil, the second reward is 300, and then the third is 999. But that takes into account the amount of soldiers that were killed by a swipe attack. But that attack is really slow.
I did not know that.
Yeah, and the reward for 990, and to get 999 gil, you have to kill 40 soldiers with the swipe attack, which is basically impossible.
So, one other little battle mechanic I want to mention that we've been sort of mitigating as time goes on, but we find different ways throughout the run, is that your first paradigm shift has a full animation associated with it, and you really can't do anything while that animation's happening, so you kind of want to do that as quickly as possible and at not a bad time. So in that soldier fight that we were just fighting, the soldiers run at you right at the beginning, so we shift right at the start to get that animation out of the way and hit them before they start running at you. But there are things you can do, like if you're jumping, you won't get that animation until you shift on the ground. So actually I think we'll see that on the Mog stream. He does the paradigm shift while he's in the air, and so he never gets the animation for, or he actually does get it at the start with the new version of the strat, but we've skipped it in all the versions in the past.
And then we have the second Eidolon fight. This will be for Lightning's Eidolon, Odin.
It's not an ideal start.
Yeah.
The idea is to try to separate Lightning and Hope at the very start with some doing some attacks to kind of separate them, so that Odin's AoE attacks only hit one character, but he didn't quite manage it there, and both got launched, which isn't ideal, but it's fine.
Yeah, the strat that we do here depends fully on Odin's targeting. If he's targeting Lightning, then we concentrate on healing. If it's on Hope, then we can concentrate a bit more on the chaining. And now the second part of this gestalt is about healing, using the medic paradigm, but that's slow and doesn't do much anyway, so we just focus on the chaining.
Yeah, the medic paradigm goes practically unused for like the first 7 chapters of the run.
Yeah.
That fight, I think, is really interesting just because a small change a few years ago, just to change what you do for the first 2 paradigms at the start, really made a huge difference, because you get a little bit more chain duration, and then with a little more chain duration, you hold onto the chain, and every spell that you hit them with gives you more gestalt, and it really saved like several seconds just from that small little change. But unfortunately, the targeting at the start made it so it didn't work out quite right. But right after we get Odin, the game immediately gives us a chance to use him. So this fight here against the 2 Ulans with extra soldiers is a great opportunity to use Odin, because these guys like to interrupt and do a ton of damage. And one nice property of these Eidolons is that when they hit enemies, they automatically provoke. So the provoke will cause the enemy to only target Odin, who doesn't really have HP per se. And so Lightning can stand back and chain while Odin helps give us duration, and then we can finish this fight nice and quickly with the Xantetskin.
And the Xantetskin is something you're going to see quite a bit of during the run. Casually, a lot of players think that summons aren't really that useful in this game, but they can be extremely useful if you use them in the right situations.
Yeah, especially Xanta. Xanta is quite situational. If you use it as sort of... if you use it expecting a lot of damage just outright, then that's where you're going to get very disappointed, because there's certain requirements that need to be met for it to actually do what it can, well, for it to do what it's designed to do.
Yeah, basically, it does an amount of damage, and the amount it can also kill if the enemy's HP is below a certain amount, and that amount is pretty much the damage it would do times the chain. And so it can do significant damage, but if you don't reach that threshold, you don't get that benefit, and it's just it doesn't seem as good as the others. But once you're in a speedrunner and you know exactly how the mechanics work, it's very nice.
Yeah, it actually scales with the square of the chain, so higher chain makes a huge difference.
On Odin as well, just checking Odin's targeting. Does seem like he was targeting the Lightning at the beginning, so it would have been a bit more potion usage, but now he's got Odin targeting Hope.
Yeah, Lightning got launched, but otherwise it was basically an ideal fight.
Yeah.
And everybody's in the same chapter, hooray!
Yeah. Yeah, a little extra section here with Sands and Vanille. This has quite a few fights in like a short period of time. A lot of small fights, but there's quite a bit to manage in these fights as well.
They try and sort of teach you about the mechanics by changing which party members you have and which roles you have access to. Like just before we had Lightning and Hope, so we had our Commando, Ravager, and Medic, where our key focus is there, and Defensive Synergist. Here with Saz and Vanille, we'll have our Commando, Ravager, and Offensive Saboteur. Or, you know, offensive debuffs. And so it's sort of... I'm sorry, we also have Offensive Synergist with Saz, so it's trying to teach you how to use these in different situations and different combinations.
Yeah, it just allows you to sort of play around with them. But now we have the first upgrade of the run, and the upgrade system is going to be one of the biggest things that will allow us to do massive damage throughout the run, or, well, scale our damage extremely quickly. So the way that upgrading works is that it uses the components that are dropped in the game, and there are two different types of components. We have the organics, which are more they're natural components, so stuff like fluids and bones, stuff like that. And then we have mechanicals, and how it works is if you put organic components into a weapon or accessory, you can get minimal XP but raise something called XP bonus. And the XP bonus is based off of bonus points, which organics give you more of, and you can get an XP bonus of up to ×3, meaning any XP put into a weapon or accessory from components is multiplied by 3. And what we'll be doing is we'll be trying to raise that XP bonus as much as possible, and then throwing a whole bunch of mechanical components to get a lot of XP for as little cost as possible.
Yeah, and it should be noted at this point we actually don't yet have access to the shop that sells organic components, which kind of limits the upgrading we can do here, which is part of why it's really important to get that thickened hides chest from the Dreadnought minigame.
And yeah, specifically here we're going to upgrade the power wristband to get quite a bit more strength. We combine that with bravery in these fights that Saz is doing maximum damage. Also staggering and the extra conditional these pulse wick soldiers when they're staggered, they take extra damage. All that together makes a huge difference.
Yeah. Something that's very different from a lot of different Final Fantasies is the reliance on the buffs and debuffs in this game. Making sure that you are synergizing them appropriately in order to basically get as much damage out as possible.
Yeah, and it's really a game where you have to set up buffs and debuffs on like almost every fight to be optimal. It's not like you just do it on the big boss fights. They're really useful pretty much everywhere. Like even these fights that take like 20 seconds that Kai is doing now, we make heavy use of buffs and debuffs.
That power wristband is actually so important. We immediately after these fights we take it off, and one nice thing about this game is that even though our party members are not physically together, they still share a pool of items and armor. So Saz just takes off the power wristband, and then immediately next chapter Lightning can put it on, unless you forget to take it off, in which case you cannot do that. So
and I have done that so many times.
Every 13 runner has to do that at some point. It's just a rite of passage. Also, we mentioned before that all of these fights have a chance to drop shrouds. I think Kai actually got a bonus Aegisol from the second fight, so...
Yeah, I did.
Aegisols are kind of a nice thing to have, but they're not really anything you count on until later on. And then there's a few guaranteed ones we'll count on, but it's kind of like always a debate of which fights is the most useful to use it on, because defensive buffs don't really help you beat most fights faster, or enough to really care too much about it, but there's a few places where like a lot of extra conditional chain will help. So I'm actually not sure where he's going to use that, but we'll find out.
Yeah.
Maybe Sid. That's usually the first place to go.
And the Aegisol Shroud is actually becomes first obtainable in this chapter, in Chapter 4. And it's basically the other shroud to the Fortisol. It's actually the defensive one. And that provides you with Protect, Shell, Veil, and Vigilance. So whilst the Fort Soul will give you haste, which speeds up the ATB gauge, bravery, which increases the strength of the character, and faith, that increases the magic of the character. The Age Soul will give you protect, which increases the physical resistance of a character, shell, which increases the magical resistance, vigilance, which increases the what we call the keep of a character, or essentially makes them harder to interrupt and keep sort of staggered. And then we have Veil, which increases debuff resistance.
Which almost never matters except when it does, and then you just complain when it fails. So.
Yeah.
There aren't a ton of enemies that debuff in this game, so.
Yeah.
So, one thing I want to mention is we just saw Kaya do that last dodge of Chapter 4. It's, 2 bombs and 2 soldiers. The bombs kind of have a difficult to account for movement pattern, but he was able to do that without a Decepticon. Sort of depends on their positioning and what's happening, but it's really tough dodge to do without a Decepticon, so it's pretty impressive. We're about to see MMM attempt the same one.
Yeah, and still got one more fight after this one.
I'll also mention one other funny fact. A few weeks ago, maybe months ago now, Kaya was finishing Chapter 4, and he actually input the command to remove the armor so quickly that the game didn't register it. So we checked the VOD, and he, sure enough, removed the equipment, but he did not have the equipment in his inventory. So there's forgetting it, and there's also unequipping it so fast the game doesn't even realize it happened. So we've got some pretty good menu inputters on this stream.
Yeah. FF13 has always had people who are crazy good at menuing.
Got some bird trolling for Zero right now.
Wisdom does come with age.
So now we're moving into... Oh, here we go. We got the dodge for MMM right now. This is a nice chest. It just has a Fortisol. It's really useful to have, and that cuts our farming down on Chapter 1. Sorry, Chapter 2. So in general, these bombs spawn behind the soldiers, and you want to try and draw them forward. But they don't always do that, and they can get stuck on the soldiers. But it looks like they're all going to the left, so this is pretty good. Yeah, well done. That is not easy, I can promise you that. So here on Tonberry's side for Kaya, we've got Chapter 5. Now Chapter 5 is interesting. We do the first part of it with Hope. Hope actually runs slower than the other party members. It doesn't actually matter in this part because we can't change the leader, and so we're just going as fast as we are. But for the sake of these dodges, it can make them a little harder because the enemies will approach you at the same speed, and Hope's a little bit slower. So these Dextron dodges are a little bit harder than they would be with another party member. But in general, this section is just like a relatively casual bit of dodging until, you know, a slug hits you or something.
Curse you, Hope, and your tiny, tiny legs.
Hope gets hate for other reasons, but not usually his tiny legs. But, you know, for a speedrunner, we find a lot of things to complain about. So wrapping up Chapter 4 for MMM, and then Dreadnought for Zero here. We'll get one more attempt at the Dreadnought, at the Wrecking Ball skip. Hopefully we don't get Miley Cyrus again.
I've got your back. You call the shots now. Don't stray too far.
Quick shout out to the soundtrack at this point. This is a really nice track.
Use the lights as a guide to keep us moving in the right direction.
So I didn't actually see what happened for the Wrecking Ball for MMM, but generally what you do is you just get him right to the end of his stagger and then stagger him as he does Wrecking Ball, but I think generally the fails happen because of failed debuffs. Your characters basically attempt to debuff until they land the debuffs, and if you fail debuffs, you get a little bit of chain, but you don't get the debuff. And so I think he might have staggered him early because of failed debuffs, which is really, really unlikely, but you know, this is a marathon, so anything can happen.
Yeah, that's usually the only way it fails. The only way it fails unless you make some kind of mistake.
So we actually see the menu on the left. We unlocked water, which you can't actually do at this point unless you kill both, or at least one of the bombs, which we got 1, I think, for Kaya and 2 for MMM. That water is going to be released for the behemoths, but then on the right we're using fire against these the silver lobos, which are the, I guess, the 3rd iteration of the dog enemy, and quite a bit faster than the Thexrons and Pantherons. We are fighting these silver lobos. They sort of guard a gate, and these gates basically force you to fight the enemies that guard them. But there's going to be silver lobos dodges a little bit later.
So just to give a little bit of background on the runners, in case you're wondering, Kaya, who's currently in front, has been kind of destroying everybody in the past few relays. So I would actually like to see him taken down a little bit, because he's gotten the fastest 13 run in the past 3 relays in a row. So I would very much like for somebody to beat him. He's also the world record holder, so you know, there's that. But the other 2 runners are very much capable of beating him if they're having a good day. Zero is his main competitor on the leaderboard, and has been getting crazy good runs really consistently lately, so he definitely has a chance to catch up a bit depending on how things go. And then there's M, who's kind of the new blood of the crew. He only started running, I think, within the last year, but he's gotten really good as well.
Yeah, the general level of the game has been pushed up to a crazy amount over the past few years.
Yeah, for quite a while, sort of the sort of expectation was sub 5. Now you're going to be looking at runs that are sub 440. It's just.
I mean, maybe not in the relay, but you know, for their PBs.
I would not be surprised to see sub 440s for all 3 runners.
There's a chance that all of them might get a sub 440, but you know, we'll see.
Yeah. So, MrZwanzig, we mentioned it before, but you just did a world record history video, which was very interesting and went into all the different things that have gone into world records. I would like to take more credit for the time decreases that we've seen, but really I think the execution has been a huge factor of it, so these runners are really, really good.
Yeah, the overall execution and also the aggressiveness of the certain dodges as well has definitely changed a lot of it as well. Doing certain dodges without D-set saves so much time.
One thing that I don't think any of us can speak to, but has been in development quite a bit, and I think Zero has contributed a significant amount to this, is just like trying to camera trick and reverse camera trick pretty much every single dodge and just seeing what works and paying really close attention. So a lot of these dodges you don't even think about it, but if you just like point the camera down 30 seconds before you get to the last few dodges of Chapter 4, and then put the camera up, then the enemies will be in a better position, and it makes it faster to preempt, and then you just save like 10 seconds, and just stuff like that builds up over the course of the run.
I electing to go down the middle on that 2 Lobos dodge there. There's a slight gap actually between the overall scenery and the battle zone on the left hand side for that one, so you can actually dip in and out of that one to make that dodge a lot easier.
Yeah, that's just all part of the finesse. Typically, if those Silver Lobos are coming at you from behind, you can just like jog to the side and avoid their swipe, and then they'll stop. But if there's 2 of them, it might not be possible, and so you can play it safe and go on the left, but it's just up to the runner's discretion what the best course of action is.
Yeah.
So coming up soon for Zero, we're going to see Odin one last time. I mentioned that there was a change in the strategy, so I can actually mention specifically. We want to protect, or we want to cast Protect so that people take less damage, but what we recently learned is that it doesn't actually matter whether Hope has Protect in terms of his survivability. So we, instead of just waiting in the Commando Synergist paradigm for both characters to get Protect, we just shift to Commando Ravager when only Lightning is protected. And that extra bit of duration from those spells makes the difference for how long the stagger duration lasts and makes the fight significantly faster. So we're about to see that shortly. Also, as a nice little coincidence, we get to see the Feral Behemoth from 2 angles. We see on the left the first version of the fight, which is Hope against it, and then on the right we see Lightning versus it. The Lightning version is quite a bit nicer because what you want to do here is you want to use Aqua Strikes because Lightning has physical damage, and the AI doesn't really think that way. The AI likes alternating abilities, so on the left, Lightning's AI is doing Aqua Strike, Water, Aqua Strike, and that makes the fight a little bit worse, and it's just like a little thing you have to account for with your strategies.
There is a valid reason for why the AI is alternating Act Strike and Water, and that is down to a sort of background mechanic called conditional modifiers. And conditional modifiers basically will increase the effectiveness of stuff like the chaining, or like the damage that you deal in certain rolls. And by doing Aqua Strike and Water, it can build a bit more chain, but because of the animation speed, it's significantly more inefficient. Alongside also just not doing as much damage. And then also a little thing to note at the end of the Feral Behemoth fight from the Lightning Leader perspective was we timed a shift at the end of one of our Aqua Strike strings into the Commando Ravager paradigm. And because we shifted into the Commando paradigm as an Aqua Strike was hitting, we've actually taken the Commando bonus, which is double damage, effectively, and we've applied that to an Aqua Strike. And because that is hitting a water weakness that the Feral Behemoths have, we've effectively ended up doing 4 times normal damage with that one Aqua Strike. And we call that comb buffering.
So actually, something pretty interesting that I gave the shout out to Odin's strategy and didn't realize that Zero was going for an Aegisol strat. So he actually used Aegisol there, and it's kind of interesting. Bradley mentioned the cut and keep. When you have the Aegisol, then you have that vigilance. You have enough keep on your spells that Odin won't launch you. So I was actually confused watching. I'm like, wait, he's not getting launched while he's casting spells. It's like, oh, he has the Aegisol on. And that fight was 38 seconds, which the normal fight's around 50 seconds, so he got a 12-second time save there. But the funny thing is, Kaya also got a bonus Aegisol, but he got it after that fight, so he couldn't get the benefit of that 12-second time save. So we'll see where Kaya uses it, but yeah.
Yeah, getting the Aegisol before Odin is really nice. Just use that on Odin. Makes the fight easier, a lot quicker as well. Unfortunately, he didn't have the same kind of luck with this Ulam fight. Stagger ran out, so he's ended up having to re-stagger and then kill. It's not awful, but it's a lot of time drain.
Yeah, it's something that happens in this run is when the summon came out, Lightning got hit immediately after before the provoke went off, and so Odin had to heal, and while he's healing, he's not provoking, and it just kind of gets bleh. And you'll see in Chapter 7 there's another situation where this can happen, which is very frustrating. But coming out on the right, we got Astro Protoflorian, which is the end of this segment. But this is a really tough fight, one of the tougher fights in the earlier parts of the run. So if anyone wants to go into that.
Just another battle.
Yeah, absolutely. So, Proto, the main thing about him is that he goes between various elemental forms. There's 4 different ones he can do, and which one he goes into really determines the strategy, because we don't have equal access to all of the different elemental abilities that would counter the one he goes into. So, in the ideal case, he's going to go into either lightning or water, in which case we have Spark Strike and Aqua Strike to hit the respective weakness with Lightning's attacks. If he goes into Ice, Lightning does have access to Fire, but not to Flame Strike, so she can't do quite as much damage, and the win gets quite a bit tighter. If he does Fire, Lightning has no access to any Ice-based abilities, so we cannot actually one-stagger the fight and have to just wait for him to go into a different mode, because we don't want to stagger him and then get to like below half HP and then re-stagger him afterwards or anything. It would probably be slower anyway, but even besides that, he's just going to kill you once he's that low, because his attacks get powered up. So Kaya got Ice, which is the kind of bad but workable version. So the kill for him is going to be pretty tight, but he should be experienced enough to deal with this.
So I just want to give a quick shout out. I scrolled up in the Discord and I see Kaya said, I bet all three either fire or ice. Yeah, so I think he might have cursed himself here.
I even said before the run, relay luck indicates ice is most likely.
And so one thing that's important in a lot of fights and starts becoming more and more apparent here is kind of timing your attacks to interrupt the enemy during stagger. During stagger, enemies keep, which is the kind of hidden number that determines how likely you are to interrupt them, drops to 0, so it becomes really easy to interrupt them. So you see that Proto doesn't really get to do anything this whole time. And Kaya didn't quite kill, but should be fine here. Oh no! Oh no!
That is the one attack you do not want to see.
Yep. So that's what I mean.
Kill.
That's what I mean with him getting powered up at low HP. That attack he only does once he's, I don't know, below what HP threshold it is, but it's basically if you don't kill him in one stagger. That's really unfortunate because he was so close to the kill. Like, the bar was practically empty.
One of the worst parts about what happened there was Proto was just walking up to Lightning whilst Lightning was not acting. So he was just able to get that attack off immediately as well. Like, if there was any sort of delay, it would have been okay.
If Kaya had had the time to do like 1 or 2 more attacks with Lightning, the fight would have been over, but just the immediate slam was really unlucky.
But it sort of shows, again, anything that wants to kill you can kill you. And it also shows that this fight is probably one of the main roadblocks when it comes to learning this run. Especially like making sure that you get this fight consistent.
Yeah, most people would consider this the hardest fight in the first half of the run. Especially if you go for the XO Ice kill.
That has allowed M to catch up, so we're on the same fight now.
And Kaya again got Ice, so he's got his opportunity for redemption here. Can he do it the second time around?
Astro Purify and Web redemption time, let's go.
It'll be interesting to see what extra proofing M gets, because with Water or Lightning, could see a bit of a catch up.
Part of what Kaya's doing right now as well is normally if you get Lightning or Water, you kind of just go for chaining immediately and just stagger him as quickly as possible. He's actually slow rolling it a little bit by being in Commando Ravager, so doing a little bit of extra damage before staggering to make the kill just that tiny bit easier, because as you saw, it's really, really tight.
Fire.
And,
Fire.
M got Fire. So Fire, like I said, that's the worst one, so he has no choice here but to just wait for him to go into a different exo-proofing.
It is the easiest, though.
It is the easiest because you just essentially get to do some extra free damage beforehand. So he should have no real problem winning, but it is a bit slow.
It's also
so let's see, can Kaya get it this time?
Yeah. It's also worth noting that Kaya is deliberately not doing the 4th attack of the strength, purely because the animation for it is way too long. So he's got the kill.
Man, he was making me nervous with that damage. He was so close to getting hit each time.
Meanwhile, on M's side we now have Water, which means we get to see the damage of Spark Strike come in. you'll just see that we can basically rip through Proto way easier than in Ice and Fire.
So the canonical reason that Lightning can't do Ice is because she hates snow, right?
Oh, totally.
I always assumed that was it. It's way down in her ChrisTenarium, actually. It's like...
It's stage 6.
Yeah, that's...
Does that mean Saz hates snow even more because he never gets access to it?
Oh, wow, good point. Well, she doesn't even have snow, right? Like, not like Froststrike.
Who? Lightning?
No, Saz.
Saz? No.
Yeah, he
Saz
doesn't get any ice or water abilities.
Yeah. Really? I did not know that.
Yeah,
Saz
snow doesn't get fire or lightning.
Yeah. Speaking of Saz, we're seeing him and Vanille again on Kaya's stream in Chapter 6.
As you said that, I was like, wait, I could have sworn I've seen Snow doing fire strikes, and I remembered it's just in fire.
Giving Snow Flame Strike actually crashes the game.
So we go from the Gabro Whitewood, which is a great song, now to the Sunleth Weatherscape, which is another great song, so just banger after banger over here.
The FF13 soundtrack is just really good.
I believe it won Best Soundtrack from the pre-show. I think it was tied going into the last, and then Pharaoh, who wanted to say 13-2, let her heart go to 13, so we got the win. Between 13 and 6.
Well, I mean, to be fair, if you say FF13's got the best soundtrack, then you might as well say 13-2 and LR have the best soundtrack as well.
That's a copy my homework, but don't make it too obvious situation.
Now, so Chapter 6 is just a whole bunch of dodging. We've got a quick menu, or a semi-quick menu here in the middle of it, to do a quick upgrade for the Vega 42s, and which is Saz's weapon. And you're going to start seeing the sort of stats that we can get out of upgrading really shown off here. Like the previous upgrade menu we did only got us about 40 strength. This one's going to be picking up about 90 strength of magic.
Yeah, with optimized offensively focused upgrading, we really don't have that much less offensive power than your average casual player. It's mostly just that we have way lower HP than they do.
Yeah. The return on investment in terms of time and resources is just much better on the weapons and accessories we use, and you know, you can get that same thing by grinding, but why do it when you can just spend your gil that you get along the way?
Yeah, speaking of which, the main funding for this particular upgrade is from the weapon that you pick up right there, called the Belladonna Wand, which is actually Vanille's most useful weapon, and we would love to use it, but it the main reason it's good is because it slightly increases the chance of her landing debuffs, which is a nice quality of life for sure, but it's not quite worth the time that it would cost to not get the, what is it, like 15 or 16,000 gil that it sells for, which just lets us get a huge power increase at this point in the game.
Plus, I mean, psychologically, I've used the Belladonna Wand some, and it really, I don't know if it makes that big of a difference, because so many fights I've used it and still missed all the debuffs, so it's just like, let's just take the gil. The late game gil is sort of, you have more freedom to work with if you want to mess with the route, and so I, for a time, messed with buy the Belladonna Wand late and use it, and just like, it didn't feel like it made that big of a difference. If you're doing a big run like Plat, then it can make, you know, you use a lot more, and so you're on average gonna benefit a lot more from it.
Yeah, Plat runners, they will definitely vouch for the Belladonna Wand. Or more so its upgrade.
Plus, several of the late game bosses don't super benefit from debuffs, like the Proud Cloud fights, they are immune to debuffs that you can inflict, so. Here we're taking a little detour on MMM's working on it right now, and he's having trouble with this dodge, which can be very annoying. This is just another doctor's code. We're going to end up upgrading and then decrafting both of these, but for now it's nice to have the extra healing.
Yeah, a good way to sort of describe these gremlin enemies is that their hitboxes are way too big for their visual model. Like, you're essentially trying to dodge a cardboard box.
Vanille also has kind of a large radius. She's short, but she'll hit stuff pretty wide out.
She waves her, she flails her arms about all the time.
True.
As somebody has magnificently recreated a long time ago.
Yeah, there's a great gif of me trying to imitate Vanille's running. Yeah, it's very similar to how Yuna runs in 10-2, that's true.
Are we allowed to share links in chat? I have the link to the GIF here.
I don't know.
I don't think they'll mind.
Do I mind?
Do you mind, Swanzig?
No.
Yeah. Not a lot to really commentate on it. It's just a whole bunch of long dodging sections.
Yeah, chapter 6 is pretty chill. It's one of the shorter chapters. We only have to fight one fight in the whole chapter, which is the boss at the end.
There is a good amount of finesse to some of these dodges. Like, one of the gremlin dodges has like an opening that appears and disappears, so you kind of time your run to try and sneak through. If you want to be safe, you can just sort of draw them to the side and not worry about it, but Kaya decided to do the big boy strat.
Also, featured in that GIF is me almost hitting Maelstrom in the face. That's pretty good.
Shout out to Maelstrom for running this marathon. He's doing a great job.
And Seraph and ChrisTenarium. I mean, Local Man. Actually, he is Local Man. He's Local Man to me. He's a Brit. Lovely.
Alright, so now we've got Inky and Enlil on Kaya's stream. This fight is sort of interesting. They debuff you at the start, and they both have a different elemental weakness. So we take advantage of the Synergist AI to target one of them, and then let Saz buff us until we have the correct debuff. And we actually stay in the medic paradigm for Vanille, just because that makes Saz buff himself. If you weren't in the medic paradigm, he would buff Vanille first, and her buffs don't really matter because Saz is the one doing damage. So we just sit there and wait for Saz to do his thing, and then we shift out, and now we stagger. We've got Deprotect, and then we'll have the debuff also. Plus the weakness is just a ton of multipliers, and they go down super fast. This fight can be a little bit dangerous, though. They tend to target separate characters and alternate attacks. So if you just, you have both your characters in yellow HP, you'll be safe. But once one of them dies, the other one will start attacking twice as fast, and they're focusing on the same character, so you can actually die very quickly, depending on who they're targeting. Or, if Saz dies here, you lose your debuffs, which can lose you a lot of time. So you have to be really careful in the second phase of the fight. You normally think it gets easier once one goes down, but it actually tends to be more dangerous at this point. Most deaths happen at this point. It looks like Shai is pretty safe here.
Yeah. And there's something to know about the way that we're actually stun locking these enemies. So, whilst debuffs like Deprotect and D-Shell, which do physical and magical resistance decrease, the debuff Poison actually will effectively hits twice. It will hit, the initial cast will do one hit, and then if it actually inflicts, it will do another hit. It won't do any damage with the second hit, but it will actually keep interruption. And with that, we were able to do a stun lock on both Enki and Enlil a lot more consistently.
Yeah, that is interesting because you'll actually have one of them break out of their interruption, and you won't realize why when you're learning the game, but it's because one of the poison ticks didn't hit, so you don't get the second hit, which causes the interruption.
Back at Zero Stream, he's just done the 10-4 fight. Just like the 5 soldiers in Chapter 4, that is another fight that if it wants to kill you, it can kill you.
Yeah, they have enough cut to interrupt both of you, and if you just try and use a potion and then you get interrupted, it's yeah, it can snowball really quickly.
Yeah, while I personally never really understood why so many people think it's an objective bad thing about the game that if the party leader dies it's a game over, it does kind of get a little bit annoying when all enemies decide to just target your party leader, so that is a bit of an RNG factor that can happen sometimes.
What's that? Started to get a bit dicey there for M.
Yeah, he played it safe though. I think maybe if he was doing a run he might have YOLO'd it, but yeah, he went for the extra potions.
Yeah, Deep Protect wasn't casting. He had about 2 strings there where it just didn't actually do anything. But hey, a poison kill!
Yeah, I love the poison kill. One nice thing about this game is a lot of the bosses will drop quote-unquote nice equipment with like theoretically very good abilities for fighting against random enemies, but we know exactly what we need, so we can sell this nice stuff. So Riptide and Fulmin Wing are 2 like nice elemental defense things, but we never need elemental defense, so we just immediately sell them for like 5,000 kill.
Yeah, elemental defense just it fails in comparison to just overall resistance.
Yeah, there's a few others too, like I think the Tetrotic Crown is one that one of the Barts drops, and it's just like starts the fight with defensive buffs, which is kind of nice, but you know what's also nice is tens of thousands of gil. It's also a general sort of philosophy that goes into the speedrun of this game is that if you can survive a fight for longer or you can do more damage, you want to go towards more damage. Like, don't use Protect, use Bravery. So defensive things are generally not useful.
Kill them before they kill you.
Yeah, and that'll go into our final choice of party members also. We don't really have much defensive potential in that party, besides just our Sentinel, but we make do, and it's fast. So as we're going along now, we're in Chapter 7. We return back to Lightning and Hope, and we're sort of in Hope's hometown. We're just making our way underground, and it's just a bunch of dodging right now, but we'll eventually meet up back with Snow in the next segment.
Yeah, there's no fights in this section, it's just a long string of dodges. Flan enemies are quite annoying to dodge. We've already seen a type of flan enemy in the previous chapter, so the Flan Dragora. They also sort of have like a cardboard box hitbox, as well as the fact that if they flail their arms about like Vanille, their hitboxes can just clip you as well.
Yeah, you don't know true pain until you've run one of the categories that actually does stuff on pulse and have to dodge hybrid floras.
Oh, yeah. Well, they also stick you in like a small little corridor for that too, right?
Yeah.
Especially for the double. Probably it's probably the thinnest part of that entire like canyon.
And they just put you with the big chonk. Let's get by this guy. So we're gonna have 2 interesting things happening at the same time. It looks like Kai will be fighting the Snow fight, which is an Eidolon fight. Not many of them in the run, but this one is really interesting. Actually, I guess they're all kind of interesting in that they vary between the PC and console. For some reason, the hitboxes in the fight are slightly smaller, or it's harder to hit with all the animations on PC. So we're all on PC here, so the strat changes a little bit, and it's a little bit slower.
Yeah, on PS3 this fight can sort of serve as a quick toilet break whilst you just mash one button. It's
what is it? Just side X?
It's just auto gestalt.
Just auto gestalt. See, I haven't even done it.
If we were playing easy mode, we would just do the very hard strategy of press triangle.
Yes, press triangle. On easy mode, you get more chain, and so the gestalt's just enough. And they also have less HP, so your damage will be enough with just the gestalt.
But yeah, this is one of only one of 2 fights where we actually start as an Eidolon in Gestalt. And yeah, we're going to be repeating the pattern for this fight. This actually has gone through quite a few revisions, and it's purely because of this Orion enemy. So firstly, we need to maintain chain on the Orion in order to be able to stagger it to kill with the Eidolon finisher Diamond Dust. But we also need to make sure that we are doing moves that will just not randomly get dodged by the Orion as well. So by repeating the same sort of pattern of moves, we're able to build the chain up and get the kill without even needing to bother with the actual fight.
I want to give a quick shout out to M, who just did the much more difficult and impressive threading the needle dodge on the 2 flans, which led to him just waiting at the platform. He got there so fast, he just had to wait for the platform. You can sort of take that dodge slower just because you might end up having to wait, and that's what happened, but very impressive.
Yeah.
Alright, so we're about to see Proto here for 0, so Kaya's prior prediction of only ice and fire so far has come true. We've seen ice, ice again, and fire, so let's see if Zero actually gets a good one.
He ended up in lightning or water?
Yeah, he did end up in water, on M's stream after waiting out fire, but that doesn't count.
Well, I was going to say we've seen all of them except for 1, so if we get the other, we can cover all 4.
Oh, sure.
Alright, after this strike, we're about to find out what his EXO is.
And fire!
Let's go! He knew!
Proto is in one of those moods today.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a little slower, but it's very safe. So he's just going to chain him up and then just do some damage while waiting for the next EXO.
By getting hung up on this dodge. This dodge can be very awkward depending on like the big guy in red. That's the main enemy that you need to dodge. They are an enemy type that moves quick, but they are also quite clumsy and will overshoot the target, as you just saw there. So it's sort of just making sure that happens.
The big thing you can sort of take advantage of is they turn slowly, so if you just kind of go around them, they won't do anything, but you can't do that because you have to run straight for that little window, which we're about to see M do the same thing, and hopefully he just shoots behind you, like Dudley said, he's very clumsy. There you go.
Yeah, there is a type of that enemy in, well, they first appeared in Chapter 1 with the Marauder fight. There's only one of that one. And then there's a couple of them in Chapter 3 called the Executioner, but we kept him off screen, and because of that he never moved to try and intercept us on the dodge before Garuda.
And well, I guess you did get your wish because he's now in lightning mode, but
let's go.
We got all of them.
And a few of them multiple times, unfortunately.
But a very nice kill by Zero there.
And a little something to note about the extra proofs, which also goes alongside the buffs. I've already mentioned about the 7 main buffs, ranging from Protect to Bravery to Veil. But Proto's exoproofing actually gives him a status which is an end spell. And what the end spell basically does is it will apply the element to any of your Commando, Ravager, Sentinel and Saboteur abilities. So for Commandos, that's their general attack, Ruin, Blitz. For Ravagers, when they have an end spell, the elemental attacks that they do, of the element that they have the end spell for, they will do 30% more damage. Sentinels, when they do like counter attacks or attacks from abilities like Vendetta,
which are bad, don't use them.
Yeah, they're bad. And then Sabs, any of their spells will do elemental damage. And then there's also the counter of that one, which is the bar spells, which increases the elemental resistance for a particular element.
It's actually, the game's AI is kind of interesting and generous. When you Libra an enemy, they'll learn the elemental weakness, but you can also just hit them with something they're weak to, and it'll pretty much instantly pick up on what it's weak to, and your Synergist AI will start casting the appropriate end spell, and that's what we're taking advantage of on Inky and Enlil. There's also a nice little generous thing, which is that if you hit an enemy with something that they're not weak to, it'll immediately remove the end spell from the character. So if you are fighting an enemy that absorbs ice and you in frost, it'll just wear off instantly, so you won't just sit there healing them the whole time.
Yeah.
Here we've got some more flying enemies that Kai is trying to dodge. Luckily the zones are small and easy to get by. But if they were bigger, this could be a really tough dodge.
Yeah. So some of that we learned, or I learned in particular, and as well as I believe Serena. One of those battle zones is actually different between PC and PS3/Xbox. The first set of flying enemies here on this little interstate, I don't know what I'll call it, overpass. If you walk on the far left on the PC version, you will never enter that battle zone. On the PS3 and Xbox versions, you will always enter that battle zone.
These chests are also quite nice. We get a weapon that we can just sell, and some thrust bearings, which we're immediately going to use for some upgrades. They're very nice mechanical components. Oh yes, the Vidofnir. I forgot the name, but sell it immediately. I couldn't remember the name. I'm bad with names, okay?
To be fair, I don't blame you for Hope's weapon names.
Yeah. Also, I just saw both Kai and M did the thing where they just like ran up that walkway past where the bike went. I did not know about that tech. I always just waited for him to go by. It seems maybe like a second or two, but that was nice.
Yeah, that's sort of a more recent thing that was found. Was just on the left side of that ramp, the bike will just fly over you.
So we've got this upgrade now for Kaya. He's going to be upgrading the...
It's going to be a couple of different things. He'll be upgrading the Wild Bear, which is Snow's starting weapon. The Blazefire Saber, which is the Lightning's starter weapon. And I believe he's also doing a particular route where he'll be upgrading the Doctor's Code at this point in order to dismantle it. But we'll keep an eye on that, just in case he does.
Yeah, so the weapons we choose to upgrade in the speedrun are pretty much all just default weapons. The reason for that is kind of twofold, but they boil down to the same thing. It's more cost effective, both because those weapons are cheaper to upgrade, so you kind of get more bang for your buck from upgrading them generally. And also the quote-unquote better weapons they usually sell for more, so then you also get more gil to do upgrades with.
You can just see there, upgrading the Wild Bear, we went from 15 attack, 15 magic to 100 strength, 100 magic. And that sets us up nicely for the Ushu 1 fight. And this fight is going to utilise a lot of mid-air paradigm shifts. As said earlier, when shifting in mid-air, you will avoid the long first paradigm shift animation until you do a shift whilst on the ground. But essentially what we're doing in this first part is we're just going to be dealing damage. As Ushu will then do a move. Well, firstly he'll do a move called Tail Hammer, which he's just done. which we will summon through to avoid being launched. And then he will do a move called Overdrive. And what Overdrive will do is it will give Ushu, or the Assumable Subjugator, Bravery, but it will also give him Deprotect and D-Shell, allowing us to do more damage. It also reduces his chain resist, so we're able to stagger him quite quickly. And from there, we're able to just do
The Hope is pretty useless in this particular fight. That's why we kind of just use the summon. We actually have been specifically not leveling Hope for a particular reason that's coming up soon. And we're really close together at the moment between Mog and Tonberry. Yeah, this dodge that Kaya just failed is kind of a rough one. There's a specific way of moving that you try to do to manipulate the Ulans to not catch you, but I don't even know how it works because I run PS3 where it's for some reason way easier. But he decided to just go for the Deceptisol on the retry rather than fail it multiple times. Since he'll have to cancel that as well, and M just got the dodge, that means they're almost tied now.
Transfer request will not be granted. Violators will be treated as enemy combatants.
Follow me.
This is a SciComm announcement. This area has been placed under quarantine. Entry to and exit from this area.
Both of my co-commentators seem to have dipped out just now at the same time. So I'm on my own here for a second, but right now we've got Kaya on the Ushu 2 with Hope fight, and it's already over because Hope died. That's part of the reason why we haven't leveled up Hope at all. We want him to die there as quickly as possible because the fight can either continue on if you do a certain amount of damage. I think it's either 1 or 2% of Ushu 2's total HP, but the quickest way is to just have Hope die. And then, rather than going straight into the fight, they're actually going to retry and do a menu, because the basic paradigm setup that the game gives to you, we don't get to set it up beforehand because we don't have this party while we're running around beforehand. And the setup that the game gives you by default is pretty bad. Plus it lets us also fine-tune our ChrisTenarium and equipment a bit, but the main reason is that we get a really poor paradigm deck if we just go straight in.
Yeah, that Hope dying is actually like a routing concern. We want to give him more HP for this next fight, but we don't want to give him that accessory before the first part of the fight because we want him to die in 2 hits.
Yeah.
This fight is also where we get launch for the first time. So this is a really useful ability that lets us just shoot enemies into the air and hang them up there so they can't do anything for long stretches of time.
Ooh, and Kaya's got some unfortunate positioning here. This can happen sometimes where if Ushio-2 is turned to the side, when you launch him, his wings kind of push Fang away, and you can end up missing hits. He'll probably be fine, but that could put him potentially in jeopardy of not killing in 2 staggers, though. He'll probably still be fine.
Yeah, looks like he's got some techniques here.
Yeah, he's missed multiple hits, so it's at the very least it's going to make the fight a bit slower. Hopefully he doesn't miss the smite. At the end of stagger, you try to set up for this big attack called Smite that Fang will automatically do if stagger's about to run out and the enemy's launched. And he didn't manage to land that there, so he's got him below half HP. He should be all fine. Just unfortunate that he missed a couple of hits, but no big deal.
And yeah, Vanille and Fang are both saboteurs, and the difference between them is that Vanille has debuffs and Fang has debilitations. Debilitations like slows him down, curse, which makes them easier to interrupt, and so on. And those generally are not as good as the debuffs. Slowing the enemy down is not as good as making them take more damage, because damage is the thing that decides how long the fight takes, so...
Ushio-2 is also one of very few fights in the run that actually takes 2 staggers to kill. The vast majority of things we can kill in 1. He's got a lot of HP, but besides that, we just don't have access to the party that can set up offensive buffs and debuffs, namely Saz and Vanille. And for most of the fights where we have like Lightning and Hope and stuff, we can use Fortisouls, which we did on Aster Part of Florian, and will do on the final boss of this chapter. But on this fight, we actually, even if we wanted to, can't use a Fortisoul because of that little Hope section beforehand. Because the Fortisoul would go on that section, and, you know, Hope would have haste, hooray. It wouldn't really help at all, and then we don't actually get the benefits for the actual fight afterwards. So that makes this actually one of the longest fights in the run.
I was gonna say, I think it's the second longest.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, like, you can set up this party to get a 1 stagger fight, but it takes a lot of effort.
And now we've got Kaya on a bit of an infamous fight here. This is what we call Hope's House 1. Bit of an annoying fight because we want to set up enough chain on all the enemies so that Odin's Suntetsuken is going to kill them all, but because of their random moving around and sometimes hitting lightning, causing Odin to do cures, it can be a bit of a problem, and you might sometimes end up having to do cleanup after the Zantetsuken. Kai's getting a little bit trolled here with Odin turning around, but good manage to kill here.
Yeah, this looks like it's going to be a bit of cleanup.
Nope, he got everything.
No, just about.
Looks like it's getting closer and closer.
Yeah, meanwhile, M's fight was a lot cleaner.
It is very close now.
Well done.
There's an interesting bit of routing that goes into this section because you have to change the party at some point to set up for the final boss, and like when you do it, sort of depends on how you want to do these fights. You shift the physical damage from Fang to Lightning because Lightning has to be the damage dealer for Havoc, but you know, for these fights, it's sort of a balance of whether you want to have Fang or Lightning doing the damage.
we pick up a Brawler's wristband here in the corner, which is another nice strength bonus. Now, Lightning gets the upgraded power wristband along with that Brawler's wristband to really jack up her strength, and she is going to go zoom zoom in this fight. So Havoc Skytank has a unique animation for Lightning where she uses her Gunblade as a gun, which goes incredibly fast. So Lightning, especially with haste, just gets ridiculous damage and ridiculously fast here. So fast, in fact, that it was discovered a few years ago that the optimal strategy here is to actually just use Odin for the effect that Roosta mentioned earlier, where Odin will provoke all the damage onto himself, and Lightning will not be getting hit, because otherwise a lot of the attacks he can do can interrupt or even launch Lightning and prevent her from doing damage. And that just having Lightning be able to attack consistently is actually more useful than having Fang and Hope. So this actually ends up being faster, even though we're not attacking with a full party. And we're not even going to use the Gestalt for Odin, we just let him run out. At this point he's already killed all of the side parts of Havoc Skytank, and now it's just a little bit of extra damage to get him into his last phase, and then we can stagger and kill him. So it's a really, really quick fight.
Yeah, his Plasma Blaster's attack especially launches, and it slows you down quite a bit, and just having Odin take all those is really a big time save. And it's sort of become a meme because there's a Game FAQ speedrun guide that said to summon here, and eventually we discovered that it was the correct strat for a totally different reason, but it worked out well.
Yeah, the original iteration of the Odin strat for Havoc Skytank didn't really do anything with Odin, despite the fact that it just ulted Odin. With Havoc Skytank done, we go into the next chapter.
Chapter 8 is a very short little chapter. There's just a few minutes of basic... Wait, did he just die?
He did. That's really rough.
Man.
Ooh. This is actually one of the worst deaths in the run, because you have to refight the fight that comes before it, and you have the wrong setup for it too.
Man, that's the second last second death that we've had in this run. Really unfortunate.
It was so close we didn't even realize what was happening. We thought that the enemy just died.
Yeah, I thought for a second that he won the fight, but man.
I mean, this is the new route, right? Where we're getting a little bit more LP or CP here.
It's the CP farm.
Yeah, and maybe we'll get a Lucky Shroud too for our troubles.
It's just a few chapters a bit too early. Yeah, that's all you can really hope for at this point is get a Shroud from it. Or get some incentive chips.
The adrenaline's flowing now.
You got a Phoenix down.
Actually, I was gonna say some incentive chips would be nice, but yeah. It's a bit interesting though, because Plasma Blasters was really the most annoying attack in this fight, but because Odin completely draws it to himself, the new annoying one is the Turret Fire, because that can splash damage, hit Lightning, and then it makes Lightning take damage, which causes Odin to heal her, which makes him do less damage, so it totally flipped the fight. We also used to use Hope a lot more as a medic, but once Odin goes away, we actually almost immediately need the chain, so he becomes really useful. He's useful when he appears, but that also means we sort of push the limit with potions, and also no Doctor's Code because we would be fully strength spec'd, so some unfortunate targeting contributed to that, but now we're getting targeting on Fang and Hope, so no danger here, right? Only Lightning's HP matters at this point. I will never get tired of Lightning's 4 attack, the sound of her gun here.
And Ideally, you actually time everything so that all your characters are attacking when he uses his big cannon move, which will prevent them from getting launched, but... Either way, he managed to kill that time before a second cannon, so all good.
Looking on the bright side, though, probably you would rank 2 of the worst deaths in the run to be Proto and Havoc, and we just had them on two different runs. So we're just showing off some different ways that the run can go wrong.
All good news for Zero. He's the only one who hasn't died yet, I think.
Yeah, so there is a gradual catch up for Team Choco.
Is popping off right now. Here we've got another mini game for Kaya. You just have to run around this area and find the Chocobo chick. It can be a little difficult if you don't know, but we know where he is, so it's just a, I'm sure these runners could do this blindfolded at this point.
This Chocobo trick is important in the other 2 games.
Yeah, the sidekick that hangs out in Saz's hair actually plays a story role later on. Actually, wait, that's Chocolina, right? Or how does that work?
Apparently, I don't know. I played 13-2 and they didn't explain that, so...
something time travel, okay.
The story of FF13 becomes obfuscated.
It goes places, for sure.
So there's actually an interesting debate that goes into this section of the game. It's changed as the route changes, which is there's this Nautilus area where M is now, there's the battle area where Kaya is, and there's the Chocobo area, and they all have their different themes, and runners sort of had a preference of where they wanted to do the menu. In the past, you had to pick between the Chocobo area and the area where Kaya is now, but now you kind of have to do the menu before the chest, because there's an optimize that changes when you have the accessory from the chest. So M chose to do the menu in this Nautilus area. But if you like listening to the Chocobo song more, you can do it in the Chocobo area. So I personally think Feast of Betrayal, the song that is playing right now, or that is playing in the next area, is my favorite. But you can't do the menu there anymore. But now we've got the... Oh yeah, go ahead.
But now we've got Midlight Reaper. Maybe the first fight in the run where debuff luck really becomes a huge deal. Probably one of the most important of the whole run. Vanille's not guaranteed to inflict her debuffs, and Midlight Reaper actually has a pretty high resistance to her debuffs, so we want to get D-Protect on him as quick as possible, because that will make Saz do almost double the damage. But sometimes it doesn't happen, and you might not even kill him in one stagger if that happens.
I had a joke about 10 strategy changes for a 5-second time save on the Medicine War Mech 2. For this fight, it's like 10 strategy changes for question mark time save, because it's really just all about Vanille.
Yeah, there's not really a lot of control you have about how long this fight takes. It's all down to Vanille. If Vanille lands Deep Protect and Poison in good time, then you can get the kill in one stagger. If she takes ages to land Deep Protect, then you'll have to re-stagger, and it's just... There's a lot of variance, and that's what makes this fight really annoying. And the annoying part about Midlight Reaper is the fact that the debuff that he is actually susceptible to is one that we don't have.
Well, not only that, it's one that we could have if we wanted. It just does almost nothing for us because it's in peril, and we don't have any in-spells to take advantage of that.
So Kaya got D-Protect a little bit into the stagger, and he never landed poison, so his damage was pretty bad, so he's having to clean this up a little bit afterwards, but Midlight Reaper after stagger just kind of charges his big cannon for approximately 5 years, so it's not really a big deal.
Yeah, I also think his chain resistance also drops a little bit. It makes it easier to stagger.
Yeah, I actually mess with the strategy where you just try to stagger him as fast as possible. Just, hope the fight goes well, and if it doesn't, you can just re-kill him very quickly, but on average, the way they do it is faster for sure.
Yeah.
I'll also mention that right now on stream we hear the Cocoon de Chocobo. We don't get to hear Pulse de Chocobo in this run, and a few other categories will use the Chocobos on Pulse, and that's also a nice song, but the real Chocobo song in the trilogy is the one that we'll get to hear a little bit if you stick around tomorrow. 13-2 has the what's the name?
Crazy Chocobo?
Yeah, Crazy Chocobo, yeah. The metal rendition.
Only for about 10 seconds, but hey, it's got it.
So we've got the Eidolon fight for Saz, Brynhildr on the right. This is actually a very interesting fight in the speedrun because it takes advantage of a technique that's sort of unique to this fight, which is we want to do chain, but we can only chain with the 2 Ravagers, but what we can take advantage of here is that we have Blitz, which isn't normally good at inflicting chain, but we have the correct end spell, which is Enfrost, and then we can buffer, or not buffer, but we can take advantage of the changed attack conditional modifier. So we do an attack, and then Blitz, and every Blitz bullet, which there's 7, they don't all hit, but everyone that does hit gives us the conditional modifier. So it's actually better to chain with attack Blitz than it is with just Ravager.
Yeah, the chain still goes up slower than if you were to just use Ravager, but the Gestalt mechanics kind of have a weird scaling where chain increase in Commando gives more Gestalt by like a factor of 4 or 5 or something, so it ends up filling the bar way quicker with that strategy.
And we've got M on Midlight Reaper now. M actually got Deep Protect really early.
And now Poison, so this will be much better.
Yeah. Like, the one thing that might end up hurting him is actually Deep Protect running out. Debuffs and buffs all have a certain amount of time that they take to end up running out.
Did he get it that quickly?
Well, for Deep Protect at base, it runs out after, I believe, a minute?
Yeah, and the fight is only a little bit over a minute, so unless you got it like first cast, I don't think there's ever any risk of that happening. And even then, it might be fine.
Yeah, he got poison anyway, so he's ended up just doing a ton of damage, and that is about how you want it to go.
Yeah, poison is interesting in this game. It varies between kind of useless to one of the most broken status effects in the game, simply because it does damage at a rate such that you do 100% damage in 6 minutes. So for something with low HP, it
5 minutes
almost
even.
doesn't matter. Oh, sorry, 5 minutes. It almost doesn't matter, but for enemies with a lot more HP, like Midlight, it can make a big difference. You know, over the course of a minute, you'll be doing 1/5 of his HP, and then later on we'll be taking out an enemy that has multiple minutes worth of HP to take down. So it's huge there.
We start off a couple of fights here in Chapter 9. We're now on the air, sort of like the main airship of our enemy, of the people that we're going up against now that we're the sea. And we're going to be using Odin for both of these fights. Now this is actually another sort of recent-ish route chain. And we're literally just going to be using Odin Zantet and using the instant kill effect from it. And it just makes these fights, 1, very simple, and 2, very quick as well. Because, and another thing is that these enemies can really hurt as well, considering how low we are developed.
Yeah, especially Hope, who were, by the way, completely done with leveling after basically the menu that Zero just did. He's pretty susceptible to dying in these fights.
This route change actually ties into the Astroportaflorian strat. For the ice version, we originally had to use Odin, and it made it faster, but the time you save on that fight is worth trying to hang on to the Aethersol, especially because, in theory, you should only get ice a little bit more than a quarter of the time, so...
But if you're Kaya, then you get it 100% of the time and you die.
It's one of those 100% on world record pace guaranteed things, you know?
Well, that's it. It didn't look like Zero got the smite on Ushu 2 there.
I think he'll still easily kill in the next stagger, though. There's a nice little thing here, which is that Provoke is something that the Sentinel will not use over and over again if it's not the party leader, but as a party leader we can spam it, and it's a debuff, so we get chain duration, and it'll make him turn towards us and take longer to do his attacks, so we can take advantage of that nice little tech here when we're forced to use Fang.
Until next time.
Yeah, something to know about Fang is the only character in the game that lacks Ravager as part of her sort of opening arsenal.
Back me up.
Well, he did actually fail to kill in 2 staggers, but
I was watching that. Hope is not using Thundara. Is he skipping Thundara?
Oh, maybe that was a mistake, because I don't think that's a routing thing, but I've been wrong before. I don't know.
I think it's pretty much just for that fight, so it won't be a big deal. But that was surprising.
Yeah, you don't usually skip Thundara, unless potentially just forewent the entire Hope ChrisTenarium there.
Right now we have on stream the Fang's theme, another one of my favorite tracks.
Chapter
theme,
it's very
Chapter
good.
9, first half. Unfortunately, once we get to the segment where Kaya's at, there's going to be an alarm playing in the background, kind of ruining a little bit, but it is what it is.
Luckily, in this category, we don't have to put up with it for very long.
On Zero's stream, we have the Hope's House 1 happening again, and we have the situation where one of the aerial snipers has just decided to wander completely to the left side for no reason, and just making it so he can't get the full fight kill, it looks like. Maybe he'll get it, actually. He has quite a bit of just all points, but that's just one of the many things that contribute to this being a pretty random fight.
But he's able to get the kill anyway.
One of the FF13 community members who actually wrote the note, or produced the notes document that most people use, named Mr. Titan. He's not here right now, but I'll make his joke for him. If you look at M's stream, we can see what is clearly an OSHA violation for workers on this platform. I mean, imagine there's no guardrails and you could fall all the way to the ground from here. It's just completely unsafe working conditions. Unbelievable. The things Barthandelus lets them put up with. Okay, so M just did that dodge with no decept and made it look completely free, but that's one of the hardest dodges to do, decept, and many people don't even try it, so that was very impressive.
Yeah, that's crazy, actually.
On Kaya's stream, we have the Flanador and Flamborg fight. This is sort of an annoying fight because you just sort of walk into the room and hope to get the preempt. Luckily for Kaya, they were sort of just both facing each other, so we got the preempt. It's not a huge difference in the fight. They don't have a ton of HP, but we see here even that due to unfortunate positioning, he lost the stagger on the second one, so it's almost the same thing. But this fight is pretty simple. You just buff up, try and debuff, but you don't even need that, and kill them with your in-water.
Yeah, and I don't think we've really talked about Saz's Blitz, but I guess we could go into why that's such a good move.
I just mentioned the 7 bullets, but nothing more.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Saz's Blitz is one of the main things that carries this run from more or less here on out. Well, a lot more later on, but you'll see quite a bit of its power a little bit later in this chapter. But as Roosta said, Blitz does 7 bullets, and to compare that to his normal attack, using like the actual numbers for the amount of damage it does, attack does 2 bullets at 0.6 times Saz's strength, whereas Blitz will do 7 bullets at 0.7 times Saz's strength. So for 280B, we can get almost 5 times the amount of damage, which is well over twice the damage that we would do with just a couple of attacks. And because of that, when an enemy is either big or really close to us, Blitz just completely shreds through, well, pretty much every enemy.
Yeah, I think if you look at a lot of resources, they'll say like, "Oh, Saz is one of the worst commandos in the game," and it's just like, not if you use them right.
Yeah, I mean, his stats are overall lower, so he tends to fall off, especially in post-game situations.
But he also has my beloved magnums.
He does also have the magnums, which are a really powerful weapon that actually has a route for any percent that some runners do. None of these runners are going to be going for it today, but there's a weapon for Saz you can get for the last hour of the game that cuts his HP, but gives the most ridiculous strength bonuses of anything in the game by like a huge margin. It's not considered quite worth it by most of the top runners because it does make it a little bit more difficult with having the lower HP, and the time difference is basically negligible.
Yeah, it's a little random, but there's a little bit more. There's some fights that are safer, some that are riskier, but I think the riskier fights are quite risky. Like especially PC2 is quite risky.
But it is really interesting that a route for that exists.
It's one of those things where there's a lot of things that go into the differences. Just like you pick up different chests, you do different upgrades. Some fights are faster, some are a little bit slower. But you add it all up, and it's like plus or minus 0 seconds kind of thing. It's like, well.
Ooh, and we're getting an Aroga here for Kaya.
And Vanille is down. Jesus, that was.
Yeah, so this is a situation where if the Vespid soldier just stays far away from Saz, his blitzes don't hit for as much damage, and you can't kill him before that Aroga goes off, and it makes it a little bit rough. But luckily it was Vanille who got targeted with the photon burst. If the Thermodon had targeted Saz, then that in conjunction with the Aroga would have probably killed him. As it stands, he's able to recover the fight.
Yeah, and another part of that was also Vanille not landing deep protect on the Vespid soldier as well.
Yeah, sometimes you get lucky and get deep protect as well, and then even if he's far away, you can kill him quickly.
Then once Vespid soldier's dead, we just look to stagger the Thermodon. And then we do a bit of stalling here in War and Peace until Thermodon gets close, and then we can start to see all 7 bullets of that blitz actually doing its thing.
And they're on the same fight again, so.
Just want to mention I messed the splits up a little bit, so ignore the splits for the next until they're fixed by the mods. Sorry.
Wait, do you not have an unsplit button?
Nope, only a split button, and I split Mog instead of Choco for Havoc.
Oh, whoops.
Has it been fixed? I think it's been fixed already. Oh, there we go. Although now part 1 seems to be split. Technical difference with the splits is fine.
I messed up 2 of them, so.
But
Alright, I think we're good now.
Yeah, but here we now have. This is basically where the guild route becomes really important. This little menu here can change depending on the amount of drops that you get. So we're going to be picking up a couple of one bit of equipment if we have the guild, as well as a few potions. But we're going to be mostly getting a whole bunch of components. And with this, we're going to be upgrading a Brawler's Wristband. The one that we picked up in Chapter 7. We're actually going to be upgrading that to max, and then we're also going to be then catalyzing it. So whilst there are organic and mechanical components, there are also catalysts. What catalysts do is when a piece of equipment is at its max level, you can use a catalyst in order to upgrade it to its next type. And what we're going to do with the Brawlers is we're going to turn it into a Warrior's Wristband. And by doing, and in doing this, we're going to be taking this Warrior's Wristband that starts at 50 strength, and it becomes a Warrior's Wristband level 9, which gives us 156 strength. So within that one menu, we have just picked up an extra 106 strength for Fang for the next upcoming boss fight.
And that's sort of our first piece of late game power buff that we're going to be using until the end of the run. The other ones, like the power wristband, eventually become obsolete, but that Warrior's Wristband level 8 sticks with us. So coming up for Kaya now is Kalavinka's, what is it? Striker?
Okay.
AKA Paperclip Bird. This is another 2-part fight. I think it's actually 2 separate enemies. The second one's stronger. There's a cutscene between them, but the fights are strung together. And it's a pretty straightforward fight, but the second one has some interesting things going on. Basically, we started Smart Bomb, Debilitate, and Chain, and eventually Stagger and Kill. In the second part of the fight, though, he has a very large single target attack. And this is another fight that's changed a lot over the years because the original version of the strat, we had to put Fang into a Sentinel to survive that attack. But at some point we realized that second phase big attack targets the character with the lowest HP, which we take advantage of because Hope has much lower HP than everyone else. So instead of going into Sentinel at all, we just keep everyone at full HP, Hope naturally has the lowest HP, and he just dies to the attack, and we just save a Phoenix down for this fight. And just go full offense and bring him back when he dies. So instead of going defensive, we go full offensive, and that's the fastest version. We also get 2 nice pieces of equipment. I think the first part gives us the Soulfont Talisman, which is at the start of the fight you get Shell for the first, what is it, minute?
Yeah, 60 seconds.
Yeah, and we actually used that for a few fights for some safety, and then eventually we were able to sell it for Gil.
Yeah, and then we, from this fight, we're also going to be picking up the Blessed Talisman, which gives us Auto Faith for a minute at the start of the battle. And these auto buff accessories are really, really helpful, especially considering that the fights are quite short, so whatever they give us will last the entire fight.
So we see that the top 2 streams are in the same fight, but also not the same fight.
Same enemy, different face.
I will mention also that that attack, if you get really good debilitation luck and chain luck, you can actually just completely skip it. You can stagger him and then interrupt it, which is very, very nice. You get a very good fight, but that's sort of RNG dependent.
Yeah, we spoke a little bit about slow, but Curse also has its uses. Like Curse basically allows an enemy to be interrupted a bit easier. And in fact, when Kalavinka has Curse, even before Stagger, we are able to do interruptions.
That Brunhilde position for Zero down there,
Ooh,
yeah, it's interesting. He has 3 attacks. For 2 of them, he likes to back up and fly away, and that makes him less and less blitz hits. But his sort of least dangerous attack is also the one that puts him right in front of you, which is really, really good. And he was literally backing into Saz, so we got all 6 blitz bullets. And also M just skipped the Storm, so that was very good.
Yeah. And now, after Kalavinko, we finally get access to the Battle Team option. So on the Paradigms menu, there has always been an option for Battle Team. That has been disabled up until now. In this part of the game, we only get to choose our party members. We cannot change the leader right now, so we're stuck with Lightning as the lead. But we're now able to manipulate to whatever party we need. And for this little section, we're going to be running Lightning, Saz, and Snow. And as this is basically the most offensive based setup that we possibly have.
Yeah, it's the most offensive based. We have the best Commando and Ravager in Lightning and Snow, and the best synergist in Saz for offense. The other character to consider here is Vanille because of her debuffs, and we will eventually switch to her, but of Saz and Snow for these fights, it turns out Vanille's the best. Snow is the best to have instead of Vanille. Other routes in the past have used Vanille here instead, but this ends up being a little bit better.
Yeah. Lightning Saz Vanille is a lot better here for single targets, while meanwhile Lightning Saz Snow is much better for sort of doing damage to a whole group. And then we have a fight here that for the longest time was not actually ever part of the run. We used to do a different route for this one where we would end up going to the left in the series of bridges, and we would end up going around this. But we've managed to develop a strategy here where we use Odin. Oh god, Jesus, he's kind of that a little bit close. And we're able to once again use Odin's Zantet Sukun to instant kill, and it results in this fight being really quick. This fight also allows us to set up the only really major glitch of the run.
Yeah, so I can talk about that. This fight is actually slower in this route. We originally went around because that was just the fastest set of fights in sequence, but as it happens, there's a little glitch or exploit that we have here, which is call it the despawn or bridge skips. Basically, what you do is you move forward until the enemies that you previously fought respawn, and then you can back up. And you back up out of range of the next set of enemies, and then you retry that fight, and that retry spawns you inside the spawn range for the next group of enemies. So you're inside their spawn range after they've despawned, which means that they will not have a chance to spawn. So it's basically an exploit to make the next group of enemies appear, and there's 2 consecutive segments like this, so we get to skip 2 pretty nasty fights in a row. The third fight took about a minute, maybe 57 seconds, and the one after that was more than a minute. And so you add to that the extra bridges we had to fight, and it was quite a bit slower. So this is a really nice strat we have now, just at the cost of having to do this slower fight with Odin.
Shake the ground. The storm is here.
We also did a Quake at the start of that fight that gives all of the enemies maximum chain duration, and that really makes the Odin fight quite easy because Thunderfalls will distribute chain on everyone, so getting the Zantatsuken kill on the full group of enemies is no problem at all. I'll also mention something interesting here. We use a Decept for these bridge skips because you don't strictly need to use it, and it helps you actually get into these place you need to be for the retry on the previous fight. There's another amusing thing that we take advantage of here, which is that the preempt animation allows you to retry the fight that you're retrying faster. So if you're retrying a fight, it's faster to be in a Decept. So in theory, if you were perfect, you could, if you knew you were going to fail a dodge, trigger a Decept just to get the retry faster, but nobody actually does that. We all go for the dodges, but this is a little interesting thing that's happening here. So Kaya just doubled back there because he respawned the previous group, moves back up here, and then you have to go a certain distance onto this platform. The previous group of enemies despawns somewhere around right about here. And then he goes past that line, triggers these enemies, and that next group of enemies won't appear. And then we see M just did the exact same thing on the previous group. So actually, I think we just had a little high five, maybe.
And now Kaya's coming up to the first Bart fight. Barthandelus, the main villain kind of the game. We're going to be fighting him 3 times throughout the run, and they make up some of the hardest bosses. So the first fight here, Kaya has a Fortisol, I guess, for it. I don't know if M's got one. It's become popular recently to do this fight without a Fortisol and then just use a bonus if you get one. So we might see two different strats here. Though I saw that M has a Ford in his inventory, so I guess that probably is going on here.
The calculation that you have to figure out for whether to use a Fortisol is whether it takes more time to farm the Fortisol than it takes for Saz to set up the Inspel, or the haste, bravery, etc. In this fight, there's another little thing, which is that the fight is just long enough that your haste starts to run out at the end of the fight, so it adds a little bit of risk to not use a Fortisol. Now here in Barthandelus, this is, I think, considered one of the more difficult fight for casual runners, and it's not a cakewalk in the speed run. So a few things to be concerned about are the 4 heads have different elemental weaknesses. So we have lightning and snow be on different buffs to take out the different heads. And this is not too difficult. One thing to be aware of is that lightning can get focused down very easily and die very quickly. So there's a sort of running meme about there are other targets in this fight than lightning, specifically just because lightning gets targeted in this fight a lot. She also has the lowest HP, so you can just game over from that. But then once the heads go down, then he goes into a more aggressive phase where he can use a different set of attacks, including Thanatosian's Smile, which is really scary, Ruinga. And while this is happening, we'll be trying to chain and kill him. The one really big worry is called Destrudo, and it's one of the first instances of what I think what you would call a chain break. It's something that can end the stagger, and we really do not want that to happen. So the big thing to watch out for is trying to maintain interruption post-stagger to stop Destrudo from happening. So a good fight has a Destrudo skip. Once again, I want to give a quick shout out. This is Fighting Fate, another great boss track in this game.
Yeah, so once Kaya staggers here, he's going to try to line up all his party members so that they're constantly keeping Bart interrupted as soon as he starts doing actual damage. And Ruinga on Lightning is kind of annoying there because it launches her right as he's about to start attacking. So Bart's got an opening here, so he gets a smile off, and we might see Destrudo here. That's not what you want to see.
Did not almost die. Oh
yeah,
Destrudo.
there it is. Yeah, sometimes you can get back into the interruption there, and sometimes even though you're hitting him after a smile, he just does Destrudo anyway. It's kind of weird.
These are the situations where not having the Fortisol would be really negative consequence, because you'd be running to rebuff while also trying to do damage here and chain, and yeah, it could be really bad.
The Destrudo attack itself isn't particularly scary as long as you do enough damage to power it down, which, since we're all about offense, we're of course going to do, so...
Yeah, after a wee stagger there, we're able to get part 1 down. We're now going to look towards M as he's going into stagger.
Let's see if he can get the Destrudo skip and save a little bit of time.
If we can get the kill, it keeps this extremely competitive.
Looking good to me.
Yeah, looks like a good setup. So just kind of trying to line everyone up so that they're kind of alternating and constantly keeping him interrupted. And yep, that should be a very nice fight.
Excellent fight.
So, sort of one of the reasons why we don't want to use Vanille here is the nature of that fight. Most of the time in that fight is taking down heads and then trying to stagger him. So if you had Deep Protect, you would save time, but the time you save is just really in that last stagger section, which only takes about 40 seconds of the 2 minutes something. So you'd save a good chunk of time there, but everything else would be slower. So having that extra damage from Snow or the extra in-spells from Saz makes a huge difference versus having Vanille.
Yeah, you can set up the fight and the 3 characters in such a way with Lightning, Saz, Vanille, where post stagger it only takes 2 strings from Lightning to kill from basically full HP, but like setting that up is just too awkward and too slow.
And also debuff luck dependent.
Yeah. And now we head into chapter 10.
That's a really fun menu that you just got to see him do. We basically just need a bunch of Ravagers for all these fights, and so it's like Rav, Sen, maybe, depending on your rope, Rav.
Yeah, there's been a lot of variants with the Paradigm deck here. Like we've had setups where we're only set up 4 different, set them up like 3 or 4 paradigms. We used to have setups where we did all of the paradigm slots. It all depends on what you're doing for Sid. If we have an Age of Soul for Sid, then you can do a setup where we're only doing like a few paradigms, or creating a few, but looks like M's going to be just doing a sort of normal strat for Sid. And then this fight is just making sure that we survive these Pulse Red Knights. We are way too underpowered to fight them sort of completely head on. So we need to make sure we're using the potions. As you can see there, Snow actually died in M's fight.
That is not something I've seen in a long time.
Yeah, and considering the amount of health that Snow has compared to Light and Saz, imagine that on the leader. But in doing that fight, we actually unlock 2 different things. So, firstly, we unlock the ability for every character in the game to learn every single role. Now, when developing the roles that these characters didn't otherwise have from like their initial development during like chapter 3 and 4, these roles actually take a lot of CP in order to develop, so we won't be seeing too many of them. But also, we now have the ability to change the party leader. So we could set up the endgame team, but it just so happens to work out that this team is just slightly better for Sid.
Yeah, there's only one fight we have to fight here with Sid, with Lightning, and that's Sid. And Sid is also like Bartandalus, just in that the bulk of the time is actually spent chaining him, not damaging him. So once again, you could have Deep Protect for this fight, but it actually ends up being worse to have Deep Protect, simply because you don't want to do too much damage to him before he's launched. If you do too much damage, he'll hit a HP threshold where he transforms, and he will kill you very, very quickly. So you want to just stagger him before doing too much damage, and then launch him and kill him. He actually has one of the higher chain resists of any enemy we'll fight, besides like Ladislaus or something.
Yeah. That is a very high dagger point.
Quick soundtrack check. This is Will to Fight. I really love the soundtrack, so...
Is it another banger, Roosta?
Of course, you know it. I have no idea what the singers are saying, but I still jam to it. Oh, Bird from way downtown managed to catch him there, wow. These birds, they usually have an animation that makes them sort of kick at you, so if you just run straight away from them, they won't get to you, but if they come at an angle, things get dicey, and that was a very unusual place to get caught. We also take a series of elevators in this chapter. The first elevator is no problem, the one that Kaya is on, but later on, enemies will drop down on you while you're on the elevator, and makes for some interesting dodges. The first one is a fun dodge. It's very, very fun to watch. The second one is even more fun, but a little too fun for the speedrun, so we just use a Deceptisol to cheat it out. But if you watch a dodgeless run, it's a pretty amusing dodge. Slash frustrating if you fail.
Wait, if you watch Dodgeless, you'll see some of the best preempts you'll ever see.
Yeah, yeah, go ahead.
Where the strategy for it is let them land on top of you.
Yeah, they're sort of ambushing you, but they don't actually ambush you, which is kind of nice. So you just stand underneath them and they fall on your head, and you get a preempt.
I know you got the jump on me, but I got the jump on you.
This chapter 9 is really just the 3 fights and a lot of dodges in between. Most of these dodges are pretty straightforward. None of the enemies are super fast, but these gremlins, as we saw on both streams, these gremlins are slow, but they are also in front of you, and if you just try and run to the side, they might get to you fast enough. I think the math term, if any math nerds are out there, is called the pursuit curve, and you sort of have to just like get to the wall fast enough that the pursuit curve won't hit you while you're squished against the wall.
Yeah, this chapter has a lot of enemies that are hard to dodge, but generally speaking, the hallways are actually forgiving enough to allow you to dodge them quite consistently. But we have the birds, the flans, and the gremlins. Flans and gremlins have cardboard boxes, as I said earlier, and birds are just fast.
So, in Chapter 4, in the second dodge of the last segment of the run, Kaya got an Aegisol, and now we're actually seeing him use it. This Aegisol is really nice to have here for 2 reasons. The extra keep lets you get interrupted by him less, and that also lets you interrupt him more, and also makes you get more chain from conditional chain modifiers. So this is one of the best places to use an Aegisol. And so what we're going to see here is that Kaya is going to be doing strikes just to try and maintain interruption on Sid while balancing healing against his attacks. So let's see this.
And note the little shift there, or during that first shift, Snow actually started acting immediately. That is due to a ready animation cancel, and that actually allows us to get this interruption off a little bit quicker. But if you just note what the strikes are doing, like, it's just completely making Sid unable to like properly act or do anything of real note in terms of threatening us. And because of this, we're also able to just sort of be a bit lazy with our paradigm setup, where we've only got 4 different paradigms.
Yeah, strictly speaking, strikes are actually slower here, but the extra cut from the strikes lets you interrupt him and lets him get off less strings, which is a big deal because he does a lot of damage. As you can see, both players are using quite a few potions. A few less for Kaya because he had to protect also.
Yeah, so Kaya's got him launched right now, and as long as you keep him launched, he will not be able to transform into his dangerous second phase. And you just kill him. Easy peasy. For M, it's going to be a little bit tougher because he doesn't have the Aegisol, so it's not quite as easy to stagger him before he kind of starts wrecking you again after he comes out of this recovery phase.
Yeah,
we've got recovery phase though, so that's good.
Yeah, he's still doing strikes. He's still doing the strike strat, but he doesn't get those interruptions off until Saz casts Vigilance, which he has done.
Oh, there's the Metamorphosis.
If you can time this right, it's okay. Perfect. All right. This is a little bit slower. That Metamorphosis is a weird animation where the screen just turns white, and right at the end of the white screen you get to take damage, and it would kill lightning. But by summoning right when the animation happens, you get some iframes where you can't take any damage. So he dodged that damage, and now we just kill him with Santetskin.
Yeah.
It's a bit slower, but it still kills him. Yeah, that went wrong because he just barely, like, he staggered him, and then Sid just got a second to transform, and he had only just triggered the HP gate for that to happen. Like, usually you stagger him right before he reaches that HP gate, so you're not worried about him transforming before stagger. But then once he staggers, you really need to get him up in the air, like, right away, or that can happen.
I'm gonna blame MrZwanzig for saying easy peasy.
I said it was easy for Kaya. I said it was going to be harder for him.
That's true.
But something to note really with Sid, and especially the Odin and the Xantet interaction, you can actually get a Xantet kill on Sid from about 60 to 65% HP remaining. Like, Sid doesn't have that much HP in comparison to other bosses like Ushu 2 and Bar 1.
Yeah, summons usually aren't that effective of a weapon against bosses, but here it actually works out quite nicely because his HP is not that high.
Oh, that was so close. Oh, so okay. So I just want to mention here, the dodge was happening on the elevator. He just got out of the elevator, so I think we're okay. Let's see. Oh
no!
Yeah, he's down. He's down.
Oh yeah, he is. Okay. It looks the same at the bottom as at the top. So.
Right, because then the camera puts you back towards the elevator. But yeah, if you fail the dodge on the elevator, it puts you back at the top of the elevator. And if you fail at the bottom, just like that at the bottom, it's fine. But the other thing that's in play there is that fight, you can actually just win it with an instant Zantetskin if you didn't have to Zantetskin Sid, which he did. So that was almost very hairy, but it was okay.
I mean, you might be able to kill it outright. Bomb enemies like that, like the bombs in Chapter 4, Circuitrons in this chapter, and then like the Pyrohedrons in an upcoming chapter. Like, they start battles on 50% HP. Like, you might be able to win fights against these Circuitrons just outright, but it's probably better not to risk it, especially with self-destruct.
Why am I not surprised that the dodgeless runner is talking about fighting the enemy instead of retrying it?
This is chapter 10. I don't know. I don't want to fight half of these enemies in dodgeless.
True, but
these enemies suck.
Speaking of enemies that suck, we have some dodges here.
Yeah.
On the Kaya side. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say, Zero's going into Bart here, and it looks like he's probably saving a little bit of time on this split here. It looks like he's got the best run of the three so far.
And we get to see the Fortless Bart starting out with some blitzes because no in-spells. You don't want to do blitz with in-spell because the head immediately to the left of the one Lightning is currently attacking has a different elemental weakness, so your in-spell would wear off. But now that he has the in-spell, he can now use the normal attacks.
You know what I'm thinking when I've just seen those blitzes?
Start blitzing the heads?
Throw a Leroscope and start blitzing the heads.
Is that the
Anakin man? He knew. Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
He came from the future. So the consequences for a Destrudo skip fail here will be more dire, so we'll see how this goes. We got the Dancing Bird trouble on both streams. This room is interesting. Normally enemies that are fighting each other they don't see you and don't chase you, but these are just so aggressive that they spot you instantly and come at you.
Yeah, it's sort of the thing that is in this chapter, and we also see it in a couple of chapters after this as well. Like that. So freeway fights, usually you would have enemies that will just not pay attention to you, but these enemies will pay attention to you, they will chase you, and the thing about them is if you actually get the preempt on their fights, they will continue to fight each other in the battles. However, if you don't, they will actually fight you. Something else to also know about freeway battles is all the enemies start on half HP.
Zero's getting a lot of Ruin goes launching his characters, which is really not what you want.
But now it's the interruptions. Let's see how he does.
His setup seems good, so I think he will be fine here. As long as he can get enough damage in to kill, which actually looks like it's going to be a little bit tight.
I think you might actually see the hastes wearing off here shortly, so it's really tight here. Yep, Saz's is wearing off.
But he gets a refresh here, so it shouldn't matter. And that's a kill, very nice.
Well done.
Very nicely
237.
Yeah, that's faster than Kaya's fight was with before, so... Hey.
Yeah, faster, and I think M's was 233, so that's, that's really good to get that.
For Fordless, that's really good.
Yeah, that's actually one of the best times, I think. Maybe 235 is like the absolute best, so well done. Meanwhile, on Kaya's stream, we're fighting against Bahamut, the second to last Eidolon fight. This
third to
fight
last.
Third to last.
Wow, yeah, correct. Third to last.
They kind of throw them at you at this point.
Yeah. I wanted to describe this the way you did, MrZwanzig, but I don't think it's appropriate for the stream. But you say there's a lot of RNG.
It's FF9.
It's another FF9 situation, yeah. But it went well for Kaya, so.
Yeah.
And now we get to watch M do it. So what's going on here is pretty much he likes to have a very aggressive string, and he'll just sit back and not do anything. And the idea is supposed to teach you to use Fang to be a sentinel and protect your teammates. And so we really have to just go into sentinel and then alternate with debilitations and chaining and damage, trying to just get his Just All gauge charged. But he can kill you in one string very easily if you're not careful. The really nice thing here is that potions are, they don't require ATB, and they have more or less infinite keep. So if you use a potion before pretty much any move, you'll stay on the ground. So we take advantage of that too. Right when this whirlwind happens, you can see Vanille gets launched and Lightning gets knocked back, but Fang stays on the ground because she was using a potion.
And Bahamut will actually do random delays between his strings. Right here he's doing a long delay, so you get a lot of time to get hits in. That in combination with landing slow being random can mean he can either sit there a lot and just kind of let you hit him, or be constantly interrupting and launching your characters, and it can be a pretty messy fight if you get unlucky enough.
It's one of those situations where you're dead before you even have a chance to do anything. Like if you get launched, you're like, oh, now I need to heal, but it's too late.
Face the peril of our plight. Sounds splendid. Whatever it is the fal'Cie want, we're the ones who decide what we do.
And after that fairly random Eidolon fight, we've got Kaya coming up on the most consistent one in the run. He's about to be fighting Alexander, which is Hope's Eidolon. Now, you might remember that we have not leveled Hope at all in a few chapters now, so if Alexander ever decides to target Hope, that's game. That's game over. But so the idea is to the hardest part of the fight is actually at the very start, where he's going to manipulate Fang to run in to Alexander and then quickly switch into Sentinel in order for her to provoke, and that should mean that Fang is right up in Alexander's face, far away from Hope, so any attacks directed at Fang, which should be all of them, will not hit Hope. And he's actually doing this with a Fortisol, which is interesting. That's not very common to see,
yeah,
but I guess he got a lot of bonus force if he's using one here.
Yeah, I believe Zero was the one who was sort of playing around with Fort Alex. It works out quite nicely. You do need quite a lot of bonuses in order to go ahead with this. But yeah, Alexander's fight pattern is pretty simple. So he'll do 2 attacks, then it'll be a brief pause, 2 more attacks, then it'll go to Lofty Challenge, and after a bit of time, and when he raises his hands, he'll then go back into his same string again of 2 attacks. Pause, 2 attacks. So it's very much all about just keeping a pattern and making sure that 1, Fang doesn't die, 2, Fang gets attacked.
Him doing those uppercuts is a little bit annoying because it moves him a little bit forward, so you're a little bit more likely for Hope to get hit by stray attacks. He does, and he hasn't set up Protect, so even a stray hit could one-shot Hope. And
that's fine.
Lightning and Fang both died, so
yeah.
He's gonna just try to finish off with just Hope, which I guess is a play you can make without the Fortisol. I'm not sure how well that would have worked, but
yeah.
Yes. I was gonna say that Fang's her guards have really high keep, and so the typical strategy that you'll be seeing M do now is to make sure that she's always in steel guard when he's going in for his attacks, and so a soaring uppercut just keeps her on the ground. But then when he gets the soaring uppercut to launch, he'll do Obliterator, and that causes him to move forward. And that happened twice for Kaya, and that's why the characters were dying there. I will say though that Kaya's fight time did end up being a 124, which is about 8 seconds faster than the normal fight that we'll see on the left, so he did save time despite how scary it got.
Yeah, I guess you save time from not setting up protects in that as well.
Yeah, I'm sure the conditional mods are nice.
I think you can be a little bit more aggressive as well with Fort, but I think Kaya sort of dialed it back.
Yeah, but, you know, if that second string was Blast Punch, it would have been game over, so got a little bit lucky there.
Yeah. And I suppose number 3 about Fang is also just make sure that Fang doesn't end up next to Hope. Because Alex's attacks are all area of effect.
I think one runner called this split Fang go forward. Yeah, so 132, so 8 seconds.
And now Kaya's running across this big empty field where we get to do a lot of missions if you're into that sort of thing, but this is an any % run, so we're going to ignore all the optional stuff and just go straight on with the story. Which means that we're now going to be even more underleveled than we already were, because the game kind of expects you to do some missions and level up a bit.
Yeah. We're also saying hi to the endgame team as well. This is going to be the team that will carry us through to the end of the game, which is Saz, Snow, Vanille. And once we've done with this nice trek across the Arkhill Steppe, which is basically the game just telling us it's an open world game now. No more hallways.
Yeah, and at the end of this, they're going to do a quick grind fight, which is I call it a grind fight. They're literally just going to do one extra fight. That qualifies as a grind in this game. If you see some other FF runs, that it's a little bit different, but
FF12.
Welcome, welcome to
FF1.
the start of the grind.
This is
It's a single 30-second fight that is with some fairly high-level enemies, but since they're fighting each other, you get an automatic preempt, and they shouldn't really attack us before we kill them. They give a fair amount of CP. It's not actually that much in the grand scheme of things compared to what some of the bosses coming up are going to give us, but it's just enough that it lets us hit a couple of important thresholds that overall make this worthwhile. I know Roosta's actually tried to route this out before, but not quite managed to make it faster.
Yeah, I think it's 6600 CP, and you can totally get by without it. It's just the little time losses add up, and it ends up being probably around the same, maybe even a little bit slower because you don't have like Aurora for Gelatitan, and you have to go back for Imperil, and you don't have extra HP for Vanille on Hecaton, and it's just like little stuff that adds up. But the other thing is that Saz has less HP in Chapter 12, so you also have like a scarier PC1 and a scarier Part 2, and just like, it's not worth it. Just fight it.
Yeah, that's the end of the CP grind. I hope you enjoyed it.
I think in terms of absolute time, this is like the fastest CP grind for like until Chapter 13, right?
Yeah,
I think
it
it's
is.
until Vlad. So, it's definitely not a waste of time in terms of how long it takes. One other thing I wanted to mention really quickly while we're here is that the menu that we did at the start of Arkhill Steppe is for this fight. We have the paradigm set up, and that's really all we need for this because it's so fast. But we have to do it at the start of the Arkhill Steppe because the party starts you in Hope. And as I mentioned in Chapter 5, Hope runs 8% slower, 6% slower. So you cross the steps slower if you don't do the menu early. And this is something we didn't know for a while until we saw Japanese runners doing it. It's like, wait a second, why are they doing it there? Oh, that's why. Now, something I didn't get to draw attention to the first 2 times we were there is now Zero is approaching the elevator. This bomb elevator dodge is super funny to watch. So you'll see they drop down, and it's just a matter of running in circles and just having them chase you.
The bomb enemies just sort of run around like their head's been cut off.
I mean, I only learned like a year or 2 ago that they have faces, so...
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Well, I mean, they have 20 faces.
Ooh, D20.
They are D20s.
Now, if you want some extra fun, you'll notice Kaya's doing a menu. This is the longest menu in the run by a good amount. I think it's like 3 or so minutes. There's a lot going on here. We can sort of briefly go over it, but it's just we got a lot of CP and gil from the past few fights, and we're just investing it all right now.
Might be a little hard to see where
yeah, right here is actually where some shops unlock new components that make upgrading even more efficient, and we can now buy the 3rd level of strength accessory, the Warrior's Wristband, which we're going to buy a few of and upgrade those, and that will give us even more strength, which we'll need because, like I said, we're pretty underleveled for where we are, so getting everything we can out of equipment upgrading is really important. I guess I can quickly explain why the endgame party is what it is. Like we've explained, offensive buffs and debuffs are extremely important for going fast in fights, so Saz and Vanille are kind of no-brainers. In theory, Hope and Fang can also get access to offensive buffs and debuffs later on, but not quite early enough for them to be as good. And Hope is just not that great in most contexts for speedrun because most of his abilities kind of lean on the defensive side. Saz's Blitz is obviously really good. He also gets Cold Blood later, which will be useful. And then Snow just kind of fills the gaps left by Saz and Vanille, which is mainly we need a dedicated Sentinel for certain fights, and he's just another big hitter for good damage. A long time ago, the route was actually to use Fang instead of Snow because they're pretty similar characters. The main difference is that Fang has access to Slow and Curse in her Saboteur role, which kind of helps on some fights, but conversely, Snow has access to Ravager, which just being able to stagger pretty much every fight faster is just more useful and makes Snow the more optimal character. Fang becomes really, really good. She becomes the best character in the game in post-game when you level like all of her stuff, but in any percent, not quite. Lightning's kind of the same. She has really good stuff in basically all of her secondary roles, but leveling those is way too expensive for an any percent run, and in just her main roles, she has basically no utility outside of just hitting things. Which is good when all we need to do is just hit things. So we've kept Lightning in the party for longer than we strictly had to, but in some of the upcoming fights, Vanille's utility is going to become a lot more important. So,
for the sake of routing, it's easier to come up with a route that uses Fang because using Slow and Curse on bosses makes them easier to kill. But once you get to the point where you're not having to manage staying alive, and you can use Snow, he's just faster. So I was confused because M finished that menu before Kaya, and I realized he just split it up with a running segment, so. Coming up for Kaya, we have a quote-unquote not necessary fight, but I think it is intended to be necessary. It is technically possible to get one of your party members to push these guys out of the way, but it's sort of just like a... I don't even know how... I never managed to pull it off myself. I've only seen a lot of it happening.
It's the good old 5-minute dodge.
Yeah. But despite that, it's really easy. It's really fast fight. It's only like 20 or 30 seconds, and you actually get a good amount of CP from it. It is weirdly possible to die here, just because if they both decide to attack Saz at the same time and Vanille decides not to heal, they'll just die. But
yeah, because again, we're really underleveled, so these enemies literally two-shot us.
Yeah,
like every fight has the chance to kill us. Like that can't be exaggerated enough. Every fight can kill us.
And to point out, they can two-shot Saz with him having the shield talisman equipped, which gives him protect at the start of the fight. So, yeah.
Also mentioned on Zero's stream, he actually got first attack Whirlwind on the first string and got launched. That's one of the places RNG comes from. It's just like, he might just decide to use Whirlwind first and launch you, and things can get messy, but he handled it very well, and now we have a good fight going.
Yeah, one of the things about the Whirlwind first string as well is that he will do Ignis after doing the Inferno, which does a lot more damage than just the default 2 swipes that Bahamut could do before Whirlwind.
So coming up for Kaya now, we have Hecaton Care, which is the last Eidolon fight. Am I getting it right this time?
Yes, it is.
It will look very similar to Alex. Same idea. Where just Vanille will stand in the back using her debuffs while Fang runs forward and keeps him distracted and taking the hits. And it's really just a cycle of keeping track of what his moves are. And he has a pattern, so you just keep track. He always has 3 attacks and then a Looming Wrath, and just stands there. And just the 3 attacks take different amounts of time and do different amounts of damage to different people, and so you just have to manage your HP and make sure Fang stays provoking him and taking all the damage as possible.
Yeah, there is like a certain string of attacks that Hecaton Care can do, which is Quake Counter. That is the one that we are hoping to get the least, or at least not even get that at all, because that will do the most amount of damage to both Vanille and Fang. But this fight is mostly just a case of we need to keep Fang alive, so that one, Vanille is perfectly safe, and also 2, we also need to make sure that Vanille stays alive, because that's a game over.
That first string was already weird. Pommel Quake Counter.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the basic strategy of the fight is very similar to Alexander, where we just have Fang run up and make sure that our party leader, who's squishier, doesn't get hit, but there's just a little bit more RNG to this one because of his strings being very variable.
Like, luckily, if we do need it for like a panic situation, we do have access to the technique Renew, which will heal all party members by 50% of their max HP. That beats using potions, just barely with these 2, but it beats using potions.
So there's a fun fact here, which is that Doom lasts for 3 minutes, and you can actually count the ticks on their head to see where you are in the fight and predict the time.
Yeah, good fight there for Kaya, and we now have M also on that same fight. So for a second there, they were on the same fight. It's still...
Yeah, and he's been doing a good job staying close.
Yeah, keeping up with Kaya, who... Just to put it out there, Kaya is the world record holder. So he's keeping up very, very well. So now we've got 2 Eidolon fights going on at the same time. This time Zero doesn't have the Force Assault for Alex, so you saw right at the start of the battle there he went to Protection, got Protect. He went for Protect on both Hope and Fang. Some people, or some runners will just opt to do Protect on Hope and then just be able to keep Fang alive using Lightning's Medic.
Looks like
Fang Sacrifice.
Yeah, M had a little bit of a messy fight. He actually ended up going into Lifeguard, which is not something that happens very commonly. But yeah, he was okay with just leaving Fang dead at the end there, because he knew he'd be able to finish the fight before Hecaton would attack again.
Yeah. A tiny little detail about Eidolon fights as well in terms of the Gestalt bar. If a party member is dead, Gestalt actually you get increased Gestalt. It's not too much, but it can be enough to get the fight over with.
Yeah, so when the character dies, Chi-Chu starts doing more damage. Oh, wait, I'm doing the wrong game. It's tomorrow.
That's tomorrow.
Correct, but also too soon. And then, yeah, we got the rest of Mahabara here. Got fans and bombs, cardboard boxes that can move, basically. And then we got the robots. The robots are the easier part.
The robots are the easier part, except for that first dodge in Mahabara, which is notoriously difficult. Now that we're on Pulse, large creatures roam free, and we're actually riding a fal'Cie here, a Tomos. I always wondered though, like, if there's fal'Cie wandering out like this, did they just like make l'Cie just randomly? Someone decides to board the elevator and it's like, oh, you're l'Cie now.
I mean, that seems to be what's happened to most of the Pulse inhabitants, is just the fal'Cie kept turning them into l'Cie without much regard for the preservation of the human population, and that's eventually it just kind of died out.
I guess so. That's why there's so many Seath.
Yeah, we get a whole big section of just running through and doing dodges. Little quick trip here to Solia Springs. We dodge about 4 different encounters and then we're out of there. Got a massive tunnel here which feels like it should have a few encounters in, but it's just completely empty outside of a chest.
Very exciting Saz running gameplay happening for all 3 runners right now.
We hope you like Saz's running animation.
Yeah.
I guess we can mention, if you take a look at the graph, it's just the nature of FF13 and the quality of these runners, that it's pretty much parallel line since the beginning. It's just 3 gamers going at it.
Yeah, this game is reasonably consistent compared to a lot of other FF games. But it is difficult.
It's difficult. There is a good amount of RNG, but it's controllable RNG.
It's a lot of small plus or minuses throughout, and there's nothing like big deaths or the kind of time loss you get from like an encounter in FF9 console. The fight that Zero's doing right now, actually, a little scary. Oh, that fight, I did mention that you were trying not to make sure that those behemoths stand up, but it's a little interesting because you're trying to take on 2 enemies at once. You have to kind of take advantage of the AI to make Vanille do the correct debuffs to stagger both of them with debuffs that will let you kill them quickly. You also infire yourself for bonus damage, but you also have to wait for Imperil to the Megatherion, something like that. He is weak to fire, so you just get that, but you have to wait for the behemoth to get in peril before your Infire kicks in there. So there's a few things to be aware of going on.
Now, I just actually did a couple of pretty tricky dodges there with the Managamers. Managamers are quite quick. They're quick dogs and they can easily hit you. If they charge at you, you can just dodge to the side in order to dodge their swipe. So he's handled that quite nicely. And
interestingly, I saw that he's using the Decept here rather than the party swap trick. Has that fallen out of favor? I haven't paid that much attention to this in PC runs.
I think the issue is that the party swap is nice, but it seems kind of random. It will like make your party leader stop running, and that can make the dodge fail. And so I think just for consistency, he just decides to go with the Decept. And I think he might also decide based on the positioning of the bird. Like if it's in a good position, he might just go for it, but if it's too close, he'll just say, hey, I want a Decept.
Yeah, just to explain what we're talking about, the dodge Kaya did with the flying enemy that M's coming up to at the moment, there's a trick where you can swap your party leader, and it will briefly de-aggro the enemy, and you can kind of repeat that as necessary to get by without using a Deceptisol. But yeah, I guess it's a little bit too inconsistent. It doesn't always work properly. But it was super inconsistent on console for some reason, so nobody ever really went for it on PS3.
Also, these dog enemies that we're passing by are called Monogamers. If you want to look up the spelling to it, it's a pretty interesting one, but they are sort of now faster than anything we faced that are of the dog enemies, and they will catch you very, very easily, so you have to be very aggressive with your dodging. And we have to dodge a few in hallways inside this dungeon, and so we've given some nicknames to a few of them. If you want to mention one, MrZwanzig.
Yeah, there's an enemy named after me here that Kai is gonna dodge in a moment.
Yeah, we actually dodged a nicknamed enemy outside of Tajans. That was Seraph.
Oh yeah, the enemy that we do the Decept on.
Seraph didn't want to be in Tajans, so he's outside Tajans.
That's understandable, really. I don't particularly want to be inside Tajans Tower. But yeah, this is MrZwanzig, and you have to dodge him twice, so he's
he really likes hugs.
Yeah.
Just like the real one.
That was my wife.
Local man makes appearance.
This highlight better now have featuring not.
So now inside Tajin's Tower, we actually have to return to the missions that were mentioned earlier that we've been skipping, but inside here you have to do the missions in order to advance the story.
Yeah, this is the only time that we'll be bothering with the missions in this game. There are 64 of them. We're only doing 6.
We have a pretty flexible setup to our party right now, and a lot of these fights have sort of the same look and feel to them. You just you try and preempt them all. We even use a decept for one of them, unless you're a crazy person named Leave the Coffee. But we just preempt them, get the stagger, and then Vanille can easily debuff, and then if appropriate, we put an Inspel on Saz and Snow and just kill them. And yeah, it's pretty straightforward. There's a little bit of risk for some of them, like Gelatitan especially can just decide to be really mean and slap you, and you can die, and Zero lost a few world record pace runs due to this, but generally these should be pretty straightforward.
There was his Zwanzig hug. Though he was past the battle zone, so not too bad. And now, coming up for Kaya, we have the Emlyn Bellows fight, and now, while Lightning's Odin is probably on balance the best summon in most situations, Vanille's Hecaton is also really powerful, so we're going to use that on a couple of fights in the endgame.
I think in terms of raw damage, it's one of the better ones. The Zentrax can
Guy in Salvo has the highest damage multiplier.
Yeah. The other thing about this fight is that if you kill the smaller soldiers, which is typically our pattern when we're fighting multiple enemies, is to take care of the weaker ones first, he will re-summon or like add to the fight new enemies. And those little enemies, they may be small, but they pack a punch. Like they will power up and kill you very quickly. So by just going into Just All here, it stops them from doing any new moves, and you can just kill them all in one round. On Zero's stream, we actually see that the Rust Puddings decided to be mean and kill Snow. You know, Snow has the most HP, but it didn't stop them from two-shotting him. That's just how underpowered we are.
Close to death for Saz as well. Vanille just managing to get a cure in. Vanille's cure is doing just shy of 160. Saz was left on 155. Now we've got a quick Gurren-Gatch fight. Once again, preempt. Stagger, get your debuffs on, get your buffs all up and running, get Gurren-Gatch launched, and kill.
I'll actually mention that Ambling Bellows strat is a little interesting because you launch him up with the Gaian Salvo, and then you use her sort of machine gun ability, which, because of conditional modifiers, actually chains quite a bit more when he's in the air. So you do a Gaian Salvo first to launch him up, and then you chain with that. If you just use it when he's on the ground, it wouldn't do as much. And it took us a long time to discover that, and it's a very slight time save, but it's just another one of those little things that adds up when you do this run. And then I think the most interesting thing next will be Zero's attempt at the Hecatoncheir fight, so... This dungeon sort of seems difficult to Agent's Tower, but there's always a waypoint for the correct way to go, so it's never really difficult to figure out the correct path.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever gotten lost in it, even though it does all look the same.
I've spaced out, just like watching something else or doing work on my other screen or something.
I do know for a fact that I'm never going to be able to switch to the Penanggalan first route, though. I've got too many years of doing the current order.
It is very easy to mess that up.
I have also fallen asleep whilst watching Tajans.
I don't doubt that.
I was watching Maelstrom do Tajans once and I fell asleep.
So for Hecatoncheir, I actually have like a little acronym I remember. His possible strings are PAH and PHA, so Pummel, Aerial Tackle, Hurricane Kick, or Pummel, Hurricane Kick, I forget what the other... No, PHF, Force Protection. And then he can do those, or just Pummel, or Quake for his first two, and then his last move is either Force Projection or Counter. So you just gotta keep track of that. So it looks like we're getting Pummel, and then Force Projection to end the string. There you go. So like, before we knew that, you would see Pummel and then Force Projection and be like, why is it doing that? But that wasn't PH or PA, so you know that that was just Pummel. And so you can figure out where he is in his string by just knowing what's possible and what's not possible. It is interesting, Quake and single Pummel are faster strings. Oh, calculated?
I'm gonna assume it was. Let's say it was.
Just 19.
And a 141, good.
That's 17 more than 2 HP.
18 more than you need.
Now Kai is coming up on, what's his name? Mishusu?
Mm-hmm.
This is an interesting, so it's an interesting preempt setup, not quite a dodge. There's two dancing birds that you also have to work with, but Mishusu himself, or herself, is...
Oh, he got
just run in and get the preempt. That's all you gotta do.
Sometimes you get the god luck and the enemies are just all turned away and just let you auto preempt them. Honestly, I almost never see that. It's really rare, but I've seen it. I've seen Kaya get it like several times.
I didn't even know he was doing. I'm like, okay, and then you turn, and then oh, you just get it. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
This is clearly the easiest preempt. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, usually you do kind of a complex setup to get them to face away from you and be close enough to the edge of the battle zone that you can kind of run in, get the preempt before they turn around again. But right, we're going to probably see M do that, unless he also gets god luck.
The basic idea is that Mushusu will back away from you when you leave the battle zone, regardless of the actual position of the battle zone, so you can run up the elevator and make him move away from his own battle zone, and then he'll want to wander back to his battle zone, turning his back away from you, and so that's how you generally want to set it up. But yeah, he did not get the luck Kaya did. And he even got the bad luck of the bird trying to get to him. But usually you can also preempt on the bird in this situation. So let's see how this goes.
Yeah, it's usually a little bit easier to do it on the Mushusu, but this works perfectly fine as well.
Yeah, well done. That's definitely an advanced technique right there. You may wonder why we do Quake. If there's ever multiple enemies that are staggering in a preempt, we usually do Quake, just because it staggers them with maximum chain duration, which gives you a maximum length stagger. So that's really makes this fight quite straightforward. We also give snow in water, even though Mushusu himself absorbs water. It just makes the birds go down very quickly. You may have actually noticed that Snow's first punch there healed Mushusu, but that made the in water wear off. So. I don't want to curse or anything, but the game has been known to crash on these elevators, so let's pray for some good luck here.
Yeah. So much so that a former world record by Logic Dolphin involved Logic doing 2 safety saves in Tajans, purely just so he didn't end up having to, like, completely kill his run due to a crash.
In this section of the run, also, MrZwanzig gave a shout out earlier, but these missions, you don't technically have to do them in the prescribed order, which typically you're supposed to do Vitala first and then Penangolin. But as it turns out, Vitala's the scarier of the two. Penangolin, we're just gonna be doing a summon and killing him without really worrying about our stats. And if you kill Penangolin first, you'll get his CP, and it makes the menus work out a little bit better, and the Vitala fight becomes a little bit safer.
You get a diamond bangle from beating that fight, which you can use for a bit more HP on Vitala.
Yeah, you use that diamond bangle immediately after Vitala for Dahaka, or immediately after Penangolin in the old route, but then by doing Penangolin first, you get to put it on earlier and have a safer Vitala fight. Yeah, Vitala being the most dangerous in this dungeon before the new setup.
The problem with Vitala is that his single target attack hits so hard that Snow's the only one who can survive it. We can make Saz survive it by giving him the auto shell accessory, but we only have one of those, so Vanille can normally get one shot, which kind of can create problematic fights, but with the diamond bangle, she's also safe.
These birds are actually quite aggressive, and if you just run in a straight line, they'll almost always catch you, but it just so happens that if you just like stop for a moment and then move forward, they'll just completely whiff, and so that's a nice little thing that M just took advantage of.
What do you say we go this way?
This is Penangolin that Kai is about to go into. You can preempt this without a Decept. This is actually the first Deceptisol that he's using up in the run. So far, all his Deceptisol use has just been to cancel them to dodge stuff. But yeah, here he uses it to actually preempt and kill this fight. You can do it without a Deceptisol, but it's a pretty long setup to the point that you only really save time over getting the Deceptisol if you get it first try. So it's generally not considered worth it because it's pretty inconsistent. And yeah, we just also kill this one with Hecatonk here. Mostly because Penangolin's attacks are actually extremely dangerous. He has an Eroga that can, I think, pretty much one-shot us.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, it does about 1,000 damage.
I think he's also just generally much more weak to magic than physical, and so killing him takes quite a bit longer when we have a physical setup to our party. But Hecatonk here ignores that, so...
Yeah,
I think he takes normal damage from physical, but you can't get that many blitz hits on him because he's kind of small.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Penangolin is normal to physical, weak to magic.
That's
okay. Okay, so that he does take more magic damage.
Well, I'll check that. Hold on. Let me find my spreadsheet.
I think I just
you're not feeding
that,
us fake news, surely.
I want to say that your party prioritizes D-Shell against him. That's what I was going off of, but
there he is. Yeah, weak. Yeah, he's weak to magic.
Most Seath are like that.
Yeah, that's true.
Most Seath are weak to all the elements.
Yeah, that too. Is Penanglan? Yeah. I want to say he's not.
No, Penanglan is normal to all elements, immune to earth.
That makes sense. Because he's a bird.
Bird.
If only we had Bird Killer in this game. Actually, it's kind of interesting in terms of how the mechanics of the game work. The flying enemies can't be launched, so one of our most potent post-stagger abilities is just ineffective against them, and Penanglan being one of them.
God, I wish we could launch PC1.
Yeah.
Oh man.
We could interrupt PC1. That would be so nice.
Hey, if you could launch PC1, it'd be PC2, right?
Yeah. Or imagine if we could launch Bart.
Oh no, that would be so stupid.
That would be an interesting animation. Maybe we should ask the modders to do that.
Bart.
Launching Dahaka, and that would be something.
Oh.
Yeah, another big menu here. There's yeah, we just got a bunch of stuff from doing these Tajin's missions, so again, we have a fair amount of money to, again, basically just get more strength on our characters. That's the main thing we're using our money for.
Yeah, the menus come pretty regularly, but what we're doing in them is so important.
If you've been paying attention to the numbers, you may have noticed several times throughout the run, starting in Chapter 5, we bought 36, either Sturdy Bones or Barbtail, and it just happens that a lot of the equipment they're upgrading are of the same class, which is the one that it takes exactly that many. That's the fewest skill you can spend to get it to the 3 times multiplier. So we just max out on organics and then hit it with as many mechanical as we need.
Yeah, plus at this point in the game we can now buy we've been able to buy superconductors since Mahabharata, but buying superconductors allows us to upgrade really efficiently compared to before, when we were using turbojet, all the way back in Chapter 4 using polymer emulsions, Chapter 7 using turbojets, Chapter 9 using crankshafts. Superconductors are so much more efficient than them.
I noticed Zero is fighting Gelatitan right now. He has a bit of history with Gelatitan killing him on good runs, so he was really careful there, even using Tireless when he probably didn't need to. Ooh, yeah. And he got slow on Kaya.
Yeah. So Vitala can be a very awkward fight, has very powerful magic. Namely, like, he can do single target multicast, he can do an area of effect multicast.
He does do them on a specific cycle, so you always know what he's going to do next, at least.
Yeah, and then he has a barrier that he can put up anywhere from about 2/3 into from about 1/3 of a stagger left. He can put up a barrier, and that will mean that we can't do like any damage except for 1/10 of the normal magic damage. And then he's also got debuffs. He can debuff us with D-Protect, D-Shell, Slow, I think as well Imperil. The one that we can always be happy about him landing on us is D-Protect.
Yeah.
Because he doesn't do anything physical.
The one that is quite annoying, though, is he can also do Pain and Fog. And so if he pains Snow or Saz or Fogs, Vanilla can be... You might not notice for a moment. It's like, wait a second, why is Snow doing Ruins? And it's like, oh, shoot.
But when the fight goes well, he goes down very, very quickly.
Yeah. I was worried because I saw Kaya got slowed, and then I was like, wait a second, he has an ATB refresh. So when you have an ATB refresh, it doesn't matter if you get slowed, because you get a full ATB charge regardless.
Zero actually had Ambling Bellows almost kill Vanille, but he's good.
Yeah, that
only has level 2 Guy in Salva though, so might have to do a little bit of extra chain here to make sure he kills.
He'll just do some extra Guy in Salvas.
Should be recoverable, yeah. There we go. Yeah, the different levels of the Eidolon finishers, it more or less just affects the amount of chain that they do when they're doing when it's actually taking place. If it's a level 1, it will increase chain for about maybe 4 hits. Level 2, it's somewhere around like 8 hits, and then level 3, it will increase it by a total of, I think, like 14 or 15 hits. So the difference between like level 2 and level 3 can be quite significant.
That machine gun attack is also interesting in that it is the slowest, the slowest in terms of amount of TP that you, or no, what is it? I'm not even sure what the points are. But it's the one that lets you stay in Gestalt the longest by just using it as late as possible, which we take advantage of in another category, all missions. Because we just poison the final mission and just sit in Gestalt spamming that ability as late as possible just to let poison kill him.
Yeah. And now we see Kaya moving to the apex of Tajin's tower.
I think that might have been a poison kill on Gurngach.
Potentially.
Alright, so Dahaka, the final boss of Tajin's tower. This fight is interesting in that he does quite a few devastating attacks, ones that can knock you down, ones that can kill a single character and inflict debuffs. Well, debuffs only come later, but we manage this fight by having Snow stand as a sentinel, and we actually do a very careful positioning here to keep Snow on the left. We actually could have the party with Vanille and Snow swapped, but by keeping Snow on the left, his right-handed swipe should hit only Snow, and so that mitigates a lot of the potential damage and knockdown there. So that was perfect there. You see the slap hit only Snow, as intended. And now we just buff the party and chain and eventually debuff him. He's weak to Imperil, which is really nice as it makes us get more chain on him. The really interesting thing about this fight, though, is that for some reason he's pretty unique in that when he staggers, he falls down. And when he falls down and his falling animation is completed, he loses all resistance to Deprotect. So in old versions of the strategy, we would just spam Deprotect on him right before stagger and hope to get lucky, but now we just wait for him to fall down and then just do a single cast of Deprotect to fully debuff him. And once this is all done, we'll be doing massive damage. Kyle likes to point out here how much damage you're doing. Every single blitzed bullet is doing, how much is that? Like 60,000 damage? 40,000 damage? The combination of double damage from Imperil plus the Inspell, Deprotect, Bravery, and the 800, 900% stagger just makes his HP evaporate. He's got millions, but he's just disappearing.
Yeah, Saz is doing about 150 to 180,000 damage with one blitz. And Snow is also doing about 120, well actually Snow's doing probably about the same with a single string of his attacks. And yeah, and during that short, like 45-second stagger, we have just dealt over 2 million damage. It's sort of now starting to all come together, like the damage boosts, all the upgrading, the development that we've done. We're able to just pump damage out in such a short period of time.
And Dahaka does have some moves that would basically one-shot us, but we stagger him pretty much just before he would do his first one of those. So, don't have to worry about it.
Yeah.
I mentioned debuffing. Foul Odin's there. I thought that was a debuff, but that's actually just a dispel. Yeah. And that's why we actually save our buffing of Snow until the very end, because we want to be prepared for that.
Yeah, Dahaka has 4 other forms that he can take. Well, I mean, I said 4, I mean 3. He's got 2 which are elemental based, which is Voluminous Firestorm and Bone Chilling Breaker. That will change his elemental affinities as well as his resistances.
More importantly, it would kill us, but yeah.
Yes, it would also one-shot us when he does those. But also, when he's on low HP, he will also then go into Diluvial Plague, which has a lot of resistance to all sorts of damage that we can pump out, plus the fact that it would one-shot us as well.
That one just gives you a shit ton of debuffs, I think.
Are you just making up words at this point? Those weren't real words. What are you talking about?
He does have really cool attack names.
Yeah.
It's a shame we never see them.
I'm gonna contradict you on that one. It is not a shame we don't see those attacks.
Okay, fair.
when you're doing the full fight, that fight becomes so difficult. Even on like a relatively decent development, like that fight can still be way harder than we make it look in the speedrun.
Yeah, it's definitely one of the fights that has the biggest discrepancy between difficulty casually and difficulty in the speedrun, because in the speedrun it's really one of the easier bosses. Especially among those like this far into the game, because from this point on pretty much every boss is going to be very difficult. We're in the end game now.
I'm using a little thing that just happened, and I think different runners have different theories about it, but I'm not super convinced by any of them. Is that sometimes when you load that screen after the elevator, the whole party just turns around towards the camera for like a second. It's just one of those things that just you lose a second, and people like think Zero thinks it's by when you skip the cutscene or like how long the load takes. It's just different explanations. But
I see people get so mad whenever it happens, and I'm like, bro,
Right.
like a second, come on.
They just want to say hi. Also, right in a few seconds, M is going to be running by the, oh my gosh, Perovskite, the catalyst that you would get for the Magnum's route, but unfortunately we're not going to be seeing that today.
Nobody has ever forgotten that chest.
No,
I feel like I'm getting flamed.
No, everyone has. Got a pretty cool dodge coming up here for Kaya. These Seekers are just sort of hands on the bridge, and you just gotta wait for their elbow to tuck in and draw them to the side there. There's also some birds above, and this dodge is possible without a Deceptisol, but luckily the Vitala immediately after is almost impossible to get first try without a Decept, so you just use the Decept for both of these.
Yeah, but we're actually going to see the new dodge tech here. If you pay close attention to Kaya's screen, he just cancelled on the front of this dodge, and then you just kind of phase through him on the retry.
Yep.
I did not know that. That's so
yeah,
cool.
That's new tech. That's like from the
so-
last week or something. That's just been discovered.
Yeah, so once you've left the battle...
It's slightly faster to cancel on the front of him than going past him and then cancelling on the back, so...
Yeah, so once you've... Or when you come out of a fight, or after you've retried, it takes a little bit of time for the enemies to, one, be present physically, and also two, for them to actually notice you again. So we can just abuse that to phase right through the Vitala and make that dodge quite trivial. And there is actually another dodge later on that he'd be able to do it on, but I don't know if he'll be going for that.
So before we talk about part 2, one more time I have to mention Dust to Dust, great track, Herba.
And now for hard boss.
I'll just say also really quick, it's really nice that it keeps playing during the battles. It's just like a nice little thing that they do in some Final Fantasies at certain points. It's a little bit like to Xanarkand. When you get to Xanarkand in Final Fantasy X, the really good track keeps playing for the fights. But yeah, anyway, so part 2. This one talks about him.
Yeah, Bart too. He hits you really, really hard and really, really often. Unlike Bart 1, we don't really have any way of interrupting him during stagger, so you're just constantly taking damage during this whole thing. And this is when we really need to start relying on Vanille for healing with Medic a lot more. Even though we have some renews that we can use, we're going to use an elixir later on, but yeah, Bart really just constantly keeps hitting you, and he can also do debuffs on you, which can be really problematic. There's his attempt at Daze God. Luckily, it didn't land on anybody, which is good luck, because that can be a real pain.
This is Veil in action.
That can just stop all of your characters from doing anything.
You know, I was like, oh, let me see this Vitala thing, and then it immediately failed for him. That was unfortunate.
So he uses a summon here and immediately goes into Qazplm and does the finisher. So the only reason for doing that is not for damage, but because Bart just used the move called Apoptosis, which gets rid of all of his debuffs and, more importantly, all of our buffs. We can't really be having that. We need to keep the defensive buffs on us that we used, that we got from the Aegisoul that he used before the fight, because we don't actually have the ability to recast those if they drop off. So we use the summon there to become invincible, and just completely bypass that and keep our buffs. And after that, it's just repeat and stagger him again and kill. Most of the time, you are going to have to deal with his Thanatosian Laughter during the second part, which is going to be a really big attack that can almost one-shot us from full HP. And so he'll usually use a renew kind of midway through the attack to tank through it. You kind of have to time that. And you never know exactly when he's going to do it either. There it is. So that's always a little bit of a problem part. But he should be good here to kill him in this stagger. There are backups if you don't kill him in the second stagger, luckily. He actually has enough TP for a second summon, so even if he survives with a lot of HP, he could summon again, tank through the Apoptosis, and then even do a third stagger.
So Snow got dazed. Oh, it could happen again. Uh-oh. Snow got dazed after the first stagger ended, and he just barely... Or it was fine because it was pre-stagger, and then it's dazed again there, and then Saz there. So 3 dazes landed, but managed to get through it.
Yeah, he barely didn't kill in the stagger, but he was low enough that he didn't really have to worry about it until he could just finish him off.
So wasn't too far away from dying there, though.
Yeah, no, he was close to death.
Yeah, Bard 2 in total, he can do all the debilitation, so he can do slow... Actually, no, he can't do slow. He can do Kurska, Dazega, Poisonga. His lasers can cast Pain and Fog. And if multiple of those start landing on you, that spells really bad news.
Yeah, the debuffs are really the biggest problem for experienced runners. Like it's a hard fight to get into. Once you're good at it, you can usually deal with it pretty well, but the debuffs can really throw a wrench into things. Even no matter how good you are, this fight always has a chance of just screwing you over.
He's got almost.
Yeah, good. They're having good luck on these days. Good misses.
Yeah. I also mentioned that the modern strategy is sort of a little bit different than it used to be, which is people intentionally don't do too much damage in the first phase. If you do enough damage, he'll do Laughter first, but they intentionally keep the damage down to get Laughter second. It's more dangerous, but it's faster, so that's what they do. Days on Snow.
HP is a little bit sketchy here. I probably would have switched to Tireless Charge there. But okay, he's just going for the double renew, so he doesn't have a backup TP now if he doesn't kill here, but he's low enough that he should be able to kill regardless.
You started saying that right before that Kurska appeared. If that was a Dazega, it could have gone wrong, but we're good. That's 2 parts down.
I mean, it was calculated. He knew that he wouldn't die there, but he did really need healing right after that as well. So,
hearing reports of how Bart 2 practice was going before the run. I was a little nervous going into this.
Yeah, they were not having a good time. But there, that is M now done with Chapter 11. Kaya's moving through a part of Chapter 12 with a few kind of awkward dodges. Quite a small hallway, this one. Plus the fact that there are also a lot of enemies just sort of crammed into a small space.
So we've got the Anavitapta War Mech. This is the other fight, like Shiva Stadium, where we start in Gestalt and have to just win the fight. This fight is significantly easy on console, same as that one, but it's just like a preset series of moves to kill him. However, on the other stream, on Kaya's, we're about to see some new tech. So this is the Bulwarker fight, but with Lightning as the lead. We haven't seen her in the party since Chapter 10, but let's see what she can do.
Yeah, this is a new thing where runners will actually do this fight without a Deceptisol. We used to farm a Deceptisol for this fight, but it can be done pretty reasonably without one, even with Lightning as the leader. Even though she has quite low HP, as you see, she only has 800. But the main strategy is to just use a summon.
Yeah, these enemies 100% will just completely destroy you at 800 HP. Like, even at HP values of about 2,500, even like 3,000, they're still very dangerous.
If he'd gotten a bonus Deceptisol, he definitely would have used it here to make the fight a lot faster, but he didn't, so this version of the fight.
But once again, just using Zantet here, and compared to when we last saw it used with Sid, it is so much more powerful now. The thing about Eidolons is that when the ChrisTenarium expands, which it has been doing over the course of the game, Eidolons gradually get stronger. And at stage 9, which is what we're at now, all of the Eidolons are actually very, very powerful.
Also, that fight that we just saw is actually a little bit slower than the version of this strategy where you farm the Decept. It's just the chance of getting that bonus Decept is high enough that you want to take the chance, and on average you'll go faster doing it.
And a little bit of a dance with those Adamanthrons until he got a nice gap to go through. That dodge can be a real pain. Even with a Deceptisol, they kind of tend to block your way.
Yeah.
Interestingly, that dodge is not the worst without a Deceptisol if you can get a good position, but yeah, you really want to get through as fast as possible.
And it looks like M also does not have a bonus Deceptisol, and so is going to be doing the Deceptless version of the fight as well.
A little bit sad he's saying back off instead of steel guard.
Something that is a bit concerning is the strike points that are part of this fight. Because the thing about Bulwarker and also back in Chapter 4 the Ulans, like, they will generally try to target, or they will normally target these targeting beacons with more powerful attacks. And if Lightning was to get hit by one of those more powerful attacks, she would 100% be dead.
I don't even think it takes the full attack to kill her, it's like one shot. Because Viniel also dies to it.
Yeah.
Also, I'll just mention that Zero had a completely textbook Dahaka.
Yeah, this is looking very solid. Zero's looked solid all around.
Yeah, definitely.
Kaya is now fighting the Behemoth King. We fought one of these earlier in that grind fight, but that was with a preemptive strike, so you could kind of just take him down really quickly. Here we have to fight one straight up, and it's a lot of prep, and then killing him in about 2 seconds flat. Because we simply cannot give him the chance to get up. So in theory, if he didn't do the standing up thing, we could just start going for damage a lot earlier there and just kill him with a few more attacks. But instead we have to really set up fairly high chain and all of our debuffs and buffs so that we can kill him so fast that he doesn't get the chance to get up once he gets into low HP.
But this last section of dodging for this Deceptisol that we're using, our last Decept, we are using it here because these Adamantherons are the evolution of the dog. So we went from Menagerie now to Adamantheron, and they are now so fast that they're almost impossible to dodge, even with preparation. Like Menagrimers you can dodge with prep, these you really just gotta do something crazy to get by them. And so we save our last Decept for this section, and then the enemies after this aren't really too bad. So we actually let the Decept wear out here.
Yeah, pretty much the only way to get Adamantheron, to get past Adamantherons, is for to kind of juke them out or get them stuck on things. Like if they chase you, you're already screwed.
The same also goes for the Orobons on the highway as well. Like they chase you down ruthlessly. In fact, there's a lot of enemies in this chapter that will chase you or even see you outside of the battle zone. So these Adamantherons, the Orobons, there are also Behemoth Kings and Humbabas that can see you outside of the battle zone. It makes a lot of this really awkward. And it can make it very, very awkward as well if you don't actually have the Decept here to even get past any of these.
And this segment makes Shroudless quite the nightmare.
Yep. So with that Behemoth King fight, they've just gotten enough CP to unlock the Cold Blood ability for Saz, which is kind of his ultimate skill. It does a crazy amount of chain to a staggered enemy, which we're going to be using on a lot of the upcoming bosses, in particular these Proudclad fights. The Proudclad, who we're going to fight twice, halves damage from all elements, which also affects chaining, which makes it so that it's pretty tough to get chain on him because most Ravager skills are elemental. And so Cold Blood is far and away the best way to drive up the stagger once he's staggered. And we really need to make sure that we kill this boss in one stagger. There is no two stagger strategy. There will never be a two stagger strategy for Proudclad 1. Because once he recovers from stagger, he does a move called Retaliatory Strike, which at our level is just death.
The two stagger strategy is when you stagger him in your second attempt.
Yeah, exactly. So here you're going to see Cold Blood, and look at that chain go up.
It took the whole first part of the fight to get to 250%, and then one Cold Blood, and we're at 550.
Yeah, and the other two are also chaining, but most of the increase here is coming from just Saz. And then we go for damage, and Saz is getting really low. That's the major RNG part of this fight is kind of his targeting. If he decides to target Saz too much, you can just kind of die. And we don't have the luxury of going into a healing paradigm at this point. We need to go for the damage because the kill is tight. You cannot slack off on the damage. He's actually using a potion to possibly survive one more hit because I guess he figured he had enough damage regardless. And there you go.
We actually get wasteful points on Vanille's commando pretty much just for this fight and Proudclad 2, just to get that little extra bit of damage. She also does chain when she's a Ravager, but the sort of more important thing is that there's a commando roll bonus, so when she's a commando, she'll boost everyone else's damage by 5%. So that gives you the most damage overall in this fight where the chain is resisted.
And now Kaya gets to enjoy the longest break of the run. And that's the break over.
That's it. Hope that was enough for a bathroom break.
That's the most you get in this game. Although, well, we've now instated a 5-minute break as allowed in the rules, because it is a fairly long run that doesn't really have any good breaks like most other long FF runs.
Now we have the Adamankelid, and we have to summon for this fight. We cannot fight this type of enemy at all under like normal circumstance. We're using snow here, so the Adamankelid is weak to blizzard, which means that Shiva, both not in Gestalt and also in Gestalt, will do more damage. We're also making sure that we timed when our Gestalt happened there, as the Adamankelid's neck dropped, so that we could immediately do a wheelie, and then from there we're just doing spin freeze to do a lot of damage. Once Adamankelid's down to about half HP, we will then do Diamond Dust to get the kill. It was actually partially thanks to Zwanzig about the actual timing for when to wheelie into the Adamankelid in order to not go veering off to the side.
Yeah, people back then hadn't really figured out what exactly made that happen, and I theorized that it had to do with his animation cycle, and that actually ended up being the case.
I think the current meta has evolved from there, because I think Kaya just waited for the stomp, and when he's mid-stomp, you can just instant wheelie.
Yeah, that also works.
I wanted to mention also that, the fact that Adamankelid is weak to, ice damage makes it good that we're using Shiva, because Shiva's attacks are all non-elemental, so it doesn't matter.
Oh, wow.
The just all ones, I mean.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm doing this fight back when we didn't have snow as part of the party, and we used to do it with Vanille, which, let me tell you, that was terrible. Because Vanille, one, cannot jump, so she can't dodge stunts. Hackathon does not heal her.
Right, yeah, of course.
It was a bad time.
Well, I was also going to mention, looked like Kaya used a relatively new iteration of the fight where he jumped for once, but then after that he just started doing spells while standing on the ground. And I mentioned before how your first paradigm shift has a longer animation, but he actually did his first paradigm shift on the ground in Gestalt. So there's only one party member, so the animation was 1/3 as long, because you only had to watch Snow change, not the other two. Yeah, looks like we're going to see that from M here. This is a very fast stomp pattern.
Yeah. Now Kaya's got a couple of annoying dodges here. These birds are quite ruthless in how much they will hunt you in the battle zone.
Zero is having a little bit of a sketchy board too, because he didn't get D-Protect before staggering him in the second phase, which means his damage is going to be on the low side. Now he has to wait for Laughter. I think there's a good chance he will not kill and stagger here.
I think this is a summon scenario. Oh, he might get a kill.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe still.
Potentially.
Adrenaline on... Oh, not anymore.
Nah, it still looks good.
Easy.
Yeah, I'm surprised that was still... I guess he might have had good damage going in, I didn't know.
Yeah, he might have pushed.
I wasn't really watching the fight before that.
Another quick soundtrack shout out. This is one of your favorites, right, MrZwanzig?
Sorry? Oh, Eden Under Siege, yeah. It's a very good track.
Oh, Gold Dust.
That's Gil.
Gil is nice here. We've got one last shop that we're going to do just to buy some shrouds in Eden Pharmaceuticals. And they're very expensive, so Gil drops like that can make the difference. But we're safe either way. It'll only save a few seconds if we do get enough for an extra shroud.
Yeah. Like for a long time, there was a lot of debate about what chests to grab in Chapter 12 and the amount of gil that you actually needed. But now it's pretty much just there are certain gil totals that you can have where you go ahead and pick up certain things, but otherwise, yeah, you don't really bother. Now we see one of the more interesting dodges. So, something to note about enemies on the field is they can only initiate battle with the leader. Your party members can touch and run into enemies as much as they like, which allows them to also push enemies out of the way. And by using snow there, Kai was able to push the Vernal Harvester slightly to the right and opened up a nice gap for him to get past that.
And that's the only way to do that, because the enemies are otherwise completely blocking the path, and since they are busy staring at each other, they will never notice you and never move on their own accord. So the only way past that is manipulating your party members to push them out of the way. Very cool dodge.
It used to be the only way, but the same tech that we did for the Vitala on the bridge in Erba, we can do that with that dodge as well, just not as consistently.
I believe it was Bishop who discovered that. I know he did it in his latest PB. Bishop is a very good Japanese runner.
Yeah.
It's not the worst fight to actually fight. It only takes like maybe 35, 40 seconds, I want to say, but it's definitely faster to just dodge it. And it does require a little bit of setup. Like, you can't use the same paradigms for PC1 or PC2 to fight it because you need a Saboteur.
Yeah, just a little section there, dodging the Juggernauts and Humbabas. And the thing about Juggernauts and Humbabas is they're actually quite late game enemies when it comes to the missions. So Chapter 12 really does throw a lot of very hard enemies at you, which if we were to even try and take them on with our development, we would not survive whatsoever.
Looks like no bonus D sub for 0 either, so we get to do the same strat again.
Yeah.
There's an interesting little tech that you do in that fight where you go to Libra and you change the target, and that just makes Vanille hit the right target with her chaining, which, you know, gives you a little boost there. But it's actually kind of hard to change target. You have to go into the menu, and so using Libra there is sort of like a little cheat, and it gets the job done.
So I don't know about Zero's fight though. Bulwarker is not provoked, and you just saw the attack there, Orbital Battery. That did 2k damage to both targeting beacons as well as one of the soldiers.
Oh, he lost chain on the Seraph.
Oh.
He should have enough Thunderfalls that he can still make this work. Hopefully.
You can kill the Seraphs after stagger, but it's not fast.
I think one of the biggest hopes for Zero there would have been hope the other soldier was able to be staggered quickly, and then potentially just do Razor Gales to get the stagger a bit quicker.
We're about to see.
Only got the kill and everything.
Yeah. Oh, quick look. Yeah, to be fair, I don't think he needed to worry too much about actually getting the stagger off. He might have been able to get away with the Xantet at maybe like 125%.
I do not know the threshold on that.
It's sort of just eyeballing it, really.
It is nice to be able to use lightning for that stretch, though, because Odin is very powerful, and, you know, it opens the door a little bit for lightning shell. You know, maybe one day.
Yeah. Well, one day it can come back, just not in this route due to the equipment setup. So we got a little bit of upgrading here. There was no shop here. We already had all the components that we needed from Tajin's. So it's
Plus
they
just picked up a chest with 6 particle accelerators, which gives you a ton of experience. We use that to max out a power glove.
I just saw a dated meme in chat. Do not dismantle the power glove.
I mean, it's still true.
So it's still very much applicable.
Don't dismantle the power glove, just like don't sell the doctor's code. Just like don't forget the Vidofner. Don't forget the Perovskite. Remember to save your game after Orphan 2.
Wait. You can not save your game after Orphan 2? How would that work? I'm sorry, MrZwanzig.
The endless rules of Final Fantasy 13.
Alright, so Kaya's stream, we've got PC2, one of the harder bosses of the entire run coming up, and this is a really cool fight. As same with PC1, he's not weak to any of our debuffs. Technically, he is weak to Deprotect and a few others because he inflicts them on himself. But the fight's basically going to be 2 phases. The first phase is going to be a ground phase where he does massive damage and we try and stagger him, and then launch him, and we have to get him below a threshold to inflict debuffs on himself. And he fully heals himself, but with the debuffs we'll be able to kill him from full HP. But we have to do all of this before he does, I think, 7 moves total, at which point he'll go to aerial phase, at which point we really can't kill him with this setup anymore.
Yeah, the problem with the aerial phase is that it basically is the same as PC1, where if we stagger him in that and he survives, then he's going to do retaliatory strike again. And since you can't launch an already airborne target, you can't really kill his aerial phase in one stagger, because we have to actually deal with the fact that he's hitting us.
A few categories do, like I believe Shroud this does kill him in aerial. You can't actually kill him before, or
yeah,
you can't get your buffs on and then stagger him before he gets his 7 moves off. But that requires significantly more strength. So,
i.e. the magnums.
There you go.
Oh man.
Threshold is 60%, so he's...
Snow is choking a little bit there and not doing launches. He kept doing his jump attacks with him not being launched. This is a very awkward situation for Kaya here now. He's not got as much chain duration as you normally do.
Oh yeah, this is...
So he's gonna get off some extra attacks. He also got launched by the Oneric Maelstrom. And we could see a loss here for Kaya.
This is all dependent on Snow now.
He's got him staggered before he went into his aerial mode, but
we have Tireless to fall back on, so...
I'm looking at the chain duration.
Yeah. If he doesn't get this kill, Mog will take the lead.
Yeah, this...
His damage is going to be low. He's definitely not going to kill in stagger, but I think he should be able to win.
Will he Elixir?
Probably just... Oh man, that's a lot of HP remaining.
Yeah,
that... You get the stagger extend there, which is a technique where the stagger can't end while Cold Blood is still happening. So he got a little bit of extra damage off there, but that's still like almost a third of his HP remaining.
There's aerial. Yeah. And this will reset the chain.
I mean, it's fine. But... Yeah, he can re-stagger and kill here, but it's going to be a very slow fight. It all went wrong because Snow wouldn't launch him, and normally you kind of get some time as he's dropping to the ground after his stagger runs out to kind of set up for the second stagger, but he didn't have any time, so he kind of just went straight into his limiters deactivated right as stagger ended, and that just gave him very little time to get ready.
Oh hey, look, all three streams are on the same fight, right?
Sure. All right, but nice recovery from Kaya.
Ooh, I was nervous.
Managed that last it. We did used to have like a solidarity in the Paradigm deck, which was perfect for sort of outlasting anything. But since that's now gone, it does take a lot more sort of a lot more improvising in order to survive a prolonged fight.
We do still have Commando Medic as a fallback paradigm, but it's not quite as safe. You can still die if you're already on low HP, exiting stagger or something. So we'll see if M gets the kill here.
M is looking. This is looking more solid.
Yeah, this is a lot more solid. He's gotten a pretty textbook fight, I believe. Yep.
So that closes the gap up.
That's a textbook PC2 right there.
202.
And Zero got a nice easy kill on PC1.
125 is very nice.
So one chapter left for both Kaya and M. We're now in these sort of later stages of the ChrisTenarium, so the stats that we get per node is increasing quite significantly for us. There's not going to be a lot of abilities that we're going to be picking up at this time. It's just going to be getting stats and accessory slots and making sure that we are prepared well enough for each and every fight.
But yeah, this final chapter is a bit of running around at the start, and then mostly a boss rush of 6 bosses.
The nice D-supless dodging from Kaya here. This is a fight a lot of people, or a dodge a lot of people will use D-subs for, but he had good positioning on these fish.
Yeah. Yeah, the aggressive dodging there, no D-sep. Keeps Tonberry in a decent enough lead.
Still, I'm impressed with the consistency of all three. It's been a great show.
Yeah, I haven't really been looking at the overall pace of these runs, but it looks like Tonberry and Mog are both looking at around a 440 if this final chapter goes well.
Yeah, 440s, and then got Zero, who's looking potentially...
Zero's a bit faster.
Yeah.
He hasn't died is the main thing.
Yeah, 435, 436 so far.
Yeah, something that's a little unique to Final Fantasy XIII is generally it's faster to not die than to die, so...
Dying is generally slower than not dying.
That's it. I knew I messed that phrasing up a little bit.
FF9 runners could never.
We're seeing on M screen how fast these guys are, and just like Kai had the good positioning where you can just run past them and they don't even notice you, but here we get to see like they will charge at you fast. Now the fight on Kaya's stream here, Bandersnatch and Jabberwocky, this is a pretty interesting one because they kind of complement each other in that Bandersnatch only takes magic damage and Jabberwocky only takes physical damage, and they'll heal each other. So the way we take care of the fact that we don't have any good way of doing magic damage, and the fact that they heal each other, is just by using Hecaton Care to kill Bandersnatch. So he can't help the other if he's dead, and we don't have to worry about physical damage because he takes full damage from the Gestalt abilities. So once he's down, it's just a matter of killing Jabberwocky here, and he's not too bad. He has one big attack, Breath of the Beast.
Oh wow, he actually started with it. That's not usually what happens.
his cycle is 2 attacks, Breath of the Beast, and I'm guessing something about the way the summon went off put him in a different point in his cycle. It's a little scary now, actually. We should probably do something about the position.
That's the death.
Oh.
Or that, yeah.
There's another death for Kaya.
Instant Breath of the Beast, 2 slaps hitting Vanille.
And M is running up to the fight right now, so they're going to be very close.
We now have them with the same shroud, so that's how close they are.
Yeah, I'm personally not even 100% certain why that early Breath of the Beast happened.
I think it's generally if you don't wait for his attack when you're in Gestalt,
yeah,
it's possible for him to come out in a different cycle.
Something like that.
I think the timing of the attack. Oh, I'm just trying to think about what I'm trying to say about this. But like,
he also got no imperil on the retry, which is not ideal.
Yeah, there you go. He waited for Breath of the Beast this time, though.
And they're nearly tied. They're both in the same attack animation.
Yeah. Wow. So Vanille's getting attacked here again, but it's not scary because we know where he is in his pattern, and we'll stagger him before his third attack.
Then it's just a case of using poison, keep the stun lock up, and then get a kill off with 1 straight commando.
Alright, so 5 fights left for Mog and Tonberry.
And once again, I've said this plenty of times, any fight can kill you.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Any of these remaining fights can kill the runners.
I mean, you say that, but I'm looking at you, Bard 3.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
The modern Tiamat strategy is also a little dicey, but I think it's just a matter of how fast the fight goes. You don't usually die if it goes really badly. And then, of course, you know, Vlad can just be jerk, but Bard 3 is the one where it's just pray to Vanille, pray to the gods of Saboteur.
Funny dodge here, you can run between the legs of the Megrim Thresher because there's no hitbox there. And they kind of
look at the screens right now. Kaya fell in extra time.
Oh, and actually tried to cancel it too early.
Wow,
yeah.
So we had a double mistake.
Yeah, see, they kind of try to cancel that as quickly as possible by kind of running into him straight away. I never went for this because it always seemed kind of sketchy. I usually kind of run past and run back. It just like takes an extra second. And just ensures that it's easy to get away from him on the retry. But yeah.
I was synced up for a second, man.
Do that in extra time.
Yeah, we now have the all out slows. Double shroud once again. And this is just a case of making sure that Snow stays alive, Vlad is not targeting Vanille with his more powerful move, Mountain Contempt.
Oh, yeah, I think he just restarted that. Just decided to be mean. Snow didn't challenge him fast enough, so we lost Saz. You could probably still finish the fight, but you might not, and if you don't, it's a bigger time loss. So
yeah, the fight really gets scary the longer it goes on, because you only have 2 renews to work with, and characters dying also means they run out of buffs.
Snow?
It gets
Snow. What is Snow doing?
Wait, is that 2 attempts of failed provokes?
4 failed challenges, 4 attacks on Saz.
Wow, M is getting extremely unlucky. It's very rare that Snow fails to get the challenge off.
Another fail, but it hits Snow at least. Another fail. Another fail.
Wait, no? Does he not have challenge? I think that's what it is. He's doing provoke. He didn't. I think he forgot to get challenge.
Oh, yeah. You must be right.
And now Snow died, so Snow's got 0 buffs here.
Should we message him or something?
Plaz doesn't have him fire.
I've quickly pinged him. I don't know if we'll see that, but
yeah, he has to retry. We really need these buffs to kill him.
So to explain, Snow has 2 different moves that do basically the same thing. Provoke, which you kind of have by default, and Challenge, which does the same thing, but with a way higher likelihood. So with Challenge, you're pretty much guaranteed to get the Provoke. So we'll see if he goes into the ChrisTenarium now, if he's realized. Yeah, okay. And it's a bit unfortunate because he has to backtrack a little bit in the ChrisTenarium here as well. That's a really unfortunate mistake.
Yeah, back to stage.
So, wait, did you explain what challenge was? I was just focusing.
Yeah, it's provoke, but with a higher likelihood of success, and that's why he was failing, because he wasn't using the good version of the move, basically.
It lasts longer, right?
I don't know that it does.
Lasts the same amount of time, but the thing about challenge is that it's single target, whereas provoke
single target
is area of effect.
I knew there was a different.
Yeah, there is a trade-off, but yeah, for fights like this, see, this time he got the challenge right away.
Yeah, and,
I was wondering because like multiple times in a row that should not be happening, and I was like, wait a second, that doesn't look right. That says provoke.
Yeah, I was just seeing the misses and whining about it, but good on you for actually thinking to do something.
I mean, he might have realized by himself, but...
Meanwhile, we've got Fire doing Tiamat Eliminator. Tiamat is a fight that has changed quite a bit. What the most sort of significant change was actually down to the first stagger. Normally, before we actually did the change, we would usually get a bit of change duration up, but we found that we could do way more damage just by going straight into the second part of the fight when Tiamat's on the floor. So, to explain how Tiamat works, he starts off in his flying mode, which will not do any sort of dispels or any well, he won't do dispel with his attacks, but what he can do is he can do slow and imperil. But he is actually immune to debuffs. In his second form, which is on the floor, he is able to be debuffed. But the thing about it that's most scary is that he can dispel all of your buffs very quickly. So the strat basically now involves getting to that second phase so we can get the debuffs on, but we also need to use Cold Blood at specific timings in order to make sure that Tiamat cannot escape a stun lock, and that way we can get into the second stagger with all of our buffs still intact.
And that is just so precise, that strategy. It comes down to fractions of a second. And it's not the same every time, so you really just gotta practice and time it.
Yeah.
But Kaya got a very good fight. We'll see how M does. Meanwhile, Zero is in the second stagger of his PC2 fight. If he can get a launch here, he should be all good to go. Looking like a good fight. And Kaya is going into the first of the final bosses. So there's lots to look at right now. It's bosses wherever you look. So Bart 3, to explain this fight, the main thing is that every 30 seconds he does one of his big moves, either Ultima or Thanatosian Laughter. At high HP it will always be Ultima, at low HP he'll alternate. So he's trying to get Deprotect and Imperil inflicted before the first Ultima. He's not got Imperil yet, he's got a couple more attempts for it before he needs to go into Sentinel to tank the Ultima. He did get the Imperil, so now he gets to go for the one stagger right away. Ultima does a lot of damage, but with actually 2 Sentinels, we've unlocked Saz's Sentinel role specifically for final bosses to tank some of these hits a little bit better.
Vanille being hard targeted.
Yeah, that's a lot of targeting on Vanille. He's actually going into Tireless Charge here. Normally you would go into Aggression first to build up the chain a bit faster, but he made a judgment call to get a little bit of healing on Vanille going, which was definitely the right call there. That does mean his damage is a little bit worse now, so we'll see if he can still kill in one stagger. If not, he's going to have to eat another Ultima, which likely would mean having to use an elixir to survive, but he might still be good here.
Yeah, he's alright.
Yeah, okay. Very nice.
And for people who are scared of that Thanatosian Laughter, Bart Free's Thanatosian Laughter is percentage based. So
it looks like M didn't manage to get the stun lock on the second phase of Tiamat, so he lost his buffs, but the fight is still completely winnable that way, just slightly slower. Now we've got Orphan 1 on Kaya's side. He starts the battle with an immediate summon, because Orphan starts with this Merciless Judgment move, which will nearly kill all characters. It will actually dismiss the summon straight away, and then you'll have your entire party at full HP right away, so you don't have to spend time recovering, and you can just go straight into setting up buffs and debuffs and just fighting him as normal. And you'll see that constantly throughout this fight, he is switching back into Sentinel right as Orphan attacks. That makes his characters take a lot less damage and means that he doesn't have to spend as much time healing. And now we pray that he can get debuffs with Vanille. Orphan actually has pretty high debuff resistances.
This summon and dismiss strat is actually one thing that's just much more difficult on console, simply because the summon animation is significantly longer. So your
inputs need to be very optimal to get it in time.
And in my experience on Xbox, it's just not always possible. Like sometimes you just miss it no matter how good your inputs are.
Oh, and he got all of the debuffs that he needs before stagger. That's
so yeah,
very
should definitely
nice.
be a win.
Well, not quite a win, but this should be phase 2.
M also heading into the final 3 bosses. So at this point, Kaya just needs to do enough damage to push Orphan into their last phase, at which point they'll immediately break out of stagger and do Merciless Judgment again. And then for the final phase, he's going to get up a little bit of chain with all his characters, then just summon to ride it out, because this Orphan is extremely scary in their final phase, so you just want the insurance of having the summon constantly heal you. You can even go into Gestalt mode and stall out poison damage, but it's usually faster to just finish him off with blitzes.
Interesting point, I'll just mention that since you're saying they, Orphan is actually like a man and a woman. If you listen to the voices, you can hear both, and then the different phases, the male and female voices are more or less emphasized, so it's kind of cool.
Yeah, they also refer to themselves as the Royal We. Alright, and Kai actually got, what's it called? Dias Irae there, Orphan's strongest attack, which you have to do a fairly tight timing on the summon there in order to cancel the damage. The alternative is to just summon beforehand and go into Gestalt to be completely immune, but then you have to just sit in Gestalt and still have poison damage. This way he gets to keep doing damage with blitzes.
The Dias Irae timing is easier on console for the exact same reason.
Yeah, exactly. That's kind of a funny trade-off that way. M had a nice Bard 3 and is now also on Orphan, so they're still, even with that mistake on Vlad for M, they're still relatively close.
Yeah. Bit of a slow ending for Kaya's Orphan 1 there. The summon actually got dismissed as Orphan died.
Yeah, getting Dias Irae is not ideal, because you have to just summon immediately.
Alright, Team Tonberry, get ready. I hope I don't die here.
Yep, Kaya is on the final boss, Orphan 2. So Orphan 2 doesn't take any damage until staggered and casts Doom on you, though the Doom is not really something we have to worry about. The main annoying thing Orphan 2 can do is do slaps that launch all your characters. But ideally you won't even see it.
Yeah, it should be safe.
So now he's about to stagger. Then Vanille just needs to inflict 2 more debuffs, and then he should be all good to just finish him off. Funny thing about Orphan 2 is that you can launch him, but he still keeps attacking you with these orbs. Vanille's failing a little bit at inflicting D-Protect, but still got it early enough that he should be able to finish it off and get ready on Tonberry. Very shortly we're going to call time. Or I guess Kaya will call it out since he's here.
Yeah, I'll call it. Roughly 5 seconds. A bit more, maybe. 3, 2, 1, go Tonberry.
GG,
Very
Kaya.
nice.
GG. Well played, sir.
Meanwhile, we got Orphan seemingly going well. Should be able to get into the. Should be able to get to opposite extremes.
There's Progenitorial Wrath. That's a potential insta-kill move. It actually missed there because it's a 50-50 chance. But regardless, we have Vanille always in medic there, which for some strange AI reason, the first time Orphan does that move, it will always target a medic or sentinel if present, so we're not in danger of it targeting the party leader, luckily. Regardless, it missed there, so all good. Now it's into the final phase.
You can recast it, and it can target the party leader then, so we have some preparation for that.
And there, he also got Diazirai. So he's going to have to time the summon here. All good, and now he will finish off Orphan 1.
Yeah, the timing of that Progenitorial Wrath was also perfect to do a bit of damage pushing.
But the early poison made a nice good time.
Also, during that, I wasn't paying that much attention to Zero, but did he also die to B&J? Because
I did.
Yeah, it looked like you were almost
flop kill.
We were joking around about Zero being the only one without death, so it's unfortunate.
No deathless runs today.
Yeah,
no, not that fortunate.
I guess you touched upon that, so this game's hard.
I almost died again also. It was really close to non-staggering in time there.
Alright, so M is on to Orphan 2, so Team Mog also get ready. And there's the stagger. Now just... Oh, and Vanille got the debuffs right away, so that's going to be an easy win. Easy win for M. Show keeps blowing his nose in the background.
Oh, was that? Oh, no.
Yeah, you're not muted. Hi.
Yeah, still muted. Oh my god, I'm sorry.
Already.
Alright, get ready on Mog.
I'm so sorry.
Time is now.
GG. Go Team Mog.
GM.
GG.
Meanwhile, we've got Zero coming up to the last Decept cancel.
Okay, so our music is now on Zero stream.
Yeah, looks like it.
Alright, so this is Vlad again. Yeah.
With challenge.
Yeah, with challenge. We also just saw one of the bits of RNG that comes into this fight, which is that he moves very sporadically, and Saz's bullets are projectiles, so he can just completely dodge Saz's bullets. Actually, it happens quite often, and that's taken into account. But yeah, Snow can also dodge Vlad's hits. There's just like a lot of just jumping and dodging, but as long as you don't miss D protect too many times and you don't lose in fire too many times, his abilities have a chance to dispel. And so, yeah, that's a normal fight right there.
Yeah, that was a pretty clean one. I lost protect, so I couldn't do pre-med skip, which would have been nice. Because that was like one of Roosta's idea from way back when. It's like you keep all your buffs and he keeps D protect on, or you have a good D protect before, you can just not go back into Sentinel to tank mounting.
Yeah.
It takes like a few seconds.
If you just get super lucky, you can just cash in on that and save a few seconds, but that's very rare.
So Kai and MMM, they had good TMS, right?
M's I don't know, but mine was 140.
Yeah.
Mine was not great. I had a 212.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was gonna say I'll show you guys what a bad TMS looks like, but I guess you already saw one.
I mean, 230 still can happen.
The kill and stagger almost, so not the worst.
That was very close to a poison kill on TMS, so we got to see that. It was one of those post-stagger, is it the damage or is it the poison? But he has so much HP, I think it was likely to be poison.
Yeah, for me, missed the sub 140 because I needed to go back to Smart Bomb for D-Protect because that was still missing. But yeah, pretty good one.
I'm sad that I got a death. We were so close to a deathless run.
Yeah.
Why do you say that right before Bart 3? Man, come on.
Oh no.
That's alright, I died once. Surely I won't die again, right?
Oh, I mean, there we go.
I died 2 times in the end. And M as well, so... We still have 2 to go.
We've seen 2 great Bart 3s.
Do you guys like my consolidation default TMS starts?
Well, we know he has challenge at least.
On console, on console that could actually matter.
Apparently I defaulted console, so new strats. This is actually play.
Maybe on console that's the play, seriously. Because he always gets an attack off.
Here. Okay, nice. Video kept them interrupted.
Into the first stagger.
I love this strat if it works. So
yeah, losing haste on stuff Kaz is fine. Oh, that's bad though.
All of his red grenades have a chance to dispel, and so we lost. And when the game dispels, it takes away the one on the right side of the list by your HP. So
it's
lost
not.
I don't get interrupted here.
It's not a dispel. It's a slow.
Yeah, you have to play it safe, I guess.
Oh, I thought the ice grenades could dispel. Oh, well, this dispels, yeah. So.
Yeah.
I messed it up a little bit, and it...
Yeah, he's probably getting completely debuffed, I guess. Like, he's getting more out.
Vanille's not in range. Never mind.
Vanille keeps her buffs. She'll do it. She'll win this for us.
She's doing her job, at least.
She has bravery.
She doesn't have faith, so the only one we kind of care about she did lose. So.
Yeah, also in parallel is the most important one that she didn't hit yet, so...
But hey, Vanille can survive at the very least.
Oh, actually, I have a really bad chain.
Also very late in parallel, that's probably why.
Yeah, that's why it's really bad.
Poison with carry.
Yeah, we should be okay. It's just closer than I'd like.
But just shift to Malevolence and hope you can get an end spell off.
It's so crazy how good Poison is on a mini-boss, actually, just because of his HP.
Yeah, seriously.
Or on the final boss, even.
I saw you, Zero, when you were fighting Gelotite, and you were like really careful on that fight with your tireless.
Yeah,
that was on accident. About a bad Tiamat.
Also, I don't actually kill here. Yikes.
Yeah.
I should maybe done one more cold blood then. We'll kill him eventually. Yeah, Poison will do most of it. We just need a little bit more.
He dispels though, right?
Yeah.
Oh, never mind.
Like he already did his job. Like finishes.
Maybe you can stagger extend in these cases.
Yeah, stagger extend would have actually been an interesting idea. But Vanille doesn't do enough damage, so I'm not sure how worth it is.
Yeah.
Oh, the poison. The poison.
Yeah, the poison.
Alright, good luck. Clean final bosses, and then you have a good time, I guess, compared to us.
Oh. You're probably not saying that much today.
Wow.
Right.
What do you mean compared to us? You both had good runs.
Yeah, I'm just memeing a bit. My goal was sub 440, that happened.
I did.
1 second.
Lots challenge on snow.
The doc says 439.59, so goal achieved.
I did say sub 440.
Getting it real close though.
What was your time, ma'am?
It was a 441.47 according to live split. Don't know if that's different in the doc.
Yeah, I mean, as comparison, not even that long ago, like below a 445 was insanely good. So, especially no resets, it's still really, really good.
For a second there, I thought you were doing Shroudless Part 3, and I was gonna just...
Let's also not mentioning the ridiculous death on Havoc Sky Tank. Like, you almost had him, and that's like the worst place to die.
Yeah, that was really annoying. He was just like fighting lightning, and I had no potions. Like, I was so worried there.
We were chatting about this, that Zero didn't have a long death yet because I died on Proto and M had Sky Tank.
Yeah, you showed off like the 2 worst deaths.
Part 2 would have been worse probably, but yeah.
I think that's worse now is just an Orphan death.
Yeah, Orphan's the longest in the game, so hopefully not happening.
I would say, why did you say that now? But I trust you.
I mean, the thing is, we got DZRA for me, Progenitorial Wrath for M, so that means Zero gets the easy pattern, right? With Lights.
To be fair, my Progenitorial Wrath didn't.
What do you mean? I'm not getting debuffs on my Orphan.
You guys both got DZRA for post their judgment,
okay.
right?
Yeah, I got it first. Okay.
We're 100% seeing Consummate Darkness for Zero here.
Oh no, please no.
And then,
I had a good damage push. That was also why the time on my fight was actually good. Because some of you may have noticed I messed up the first shift. I went into try disaster instead of Malevolence.
I don't know if any of you noticed. I don't know if any of you noticed that because you were on my feed or not, but Vanille almost died after Cold Blood on Bar 3, and so I had to.
Yeah.
I had to
go to first.
Yeah. And I was not even sure if I killed them because of my chain.
Like, Saz and Snow were full, and Vanille was on like 200 HP.
He was only on Vanille.
Other Vanille.
Alright, but a textbook Bar 3 from Zero there.
Yeah, that's good.
No jump at the end, otherwise.
Good.
Alright, it's time for Consummate Darkness, Orphan 1.
We see the tail.
I'm waiting for like the 999% chain, 5 failed poisons, personally.
Boy.
I had that on Orphan 2 with, no, on Bar 3 with Imperil. Like, Vanille did a 5 Imperil cast string at 210 and she missed it.
Well, 210 is kind of different from 999.
Yeah, I know. But she already missed like 4 casts or something before, and then she did a full string with 5, and that still missed, right?
Alright, I'm gonna say it's gonna be a 251.
Oh, I like your optimism. I hope so too.
It's gonna be 3 minutes exact. Just can't have sub-freeze.
Once we see the debuff, like, you can usually predict pretty well.
Yeah.
And you can get it exactly once you see when haste wears off, because haste wears off at what, like 241 or something.
It's later for me because I do vigilance first. It's like 247.
Yeah,
vigilance first is the way to
that's
go.
actually the better play. I still haven't gotten used to that, which is why I do it the other way. But it's the better way of doing it normally.
It's better if you're slow with, unless you're slow with inputs, in which case you might get slapped too soon and then it's bad.
But it can be dispelled quicker. Oh wait, there's no dispel. Never mind.
My fight was also kind of bad because I had to stay a bit in console before stagger because I didn't let Snow hit challenge one time because I went back to smartphone too early. So I had to go back to console for challenge.
Alright,
which is
so
why I delayed the stagger.
Debuff's looking a little sketchy here. Vanille's gonna have to do some work real fast here.
Neither the important ones.
Because D-Shell is not something we don't want to see.
If she doesn't get both in this string, we might actually see Consummate Darkness.
I was joking!
Don't show the tail, no!
Oh, we got Imperil.
Yeah, but it's really late. I'll get one more refresh in. It's gonna be close.
As long as we don't get Chains of Torment into Merciless Judgment.
Oh yeah, I'm killing time here.
Chains of Torment is the one move we don't want to see because that poisons us, and what Wally said there, when he does Merciless, even though it doesn't kill us, when we're poisoned, we still die.
Heal up, so.
Yeah, so the thing about Consummate Darkness is Orphan will, over time, gradually debuff the party. It can do all of the debuffs, so that includes...
It goes on Snow.
Oh wow. Wrath there actually could have targeted Sass.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, but it's with Sentinel. It's Send or
I thought it
Medic.
prioritized a med.
No, or Sentinel.
Sentinel or a medic.
Both. Console's really bad.
We get double
Actually,
damage.
it might even prioritize Sentinels over medics. I'm not sure.
I mean, it targeted Snow there, so maybe.
Yeah, this would be not good.
Just to explain, the double judgment is because you're close to the second threshold when you get the first judgment, and the poison damage puts you over the second threshold during the judgment. So that's why you get 2 judgments in a row.
Yeah, which is sadly a 15-second real-time time loss, and we don't want to see that.
So, it's not great, but he has poison, and he has no way of dispelling it. So we literally just have to stay alive until he runs out of HP. Hey, Dizare, let's go.
All 3 get it, nice.
3 for 3 on Dizare, yeah.
And isn't that the rarest, or is Wrath rarer? I don't know.
I think Wrath's rarer.
Yeah, I think so.
This is the nice thing about saving the elixir, is if you have the elixir, you can always renew and summon, and you'll pretty much always kill no problem after.
Yeah, unfortunately these guys all had good Bard 3s, so we didn't get to see any elixirless orphan shenanigans.
This is gonna be
Yeah, why do you guys have good Bard 3s? Come on.
Yeah, why didn't you have a bad one?
I'm here taking all the other bad fights. You guys need bad Bard 3s.
But like
We didn't have a bad Sky Tank, or a bad Proto, or not as bad as ours. Kaya's.
Oh, my Proto wasn't even that bad. I just miscalculated at the end, and then got immediately punished. But,
nice sending. That was showing off.
I just didn't want to get progenital like that one Lucho quip.
Oh yeah.
Oh, that's true. That was on a world record as well, where he got 50-50 there and survived.
Yep.
Shoutouts to Gestalting with 5 stall points.
Just
for
for reference,
we have about a minute to go.
All 3 of these runs were better than those world records. So really, these guys are great.
Come on, Clean Orphan 2.
It has come a long way.
We had 2 good ones.
Ames was actually crazy. You just got the debuffs right away.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was lucky.
Low 1 minute was that, right? Mine was 110, I think.
Hey, we got the lick.
Oh no.
This is what normal FF13 discourse looks like. It's just guys talking about their exact battle times and like carrying it out.
That's exactly
who was 2 seconds faster? That's what it normally looks like.
And
all
losing
nerds,
a few
right?
frames. Just losing a few frames over a 4-hour run, you know?
It honestly is a really nice quality of life feature that you get to see your time after every fight.
Yeah.
You should have heard us in the Runner's Hideout. That was fun.
That was very fun.
When do we get Runner's commentary?
Neil got a late imperil here. He should have barely enough time to kill.
That
still.
should be fine, yeah.
Yeah, I think we're fine, but it's not as
Very close.
tighter than I want.
Alright, call it so I can push the button.
Alright, Choco getting ready, and we are done. Now, go.
GG!
GG's.
GG's.